Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're starting part 1 of an awesome What If Deku was the Vigilante Crimson Blaze before UA story. If you want to see part 2, drop a comment below and tell me what you think. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Now let's jump into the story. Izuku Midoriya is a plain boy with green unruly hair, doe-like green eyes and freckles that form a nebula over his nose and his cheeks. Born in Musutafu, Japan to Inko Midoriya and Hasashi Midoriya. In Izuku's world, 80% of the population on Earth has a quirk. With these powers, people become heroes that help those who cannot help themselves. These quirks are an evolution of the human body, granting extraordinary power to those who have one. 20% of the population, however, don't have these powers, and are often discriminated against due to them lacking a quirk. Izuku was thought to be unlucky, thought to be quirkless, a Deku, useless and unable to be what he dreamed of being, a hero. He dreamed of being a hero, being number one, the next symbol of peace. But his apparent quirklessness caused him to be cast aside like trash, thrown to the wolves and to fend for himself. His own parents abandoned him, shortly after the nightmare hospital appointment, left him alone in the apartment once shared by the small family. They left him a single note, short and sweet, telling him that he was a disappointment to them and should be isolated like a disease. He wanted so hard to be like his idol, All Might, symbol of peace and number one hero. So, he smiled and carried on his life, aiming to be a hero, even though everyone put him down. At his tender age of 4, Izuku realized that men aren't created equally, far from it. School was no better, abused and bullied by everyone, even his once best friend Bakugo Katsuki, or Kaken as Izuku called him, bullied him, as in Bakugo's mind, he was superior to Izuku. This in turn meant that Izuku was below him and gave him the right to use his quirk on the useless Deku of the school. Present day, Izuku is selectively mute, his once vibrant emerald eyes now clouded and dull, and his freckles stand out against his pale skin. Scars litter his body, gotten from beatings at school or his self-inflicted ones that scatter his arms and thighs. His worst scar covers the right side of his face. Given to him by Bakugo, it marks the end of his friendship with him, and the beginning of bullying and abuse that followed. Stray tears run down Izuku's face, sobs rack over his body, but no one hears in his desolate apartment. The apartment itself is a mess, just like Izuku at this moment, as he feels the crushing force of loneliness and depression squeeze at him, mushing his insides together and clogging his brain. Now at the age of 8, he has been living alone of 4 years. Lasting so long was a surprise to Izuku, but his loneliness never left, not once over the years. He can vividly remember the exact moment his life went to hell. 4-year-old Izuku sat in the office chair opposite the quirk specialist, with an X-ray of his feet to the doctor's right. His feet couldn't hold still, he was so excited to get a quirk so he could become a hero like All Might. Both his parents sat back, close to the door, both looking nervous but like Izuku, excited. The doctor let out a small sigh, like he was fed up, before his green goggles looked up glinting in the light hanging above him, and spoke 2 words that will shatter Izuku's life, his quirkless. Both his parents looked shocked, before his mother spoke up. But both of us have quirks, I have attraction of small objects, my husband has fire breath, so why doesn't Izuku? The doctor simply shrugged and said, 4th generation quirks, a rare mutation. But means he is quirkless, little chance of him developing one at all. With those words, his mother and father's faces fell, and a sinister silence spread in the room. No more words were spoken as the parents dragged young Izuku out of the hospital, back the apartment, and left him there all alone, not without a departing gift, as he heard his father take a breath, before releasing large flames that flew towards him, liking his back and leaving him in excruciating pain. The way the doctor said it was like a person being diagnosed with a serious disease, something bad. No longer able to sit alone, he bolted out of his apartment complex, phantom pain flaring in his back. Darkness surrounded him, but the stars glistening brightly above him made him power forward, guiding him to a dump of a beach. Dagobah Beach. Illegal dumping grounds, but the perfect gym. Newfound determination filled him. He will be a hero, the greatest one around. Or not. Fear flooded into him as a cold metallic object is placed on his back, right where his heart is, and a cold, evil voice sounded from behind him, You think you can just come here to my territory like no one's business? Hell no, so I think I'll punish you. He blabbered on about the beach, then he finished his monologue, he pulled his fist back, quirk activated turning into some sort of metal, and went to punch Izuku, and it struck in the center of his chest. The man had pulled back his fist once more. He knew that it would kill him, and a high-pitched ringing bounced in his ears, unable to stop the impending doom that approaches. And for the first time in Izuku's life, he felt empowered, strong. Izuku noticed that stars appeared in his mind, glowing brightly, and the brightest a green one, outshining the rest. He could feel a heavy weight that had settled in his chest, his soul burst, releasing all the anger, sadness, and pain Izuku had felt over the years, and with the internal explosion inside his soul, a bright shockwave of heat and power burst, disintegrating the would-be murderer where he stood, and caused himself to pass out. When Izuku awoke, he found himself led on the beach, around him a large area cleared like a bomb had gone off, and he was at the center. He couldn't remember at all what had transpired last night, so shrugged it off thinking he passed out due to someone's quirk. He did feel weird though, very warm and energy flowing throughout his veins, and feeling like he could run a marathon and not break a sweat. Once he arrived at the apartment, he still had no idea what on earth was wrong with him, this pent-up energy he was feeling, wanting to burst. He entered his mind, finding the pulsing energy and pulled it to his hands, then pushed out the energy, sending a jet of white-hot flames through the air and onto his couch, scorching it. Panicking, he reached for the flames, manipulating the flames of the couch and into shapes, different shades of color with his favorite being forest green flames. Like a light switch he realized that he had a quirk, and amazing quirk. His spirit drowned with hope, a fire rekindled in his soul. He noticed his notebook on the table and ran to get it, hands outstretched, a pulling sensation in his palms, then it flew at him. He had TWO quirks. Izuku couldn't believe it, he can be a hero like All Might. No more time wasted, he went to his room, covered with lovingly wore hero posters and other merch with the little money he had, and pulled up his laptop salvaged from random parts found during his years alone, and looked up ways to improve train quirks. Research says that to train a fire quirk, one must be both physically and mentally fit to handle them, lest they become dangerous and wild. He enrolled himself at a dojo for many forms of martial arts, cleaning Dagobah Beach to help with his training, also picking up on parkour and dance for flexibility. They were expensive, but the little money he had always stayed the same, a benefit to his part-time job of cleaning the neighbors' flats and stuff. He had 7 years until and he couldn't wait. This was his beginning as the greatest hero of all time. The symbol of hope. Training was painfully slow for Izuku, his 8-year-old body not really in a good condition. He was hungry and tired, but his spark, his fiery determination to help others powered him through it. His schedule was basically study, martial arts, dance, Dagobah cleaning combined with parkour after daily. Due to this extensive training over years, his abilities were all superhuman. He had a literal six-pack and stood at almost 6 foot tall, roughly about 5 foot 10 inches, at the age of 14, going 15, PBY hit him like a bat out of hell. He also had to drop night training due to both his illegal parkouring and other extracurricular activities, garnering the attention of both heroes and villains alike. However, for 2 years, Izuku had refused to use his quirk to spit his parents, those villains. Why would he use their quirks? They gave him the scar that ran over his back, they left him, abandoned him. Why use their quirks to forever remind himself of his painful past? It wasn't until he heard All Might giving a speech about quirk discrimination, and a part of his speech clung to him like a leech, repeating in his mind, loud and boisterous, "A quirk is an extension of your body. It is only yours to command, nobody else's." A wise woman once said, "A quirk doesn't make you a hero or a villain, that is your own heart and choices that lead your path. Remember that." All Might finished, flashing his signature smile. Nobody could see the tears that ran down Izuku's face or the sobs that racked over his body, and the spark that had grown into a blaze in his soul. People at his school noticed the changes too, whispering how he had grown taller, had more defined muscles, his shirts were all a little small, leaving nothing for the imagination, and how his hair is cut short, showing his scar off. He towered over his peers, and no one dared say a thing about it, not even Bakugo, who had a pure hatred in his eyes, probably wanting to put Deku in his place as he once so tactfully put it. No one messed with him anymore either, as just months into his training scheme, classmates tried to bully him, but ended with broken fingers, concussions, and one even had a finger permanently disfigured, and Izuku had no injuries at all, so he was left alone. During his years of training, he noticed how flawed the hero system is when he saw the number 2 hero Endeavor brutally butcher a thief for stealing. Said thief was poor and trying to get food for his starving family. So, Izuku took it on himself to change it, becoming a vigilante to help, especially in areas that none of the heroes patrolled, leaving crime rates to skyrocket there. Night was popular, he often stopped crime, with little use of his quirk, no matter the person or crime, he tried to help. He helped an elderly lady with her groceries, a kitten stuck in a tree, which he adopted calling him Spitfire, and a boy being bullied, he just scared of the bullies with a glare, and helped the boy up. Many heroes felt threatened by this vigilante stealing their fame and tried to hunt him down. Heroes like Eraserhead hunted him, mostly because he was a slight annoyance for them, or they realized that he was young and wanted him to stop to protect him. Eraser fell into both and was often referred to as the Moth by Izuku. Other heroes left him be saying that he was only trying to help. It was quite messy until he quit, left it behind so he could focus on getting into his dream school. Secretly, he had updated his quirk registry, naming his quirks Adstrom. The ability to produce and manipulate flames, as well as absorb any kind of heat, such as explosions, and store it in his body, and the other part was telekinesis, or advanced telekinesis, with the ability to move objects or people. Very powerful, especially when he can manipulate said flames to burn as hot as the sun, or not burn at all. Due to his past discrimination, he hid his quirk, wanting not to be in the spotlight too much, preferring to stay at the sidelines until he is ready to announce his presence to the world, to tell them that he is here to bring change for the better, a burning symbol of hope for a better world. Currently, Izuku is aged 15, sitting at the back of his classroom, waiting for the last bell to ring to signal the end of school and the beginning of summer. UA's entrance exams are close, and he must be ready for anything. In the corner of his eye, he saw the teacher reaching under his desk to reach something before speaking up. "I hope you have all picked a high school. Who am I kidding? You all want to be heroes," he announces while tossing all the papers around. A bit unprofessional, Izuku thinks. The teacher decides to continue. Bakugo you want? Into UA. Murmurs spread throughout the classroom. Bakugo stood on his desk yelling out insults to the extras. The classroom freezes however as the teacher says, "Midoriya, you too." Then they start whispering about him. Rumors had been spread about him, he never paid them mind, ignoring them, until Bakugo blasted his desk, shouting at him, "You Deku are lower than all of these other extras, you're quirkless, and will never reach you." The teacher lightly asked Bakugo to back off, and as he did the bell had rang. As the rest of the class filed out, Izuku stayed behind, slowly placing his belongings into his bag. Behind him, he felt a presence, so he spun around and jumped into a defensive pose, only to see Bakugo and his posse. Then the angry Pomeranian spoke, "Hey Deku, if you want a quirk so badly, why don't you take a swan dive off the roof and hope for a quirk in the next life?" Bakugo and his group felt a chill run down their spine. Killer intent flooded the space around them as they set their gaze upon Izuku, who looked at them with contempt and anger, and then it stopped. Izuku simply stood up and left, leaving the 3 others frozen in place by fear. Not wanting to go home, he went the long way around, until he went under an underpass. He felt tingles spread up the back of his neck, danger imminent, so he spun on the heels of his feet to see a mass of flowing sewage coming at him. He wasted no time in sprouting his evergreen flames and throwing them at the sewage. He continued until it passed out, reaching the boiling point of the substance. Using his telekinesis, he gathered the thing in 2 sturdy bottles, and walked away from the scene, and as he left, he heard thundering footsteps behind him, so he turned to attack. Then he saw a flash of yellow, red and blue and stopped the flames being produced. Standing tall, All Might posed proudly, an intense aura of power surrounding him. His yellow bangs flowing in the wind, blue eyes scanning over Izuku's frame, then noticing the villain ensnared in the bottles. All Might boomed out a laugh, then said, "Young man. Well done. You caught the villain I was after." He was so loud. Fanboying, 𝐒𝐿 spoke for the first time in months. 𝐼𝐺𝐼𝐷, sir, can I have an autograph please? His voice hoarse from the lack of speaking. Quickly, All Might signed the notebook, then moved off, shouting, I must thank you, I'll take the villain for you. As he jumped into the air and away from Izuku, who looked like a ghost. Shaking, he left, walking back home and preparing an intense workout for the next few months until the exam. That was overshadowed by the giddiness of meeting the #1 hero. It wasn't too long after the meeting that he heard an explosion ring out, smoke dragging up into the blue sky. He ran towards it, knowing that he might be able to stop whatever was going in. Running, he spotted a gathered crowd, and pushed past them to see the exact villain he caught running rampant, damaging the surrounding with explosives. Moving a little closer, he saw that the slime had a hostage, red eyes pierced out begging for help, Bakugo. Viridian eyes scanned the area, no heroes were helping him, shouting that their quirks can't help deal with the villain at hand, and they had to wait for backup. Without thinking, Izuku sprinted towards the villain. Shouts of surprise and shock rang out but silenced as he dodged the explosions thrown carelessly at him. He grabbed an iron rod that had been from the rubble and retaliated for those attacks by throwing said bar into the eyes of the slime, causing it to flinch back and loosen its hold on Bakugo, before he yanked out the boy from the sewage. With Bakugo out, he went on the offensive. Using his evergreen flames, he made a katana, his favored weapon, to slice up the liquid, who couldn't fight back against this trained boy, before he collapsed and was captured. By now, everyone watching was dumbstruck by this random plain-looking boy defeating a villain with skill and finesse that the heroes themselves lacked. Cheering erupted for the boy who defeated the villain with little effort. Izuku simply looked at the flaming buildings before he pulled the fires towards him, extinguishing them. Once again the crowd cheered for him. The heroes at the scene pulled him aside, giving him both praise and a scolding for using his quirk, but mostly praise for how powerful his quirk was. He nodded along, not bothering to listen, and left soon after, not liking the attention, and needing to plan a new routine for his training to 𝐴, the school that taught All Might. It's going to be tough. Even with all his training, he failed to notice crystal blue eyes look at him from the crowd. 1 month into training, he finally finished his work of cleaning Dagobah Beach of its trash, and was the first to see the appealing sun rise, casting Mustafa in a warm orange glow. Now he needed a new training routine to replace cleaning Dagobah now that it was clean. As he was clearing up the rest of the trash, his eyes caught the sight of a tall, sickly-looking blonde looking at him, with one side on his right side, and a dribble of blood leaking from his lips. Totally not creepy. Izuku soon left the area, and went home. His calendar showed he still had 9 months till the a heroics entrance exam, and without Dagobah to clean, he lacked a large portion of his workout routine. He still had his dance and martial arts lessons but lacked any sort of strength training. Gyms were too expensive for Izuku. He barely had the money to pay for food. Luckily his parents had paid in full for the flat, so he needn't worry to pay rent, but gyms were way out of his pay grade. Suddenly, an idea popped into his mind: build weights using the junk from the beach. His fire could melt down metal into dumbbells, and increase the weight using his telekinesis by pulling down on them. Mind made up, he went to collect some heavy pieces of trash from the dump yard. He placed it all, and brought them home so that he can forge his dumbbells. Chills crawled up his spine as he went out of the dump yard. Into the cold nighttime air. He never noticed he took so long, but oh well, he can only do so much. The deserted land around him would do good so that no one could see him using his quirk illegally to melt the gathered objects into what he needed. The flames liked at the metal, heating it up fast, causing them to glow cherry red, until they melted and oozed into casts made in the ground like honey. Now it was time to wait. The liquid was extremely hot, obviously, so he had to wait for some time before they cooled into usable tools for training. The mixture of metals would also make them heavier so that he could push himself to the absolute limits of his strength. Izuku now had the tools to push his limits for the exam, and oh boy did he do that. The forged dumbbells weighed close to 250 kilograms each, and each time he tried to lift one of them, he had 4, he could feel his muscles tearing themselves apart, but he pushed past the pain, and kept training, and over 3 months, he could finally lift up the first one with little effort. Then he moved on to lifting up 2, totaling his weightlifting to 500 kilograms, give or take. This time, it was a tiny bit easier, however, was still extremely difficult. He was no professional, but his unrivaled determination and spirit kept him going, pushing him, and with only 2 months to the entrance exam, he could lift at least 500 kilograms with relative ease. Every time he went to train, he noticed the same sickly skinny blonde watching him with those electric blue eyes. It was too unnerving and left if he ever saw the blonde. 2 months had flown by, and relaxed on his weight training, and focused on his flexibility and dexterity so he could be well-rounded, and not a one-trick pony, and had an ace up his sleeve. His new muscles weren't very flexible, but with time and effort, a whole ocean of effort, he could do jumping splits that could make the best gymnast jealous. Until finally, the entrance exams arrived like comet, and that's how Izuku found himself in front of you. And walking towards the exam hall, or he would have if he hadn't tripped on a loose rock in the road. Guess I'll die, Izuku thought as the ground came thundering towards his face, until it stopped as he floated away from it. A hand had found its way onto his shoulder and stopped him from collapsing to the ground. A feminine voice rang from behind him, "Hi. I stopped you with my quirk. I'll be off now, good luck." She ran off, leaving Izuku to look at her retreating back with confusion. He shrugged it off and he went in. Carefully, he sat down at his place, many staring at the scar on his face, but he didn't mind, everyone did. Presentacy came on stage, then shouting, "Hey little listeners, are you ready?" Silence resounded in the room, very awkward. Bravely, he pushed on with his speech, "Today is the UA entrance exam. Are you excited, Yef?" Poor MIC still had no responses, but powered on anyway. The written exam is 2 hours, then the physical portion is 15 minutes of fight robots. Yeah. With 2 hours, Izuku along with the rest of the examinees did their written exam. This paper was easy he thought, with an hour left. He checked his answers over and over until he was satisfied. Relaxing, he sat back and waited for the physical part of the exam. With an hour he could plan out different strategies for the physical. The best he could think of is using his fire to make a katana that is hot enough to cut through metal. Present MIC's shouting caused the written part of the exam to finish, and the physical to begin. All the exam takers sat nervously in their seats. This is possibly the hardest part of the whole exam. Once again, Present MIC appeared on stage, and using his quirk, exclaimed, "Hello again little listeners. Welcome to the physical section of the examination." He began, "All of you will be battling robots, of which will be tiered by difficulty, and will give more combat points, the higher the tier." MIC explained, his eyes scanned over the tense crowd gathered, his smile foretelling of pain in the very near future. He moved, laser pointer in hand. Where did he get that from? Izuku thought, watching the pro explain the robot points, a 1-pointer, 2-pointer, 3-pointer and a 0-pointer, the last being an obstacle, before screaming at the top of his lungs, "Now say it with ME. Plus Ultra A." This time, everyone responded to him, and he grinned at them. Soon, all examinees were sent to their battle centers. "It is time. I'm ready for this. I have prepared since I was 8 years old. This is nothing. I did basic stretches for my back and legs, making them nice and loose, preparing." I saw Present MIC climbing up to a small platform, only I noticed, so I moved to the front. As soon as the gates opened, I was off. Pulling myself into the air, I felt the cool breeze WHP my face as I glided into the fake downtown city, with large metallic beasts roaming for prey. 1-pointers look easy, just a bit bigger than me, carrying a Gatling gun with RBB bullets, but the plates of armor look weak, and the joints in the legs and arms barely kept the thing upright. 2-pointers looked a little more dangerous, as they have an arachnid-looking design with 6 legs and the body looked heavily reinforced. 3-pointers are similar to the both, probably a combination of the both, having a stinger-like tail, a cyclops crimson eye and pincer claws with a small gun on its shoulder. Diving down, I formed a jade green blade with my fire and sliced the joints of a 1-pointer, and it collapsed and I gained a point. My mind buzzed as more robots approached, most being the 2-pointers, so I grabbed an innards of the mechanical monstrosity and ripped them out, totaling me at by now. The others had run into the city after my stunt, but finding the main street filled with my wreckage. As they gained more points, I had gained over 48 by now, and as the time ticked down, I stopped to let the others gather points, as I sat at a comfortable 80 points. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 looked at the green-haired boy walk around the tangled mess of robots' parts grinning. This one is smart, he thought, before he announced. Ladies and gentlemen, the real show is about to begin. A maniacal grin spread on his face as a paw hit the big red button on his chair. The zero-pointer is here. Soon, the zero-pointer was released. It was massive, at least 50 meters tall, and looked too strong to deal with alone, maybe with time to analyze it for the weak spots. But time is of the essence. I turned for a moment, then I had multiple shouts of pain. My eyes scanned the ground. 5 people are trapped under rubble, the zero-pointer closing in fast. With a war cry, I shouted, "Ultimate Phoenix!" Golden flames flooded out of my body, wrapping around me like the warmth of a blanket, and wings formed out of the fire. Then I burst out more flames that spit towards the enormous hunk of metal, melting the plates of armor as it sparked and stuttered, then exploded, molten metal dripping like water to the ground below. Shrapnel flung all over the area, almost hitting some of the other examinees, or they would have if I hadn't caught it all with my telekinesis. People looked at me wide-eyed, as I not only had defeated the zero-pointer, but also stopped people from being injured by stopping the scrap in the air. My ears picked up the sound of the ending horn, so I moved to help everyone who was trapped up. It took some time, but eventually, I got them all out and free, with the help of the youthful heroine, Recovery Girl. I left soon after, not wanting to speak to anyone about what happened. I dislike getting praise for something that everyone should be doing. The ride home was uneventful. I just sat down with my notebook, writing about the pro heroes that work at UA and their quirks. Soon I reached the apartment, pushing open the near-rotting door and made my way inside, preparing for my letter from UA. 2 weeks passed since the entrance exam. I kept up with my exercises and training, as well as my cleaning job of the apartment block. I only stopped when I saw a letter slip into my mail slot after cleaning next door's apartment. I wasted no time collecting it, taking it to my room and in ripping off the red seal that held the envelope together, and a metal disc dropped it onto my desk. Said disc then opened to form a hologram, where a tall, muscular blonde stood in a proud pose. All Might, I thought, why is he here? The projection answered my unasked question, telling me, Izuku Midoriya. I bet you are wondering why I, All Might, am presenting your scores. Fear not, as I am a new member of the faculty at UA. For your score you had 80 villain points, however. This was not the only part of the exam. For the second was rescue points. Your end stunt earned you 75 rescue points. You earned first place in the UA entrance exam. Beaming proudly, his smile shone like the sun, before becoming softer as All Might spoke up, "Come, young Midoriya. This is your hero academia." All Might shouted before the hologram disc detonated itself. I couldn't help the tears that streaked down my face, my foot at the starting line to becoming the symbol of hope. Unbeknownst to Izuku, during his exam he was being watched by the teachers at UA. They chatted idly as the exam had progressed, commenting on the examinees, noticing a tall, green-haired flame wielder cut the robots down with a flaming sword, and literally tearing robots apart, while also giving out tips to the other examinees. In Zone B, Nezu, the principal, called out, I do believe that we have a truly heroic spark amongst the exam takers." Jovially spoke as he sipped on a random cup of tea he pulled out of thin air. The rest of the staff nodded, but one hiding in a dark corner, black eyes gleamed with interest, asked out loud, "What's his name, Nezu?" With a monotone voice. No one spoke as the creature principal handed over the file silently to him. A beat of silence, then Nezu spoke up once again. "His name is Izuku Midoriya, age 15, male, quirk, Adstrom, a powerful combination of pyrokinesis and telekinesis, no known emergency contact information, no parental information as it was left blank on the application. However, he doesn't even need to complete high school as he has done online courses for college and university, in mathematics, English, heroic histories and combat courses too for the military and his own P.I. license." The info drop garnered the focus of all in the room. Before the black-eyed man spoke up tiredly, "Seems like a problem child to me, but he does have potential, only a small amount." "What of his parents?" "Orphan." Once again, a silence swept the room. No one said a word, until the man continued, "What if this Izuku Midoriya was abandoned and left alone? A background check may be the best shot, if he was left alone for how long. A problem child indeed, he had thought silently. He wanted him in 1A, the vibes that Midoriya gave off were like a well-known vigilante once called Crimson Blaze, who disappeared 10 months before the entrance exam. Shouter Aizawa, or Eraserhead, has an issue with this Izuku Midoriya. He always trusts his instincts, and they are telling him that this boy was not right. It didn't sit right with him, no, not at all. See, he is a worrier, he hides the fact very well with his emotionless facade and cold demeanor, but he worries about things, and this boy has something to hide in his past. Shouter immediately jumped to the worst conclusion in his mind, which is that Midoriya is abused by a parent or both. His gut tells him to investigate, to see if Midoriya is safe, but he can't, not until he is part of you. So he stepped back into his sleeping bag in the corner, napping away the worry that settled in him. Standing next to Nezu, a tall, frail blonde with drooping bags, looked at the greenette on the screen, as dull phantom pain echoes through what was once his stomach as he thought, can he be the one to carry the torch? His time is decreasing faster each day, the torch must be passed on, and this boy is his best bet. Also, One for All seems to be pulled in by the boy, maybe he can be the new symbol that the world needs. After All Might retires, the world will need a new pillar, and this boy, this green-haired plain boy, might just be that. Blue Eyes looked around the room, the rest all started to file out, going back to the main building, until only 2 remain, a sickly blonde and tired cat-like man. It was a tense silence until the Aizawa spoke up. This Izuku Midoriya, there is something wrong with him, he is hiding something, watch him. That was all Aizawa said to him before leaving All Might, or Toshinori Yagi now, to his own devices. He could do that, he already did it before until he was noticed. The green-headed boy had good instincts, and Toshinori still had to see if he could be the 9th holder, the new torchbearer. The day has come. My first day at U. A is here, and I could feel the nervousness pooling in my gut. I could barely make my tie, it was an absolute mess, so I left it. School is a short train ride from my apartment, and I had soon arrived at the academy. My search for 1A leads me to a massive door, probably made for someone with a mutation quirk or one that allows them to transform into something massive. From inside, I hear the distinctive shouting of Bakugo and seemingly robot voice. I waste no more time and move open the door, to see Bakugo with his feet on the desk, and a tall brunette shouting at him to remove his feet. I can already feel the dull beat of a headache forming in my mind. Take you feet of the desk right now. You are disrespecting the makers and upperclassmen who had used it. Robot Boy shouted at Bakugo, who in turn snarled and shouted back, "Ha! Who the hell are you extra? What middle school you from?" He barked at the robot. The response is, "I am from Sumi Academy. My name is Ida Tenya," and he abruptly cut off as he noticed me gawking at him in the doorway. He bolted up to me and asked, "And who might you be?" gesticulating wildly, his hands moving up and down. Before I could respond to the robot boy, Bakugo demands, "Deku, how the hell did you get here?" He growls aggressively at me. I look into his crimson eyes, showing him I'm not afraid of him anymore. Returning my eyes back to Roboboy, I point to my neck, then write down on a scrap of paper, "I'm selectively mute, but my name is Izuku Midoriya." The boy nodded twice, then he moves back to Bakugo, who sat silently fuming, a scowl ingrained on his face. As I make my way to my desk, my eyes fall onto a quiet boy at the back. His split hair, half red and half white, his heterochromia, and scar on his right side all stand out. He looks stunning, I think before I can stop myself, then I realize I'm staring at him, and he stares back with a cold, closed-off look. Shaking my head, I let myself move to my seat, unable to take my mind off the pretty boy in the corner, but before I can continue with my train of thought, the large door slides open, but no one comes in. That was until a yellow caterpillar pops up, unzipping itself to reveal our teacher, with a tired deadpan look. Noise dies down as we all look at the man, who takes out a random juice pack and sips it slowly, much to the discomfort to the class, before he speaks up, "Right. It took you 8 seconds to calm down. Irrational. My name is Shouter Aizawa, and put these on." He now pulls out a sports uniform, "and make your way out to training field A." He told us with a monotone voice, before slithering out again. The class sat in silence for a few seconds, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Then Ida spoke up, "You heard sensei, let's move." Reacting to the teen, the rest moved to their respective changing rooms. Once inside the changing room, I start to undress, or I would have if I didn't hear behind me, "Whoa, what happened to your back, dude?" A blonde-haired boy with a lightning bolt in his hair shouted, pointing at my heavily scarred back. All eyes turned to me, looking at my back and the ugly scar that had formed thanks to my father's fire. The scar covered most of my back, tentacles of scar tissues bending around my abdomen and over my shoulders, and it isn't pleasant sight at all. Shivering under the collective gaze, I got changed fast and made my way out to the training ground where Aizawa stood idly with a bored face. Before looking at me, dead eyes light up with something which I can't explain. We stood in awkward silence, waiting for the rest to change, neither wanting to spark a conversation, until the rest of the class joined, and Aizawa spoke, "You take too long. Today we are doing a test of physical abilities," his black eyes scanning across the gathered crowd, lingering on me for a split second longer, before a nice girl from the exam decided to ask, "But what about the introduction ceremony?" Dismissively, Aizawa shook his head, answering with, "We don't have time to waste on such formalities. You have 3 years to WHP you all into heroes, so yes, we are doing a physical test. Also, I will allow quirks to be used." This riled the class up, an alien girl announcing the tests sound like fun. Without a notice, a dark aura surrounds the group. All eyes moved to Aizawa, who said, "Fun you say? Well then, if that is the case, the person in last place will be expelled on the spot," he told with a terrifying grin. Protest sparked in the class, them shouting that it's not fair. Aizawa with dead seriousness told us, "Fair? You think that this world is fair? Natural disasters, random villain attacks, these aren't fair either, so why should this be? Now go beyond, plus ultra." He shouted the end with no enthusiasm at all. We start with a 50-meter dash, which I took first place using my telekinesis to pull myself to the end line, resulting in a 3-second score. Second place went to Ida, who had literal engines in his legs. The second test is a grip test, and a boy with multiple arms got 540 kilograms, getting him first place, with me not far behind with 520 kilograms, using my strength alone, the rest had average. After the grip test, we did a standing long jump, which I cleared the box using my telekinesis to lift my body into the air. Bakugo used his explosions to fly over the box, as well as a boy with a literal laser coming from his belly button. Oddly, he looked to left as if to look at someone, yet there is no one there. Continuing, the next test is repeated side steps. The only outstanding score is a small purple boy with purple ball as hair, who used it to hop from side to side with extreme speed. Finally, the last test is a ball throw. Aizawa, who has been near silent from the beginning, speaks up. "Midoriya, you had the most combat points in the exam. You're first," he ordered whilst throwing a white ball at me. I caught it easily, and stepped into the circle, reading myself to throw the ball with my telekinesis, until I felt something tug at my chest. A tearing sensation ran throughout my body, red eyes and golden goggles caught my eyes, as I turned to our teacher, exclaiming, "Eraserhead D, the Eraser Echihiro." Confused murmurs spread throughout the class, and Aizawa looked mildly impressed. "You know me, kid?" When I nodded in reply, he spoke again. "Why are you using your full power? Are you mocking everyone, or are you afraid of your power?" Anger filled his tone. "Izuku Midoriya, if you do not use that power, I will expel you right now," leaving no room for argument. And then he released his quirk, and giving me mine back, and stepped back. Frustrated, I turned to Sensei, now Eraserhead, and shocking almost everyone, spoke clearly with no stutter. "Eraserhead, you have no idea why I hold back my power." I turned back to the circle, before whispering, "Shouter can't help but think, what has happened to you, Midoriya?" as he watches the boy. Ultimate Phoenix. Gold flames formed wings, then flames wrap around the ball, building up power. Releasing it sends shockwaves out, the sound barrier breaking with a sonic boom. Seconds later, Aizawa's tracking device dinged. A fear-inducing smile stretched on his face, turning and showing my results, 1243 meters. The class exclaimed with wide eyes at the impressive score I had. Bakugo looks at me with unbridled fury. hands popping wildly with explosions and propelling him towards me, but is stopped by grey bandages that wrap tightly around him, preventing him reaching me. He tries to explode the bandages, but 𝐒𝐬𝐽 dully speaks up, quirk activated. They are made of a steel wire cloth woven with carbon nanotubes, very hard to break. So stop. You're giving me dry eyes. Internally, I wince, such an awesome quirk but such a bad drawback. He pulls out eyes drops from his utility belt and squeezes the liquid into each eye, then dismissively waves his hand, telling us to continue. Gravity Girl, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 𝐔𝐸𝐽𝐽𝐾, I believe is the only one that beats my score, earning an infinity by sending the ball out of Earth's orbit. Once the tests are completed, I stand silently waiting for 𝐒𝐬𝐽 to show our scores. He taps on his device, and a blue hologram appears with our scores on them. They go. First Izuku Midoriya, second Momorozu, third Shouto Todoroki, fourth Katsuki Bakugo, fifth Tenya Ida, sixth Fumikage Tokoyami, seventh Mizo Shoji, eighth Mashirao Ojiro, ninth Ahiro Kirishima, 10th Mina Ashido, 11th 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐲 𝐔𝐸𝐽𝐽𝐾, 12th Koji Koda, 13th Rikido Soto, 14th Tsuyu Asui, 15th Yuga Emma, 16th Hantasiro, 17th Denki Kaminari, 18th Kyoka Gyro, 19th Toru Hagekyu, 20th Minoru Mineta. Tears fall like fountains from Purple Ball Boy, as he screams, but I never got to feel the girls. He's stopped by 𝐒𝐬𝐽, who wraps his gear around Purple and says, Minoru Mineta, you're expelled from U. Pack your things and go home. Changing is awkward with one less classmate, and class is worst with one empty seat, with tense silence over the class until the end of the day. Slowly, I trudge out of U. Readying myself to get home, until I hear Ida behind me. Hello Midoriya. Today has been good, has it not? I raise an eyebrow. Ida continues, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 is a tough teacher, but that is expected of you. Doing that weird hand thing again. We walk together to the train station. We stop again as a feminine voice behind us shouts, Hey you two. Are you going the train station? Can I come with you please? I nod. Ida goes on a tangent about how it would be a pleasure for her to join. I wave at my two new friends, excited for tomorrow. I wonder what will happen. Waking up, I stretch my arms out, listening to the satisfying noise of my joints popping from their sleep. Slowly, I creep into my bathroom, shuffling with tired feet dragging on the carpet as I open the door. After I finish my shower and brushing my teeth, I remove myself out and back into my bedroom to get ready for the rest of the upcoming day. As I do leave, the mirror reflects my body, showing me tough lean muscles, a 6-inch 2-foot height and a sharp jaw. No wonder I had so many eyes on me in middle school if I looked like this. Then here's a cinnamon roll, but in his hot. Not long after, I got dressed in my uniform, packed my things into my yellow bag that is worn down from the decade of use without a replacement. Bags are expensive, what can I say? My shoes aren't in a good condition either, scrounged from clothes recycle bin. Do other countries have them? I know the UK does, and left to UA. A short walk from my apartment later, I reached the main gates of U. only to see them blocked with a horde of vultures, reporters, hounding on about how they want an interview with All Might as well as pouncing on any U. students they could get their grubby claws on. Batting through the reporters, I feel someone crash into my back. My head turns to look, and I see familiar bob-cut brown hair with a slightly scared expression. Ida isn't faring much, crowded by the reporters that ask about All Might. We manage to get through them and into U. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 coming out as we come in, telling us, get inside, I'll deal with the media. I swear I hear him mutter, Demon Beast, under his breath as he rushes past us. We head inside to get to our classroom whilst chatting idly. Shouter cursed. All Might working at U. Wasn't supposed to be learnt so soon. He thought about 3 to 5 days, not after the first day. How did they find out? He can figure that out later. Right now he had to ward off the horde. 15 minutes into homeroom, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 had yet to arrive, and the silence devolved into chatter about the day and the reporters at the front. I debated with Ida about a new and upcoming hero and their quirk. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 soon came in, looking more disheveled and sleep-deprived than normal, and promptly collapsed into his sleeping bag, letting us talk for the rest of homeroom. Lessons in U. Followed the same as middle school, mandatory maths, English, history and science, but in U. Hero courses had hero training last. Sat waiting, I could feel the collective excitement in the room. Our last period, hero training, but we don't know our teacher yet. Rapid footsteps approached our room until the door burst off its hinges as a large bulky blonde shouted, "I'm coming through the door like a normal person," said the number one hero. Shouts of joy resounded in the room, comments like his suit being his Silver Age costume to him teaching us. Watching the man carefully, I noticed the tense, rigid posture as he moved to the podium, and when he went behind, he began speaking again. "Welcome to basic hero training. Today's lesson will be," he paused, pulling out a card, showing it, "combat training." The excitement on my classmates doesn't affect me. I already had combat training as Crimson Blaze. The most excited appeared to be Bakugo. That's no surprise, however. He's allowed to beat up anyone without consequences. I hope I go against him, knock him down of his high horse. We get ready to leave, but All Might stops us saying, "We can't forget our costumes can we," as he pressed a button revealing 19 briefcases, mine being last. I grab it and leave to the changing room, opening it to reveal my suit. It's something to behold, that for sure, a sleek black undersuit made of carbon nanotubes to go under everything for protection, and it's skin tight, showing my lean muscles. My boots have had an upgrade, being white for one, with green flames designed onto them and the boots themselves reaching up past my knees. I have a white trench coat, with the back reaching down to the back of my calves, with green flames rising from the bottom. My chest has an armor plate on it. Said plate is white with a green star in the center on it. My arms have gloves that go past my elbows. They are green with different color flames on each side. On the right, they are red, on the left they are blue, with wristbands on each acting as buttons. Overall, the costume can withstand the elements: cold, hot, electricity, and brute force. Clicking on my gauntlets, they beeped, showing they are activated, then the flames started to glow brightly. Once I'm ready, I leave the changing room to find everyone else donning their suits, and as I step out, all eyes turn to me, then widen at my suit's design. I scratched the back of my neck, slightly unnerved by the stare, then All Might coughed, regaining the class's attention. He began to explain our training. "Today, students, we will be doing activate combat against one another," he announced. One hand rose. "Without proper training, sir." "Asui, I believe," asked. She was waved off as All Might spoke. "Yes. I believe in learning on the job." Now, unceremoniously, he pulled out notes, and I used all my willpower not to laugh. "Amateur. We will be split up into teams. One team will be villains, the other heroes. The heroes have to secure a nuclear weapon or capture the villain team." Sounds very Western. Now the teams will be decided by draw, holding up 3 boxes. One says villain, another says hero, and the last decided the team composition. Ida, in all his robotic glory, asks, "Sir, is drawing lots the best method of deciding teams?" Whilst chopping the air, Yorozu answers before All Might, "This is to simulate real life. In real hero work, we will have to make a team on the fly, so this makes sense to do," she told intellectually. All Might nodded sagely, coughing into his fist. "Now, here are the teams: Izuku Midoriya and Ochako Uraraka Team A, Shoto Todoroki and Mizo Shoji Team B, Katsuki Bakugo and Tenya Ida and Momorozu Team C, Yugayama and Mina Ashido Team D, Rikido Soto and Koji Koda Team E, Denki Kaminari and Kyoka Gyro Team F, Fumikage Tokoyami and Tsuyu Asui Team G, Mashirao Ojiro and Toru Hagekyu Team H, Hiro Kirishima and Hanta Siro Team I. The teams all got together and started planning. I hear Uraraka come up behind me, saying, "Hey Deku. Wow, your costume looks amazing." I nod in thanks. "Mine's a bit too tight." "Oh well." It was very tight, showing her curves, but it would go well with a space theme, I think. I simply shrug, and nod back to All Might, who has our team positions. Here we are, the teams. Villains, Team A, Team I, Team G, Team F. Heroes, Team C, Team H, Team E, Team B, Team D, and going first is Team A vs Team C. Instantly, I feel a heated glare at the back of my head. I know exactly who it is, but I don't even acknowledge him, which is angering him further. Both Uraraka and I move into the location that holds the bomb for us to protect. We need a plan, so I hesitantly speak up. "Uraraka, we need a plan. Do you have any suggestions?" I ask, coughing a little at the end. She shakes her head. Like a light bulb, I get an idea and quickly whisper it to her. She whispers back, "I love it. Let's do this. Punching the air with charisma. Breathing, I calm myself, I must play the part of a villain, give them a show, play the part. Suddenly, a horn blares off, the match has begun. Moving down the hall, I plan to face the heroes head-on, distract them from our real plans. They can't do anything other than a frontal assault, so I meet them halfway. Confined in a tight corridor we meet, 1 against 3. Ferally I grin, speaking in harsh tone. So, heroes, welcome. I begin, I do like these odds. Yes indeed. I know I can beat you all instantly. I challenge, riling them up, it works. Bakugo looks furious, honestly. It is rather pathetic really. You all look so weak, so puny to me. Especially Explosion for brains there. The reaction is instant, the Knight and Creationist both shout for Bakugo to stop, nothing will now though. Explosions rocket the boy towards me, I simply raise my eyebrow condescendingly at him, as he cries out in anger. His fist is raised, explosions popping off. Nearing closer and closer. Time slows down, as the two behind Bakugo watches his fist is caught, in 2 fingers, then the fist is wrapped by my hand as I throw Bakugo over my shoulder, and onto the floor with a loud thud, with spittle flinging from his mouth. Bakugo tries to get up, but realizes he can't, as I use my telekinesis to force Bakugo up, throwing him like a wooden doll, crashing into walls, steadily becoming more beaten up and blooded. Once finished, I turn to the other two who are too shocked to move, noticing from behind the Knight, Uraraka stood, and with her chunks of concrete, I give the thumbs up, and Uraraka releases the chunks. Said chunks start volleying towards the other team, trapping Iida's legs, but with Yorozu's quick thinking, she made a shield to block them. She couldn't, however, stop the capture tape from going around her with telekinetic power. Bakugo was knocked out, bleeding, and I could practically see the broken bones he had. Iida and Yorozu were both wrapped in capture tape. A decisive victory. The villains win. I hear All Might announce from the speakers. Slowly, I unravel the tape of the other team, and make my way back up to the observation deck. Time to find out what the others think. Shuffling into the room, all eyes shifted to the 3 of us, most falling onto me with awe and fear in those eyes. Silence weaved its way into the room. All Might decided to break it, saying, "Well then. Please will someone tell me who is the MVP of this match?" No one answered the pro. I swear I could hear cricket noises. Yozu spoke up after coughing into her fist. "Well, I believe it would be Midoriya, sir. Why I believe this is that he came up with a plan, fought 3 adversaries off all the while playing the part of the villain. His plan also was ingenious, antagonize Bakugo into attacking so that Iida had no space to run at him, and I could not use my bow staff to attack with no openings due to Bakugo's relentless attacking. He distracted all 3 of us whilst Uraraka gathered ammunition to go against us. Defeating Bakugo so soon would leave us without raw firepower and vulnerable to attack, which both exploited." She finished her in-depth analysis of the match. Impressive. The clear sweat that dripped of All Might's eyebrow told that he didn't expect such an analysis. Stuttering, he told, "Weiss. Well done, young Yozu. The MVP is young Midoriya. All of your points are correct. His plan and acting were well executed, well done, villains. Next teams go go go." The rest of the matches, I paid little attention to, only their quirks and fighting styles, gauging their power as well as ways to defeat them. One weakness, for example, is that they all are dependent and reliant on their quirks, not their hand-to-hand combat or physical strength. All Might's lesson continues, but the number 1 hero is getting impatient, rapidly tapping his foot, looking at the clock, or ushering the next team out after the round's analysis. Time crunch. Maybe a teacher meeting he may be late to. He seems like a person who is always late to things, even with his powers. One point, I can swear I saw a drop of BLD leak from his mouth. Not longer after the final trail, All Might bolts of at breakneck speeds, dust kicked up behind him as he left us to get changed to go home, so we leave to the changing room, Iida speaking up as we enter, "Midoriya. Your skills at acting and combat are impressive. I wish to be that good." Then just marches of to get changed. A quirky guy for sure. Once in our uniforms again, I set of home, needing to have a cup of coffee and sleep, but as I step out of view, I feel a gaze on my back, watching me like a hawk watching its prey. Walking fast, I try to outrun the person now following me, trying to avoid suspicious, as I power walk to my apartment complex and whoever is following me is fast, but I'm faster, so I sprint the rest of the trek to my apartment, colors merging into a palette of blur until my eyes fall upon my apartment block. I come to a stop, heaving breaths heavily as I gain the needed oxygen for my lungs, slugging myself to the apartment stairs. I come up to my door, and unlock it with my key, twisting it slowly, only to reveal. 𝐤𝐻𝐽 tried to follow the green-haired student home after basic hero training, but he must admit the boy is fast, a blur down the streets and gone lost into thin air. Sighing, he pulled out his flip phone and rang 𝐒𝐻𝐻, asking the creature to pull up Midoriya's home address. He needed to do a home visit. Happily, 𝐒𝐻𝐻 gave the address, and 𝐤𝐻𝐻 made his way a dingy apartment complex, old but livable, in a bad neighborhood, the rumored neighborhood that Crimson Blaze comes from. Creaky metal stairs groan under 𝐤𝐻𝐻's weight, the paint flicking off the surface, showing rusted metal below, and in dire need of repair, yet none being made. He climbs the rest of the way, reaching the Midoriya's residence, and used the spare key he had gotten from the landlord before his impromptu visit. Inside is as bad as the outside, dirty, unclean with dust everywhere made 𝐤𝐻𝐻 twitch. How can his student live in these conditions? Moving on, he investigated the bathroom, a usual telltale sign of the occupants of a place, only to see one toothbrush, with shampoo and conditioner for only one person. Where are his parents? Are they on a trip? A sudden thought poked into his head. What if he was abandoned? That's the best theory so far. Midoriya's parents abandoned him, the time they left unknown. 𝐤𝐻𝐻 needed answers, and Izuku Midoriya had them, so he waited for him. He shouldn't be too long. With his speed and the distance, he should arrive in 10 minutes. 𝐤𝐻𝐻 himself arrived by car. Deciding to be creepy, he sat on a chair in the corner, all lights except the one next to him, and played the waiting game. Won't be long now. Izuku burst into panic. God, his teacher, the creepy moth, decided a home visit was due, and was sitting in a dark corner, with a light shining on his face that held that god-awful smile that Satan himself would fear. The moth speaks up. Midoriya, hello there. To break the tense atmosphere, I decide to joke around a bit. General Kenobi, I've been expecting you. I say, pretending to wheeze and cough. Aizawa's face becomes something a little more sincere, an actual smile on his face, and a small laugh, which startles me. He can laugh. Before it twists into a grimace, his voice monotone. Problem child, where are your parents? They aren't here. His tone was expectant. I sigh. I kinda maybe slightly trust him. He is a teacher and a pro-hero after all. He is trustworthy. To tell or not to tell, for that is the question. Some seconds later, I just decide to tell the truth. He needs to know, so he can leave me alone. Oh, you sweet innocent child. He's attached to you now. My parents? I choke, the topic being sensitive for me. They left me. At the age of 4, the last word got a reaction, wide eyes, jaw agape. They said that I was useless to them, and left me a gift, I say, before removing my shirt to show Aizawa my scarred back. I have lived here ever since. They had already paid for the apartment, but I work so that I can pay for food and lessons. A deep, sad sigh forces out of Aizawa's mouth, his eyes filled with a storm of emotions, anger, sadness, grief, sincerity. A harsh head shake. I shouldn't have burdened him. I'm better of alone. Aizawa speaks, slowly. All this since the age of 4. What about your childhood? Growing up? I shrug. Being bullied and abused by classmates is fun. I reply, yes, and growing up, I was bullied. The scar on my face is a sign of that. I sigh wearily. I was misdiagnosed as quirkless, resulting in mass abuse and bullying from peers and classmates. A bitter laugh. Bakugo was my best friend once upon a time, until he became the worst abuser of them all. He gave me the scar I bear. Down my face ran tears, crying. How long ago did I last cry? Aizawa said nothing. I bulldoze onwards. At 8 I got my quirk. A hybrid of my parents, pyrokinesis and telekinesis. Aizawa, I was so afraid of it. My voice is coarse like sandpaper, ugly tears streaming down my face, so I hid it from the world. All Might changed my view on it, however, 2 years after the awakening. I had already began to train my body at 8, so at 10, I decided to help. Aizawa's face showed confusion. He had no idea. I won't tell you how, but I did, and during my helping, I stumbled upon a ruined battlefield. In the center of a crater laid a hero, beaten and bruised. I helped her away from the scene and patched her up best a 10-year-old can. She was dying, I knew she was, so I used my flames in a way no other flame user can. I healed her. Blown away, Aizawa Saturday. This boy. We left soon after, the hero saying she'll mentor me for a bit before leaving, vanishing she said, like dust in the wind. About 5 months after the mentorship offer, she told me her name as she left. Aizawa leaned in. Nana Shimura, Shouter sat, shell-shocked. This boy crawled through hell and back so many times, and still smiled like the sun itself. His herd villains with less of a tragic story become villains, yet this boy here stood firm, determined to be a hero to the very end. His mind logically supplied that this boy had to be protected, no matter the cost. My God. The kid has been alone for almost 11 years and still survived. He's strong, and has a will made of God DMN titanium. Watching carefully, Izuku sees Aizawa's face become blank, no sign of emotion, like it was erased, as he stands up, telling me he has some calls to make, and leaving my apartment in a hurried fashion. Well then. Too tired to stop him, I leave to change and go to bed. I need some sleep after the info drop on my teacher, the dull throbbing of pain spikes on my back, an awkward itching sensation. Laying down, my mind buzzes with the events that had just transpired in my living room, anxiety creeping up my spine as I wonder what is going to happen to me now. They may kick me out of you. Anxiety-ridden, I simply lay in bed, trying to reel in my swirling emotions and thoughts, but nothing works, forcing me to listen to them as they repeat the past memories of my parents telling me I'm worthless while they burn me. Seething with anger isn't a normal for Shouter. He's used to calmness and irritation at times, but this is something new for him. Problem child's past makes his skin crawl and beneath the skin burn with white-hot fury, and he has no idea what to do with these emotions, or how to get rid of them. Suddenly, his phone dings, his hand reaches into one of his pockets and pulls his phone out, the text from Hisashi, or his husband. Deep breaths, he tells himself, before texting back his husband telling him that he is on his way home and may need a famous Hisashi massage. This is worse than Shouter suspected. Midoriya needed help fast, with no guardian who knows what could happen or what has happened so far, this past 11 years. As Shouter entered his house, he heard the 13 cats meowing at him for attention, scratching his breaths, so he gave in and scratched them behind the ear. He plopped onto the sofa, waiting for Hisashi to return, and he did within 2 minutes with a loud hello being screamed as he knocked on the door. Even though he lives here and has his own key, the idiot, as dumb as a box of rocks sometimes. Shouter waits for 30 seconds for him to figure it out, and he doesn't, so with a groan he moves to the door to unlock it and let Hisashi in for the massage and rant. With his hands on his hips and a large, face-spitting smile on his face stood Hisashi in his civilian clothes as not to attract the attention of actual civilians and worse, the media. Lazily, Shouter waves Hisashi in, and moves to sit on the sofa, whilst the other prepares to massage and listen to the rant that is about to happen. Hisashi speaks, Shouter, I'm here to listen babe, tell me please so we can help together. And with that, Shouter spills all the beans about Midoriya, and what has happened to the lovable green bean. Hisashi all the while, bless him, rubbed his shoulders gently, offering his calm responses, keeping his anger out and emotion support, all the while giving him a killing massage that no one can beat. Magical man. Both men are righteously angry, Hisashi expressing his anger more than Shouter, but still supporting Shouter in a way no other can. Now with the information gathered, they can start planning correctly and get what Midoriya needs most. Family love. Hisashi rings up Musutafu Police Precinct and asks for adoption papers whilst also asking for the best detective in the force, giving the responder on the phone his name and hero license number. Detective Tsukochi answered the number given by the responder, and Hisashi retold the tale of Midoriya Izuku, a student, and asks if he could perform an investigation into him. The detective readily agrees to investigate. Shouter thinks before he sleeps, Izuku will have the justice he deserves. On the other end of the line, a weary detective sighs. Not expecting such a heavy case to fall on his lap this late in the evening, but he will do it anyway. This child has seen the world too early, and something needs to be done in some way, and is willing to throw his assistance in to help. Coffee drifts into his nose as his door snaps open, showing a tall skinny blonde holding 2 coffees in his hand, trying and failing to wave at him. Naomasa smiles. Toshinori is always pleasant to speak to. Ah, Toshi. Welcome, old friend, please sit. Gesturing to the chair at his desk. The frail man does as he is told whilst handing Naomasa with his coffee, noting the more tired he looked. Hi Naomasa, how have you been? You look extra tired today, Toshi remarked, his gaunt cheek splitting into a small comforting smile. Naomasa replies, I'm fine, just a new case that had arrived just before you entered. It's quite heavy, but I'll do it, but it will take time. Confusion etched onto Toshinori's face as he wondered what kind of case can get his best friend in this kind of mood. Naomasa tells him, child abandonment, severe neglect, physical assault of a minor, illegal quirk usage, quirk discrimination. All owing a child, aged 15. Shock filtered onto Toshinori's face. No wonder, it's a near miracle the kid survived these conditions. You may know him. Toshinori perks up. Izuku Midoriya. You a student? BLD pours from his face. Young Midoriya. He suffered this. My God. Sad silence entered the room unwelcomed. This boy, potential successor for One for All, suffered from all of this, and yet he still wants to be a hero, showing how strong he truly is, not breaking with the weight of the world on his shoulders, like Atlas. One for All roared to life, his voice deep. Young Midoriya is strong and deserves so much better than fate has given him. All Might shouted. Naomasa smiled, talking to him. Yes, he does. Maybe Eraserhead can give him what every child needs, love. With Shouter, he tore through the adoption papers with the speed of All Might. He needs to save this boy, his boy, and by all that is unholy he will. He already had all the legal requirements, a house, stable income, stable job. Now all he needs is Izuku's permission to be adopted. That can wait until after tomorrow after school. By the end of tomorrow, Izuku Midoriya will have Shouter Aizawa and Yamada Hisashi as legal guardians and parents. They'll smother the child with all the love in the world. The cinnamon roll that he is will be given parental love. Tomorrow will be a fresh change for Izuku Midoriya, for better or worse is still in the air. With no sleep, I drag myself out of my bed feeling like death ran me over with a truck. I'm still anxious about yesterday. What will happen now? I wonder as I get dressed for a new day. Red tie still not being tied properly, even messier today than yesterday. Sluggishly, I walk out after changing, grabbing my bag and a flask of coffee to give me strength to make it through today without being tired that much. DMN insomnia. The train ride is normal, the cart being packed with people of all ages, all being quite due to it being morning, and I getting shoved about thanks to my tiredness. The coffee hadn't kicked in yet. After the surprisingly slow ride, I reach U.A.'s gates and yet again the media is still there. I wouldn't put it past them to have camped outside the gates for an interview. I walk into the school, watching as others pass me to get to lessons. One blonde boy practically beaming with a cartoony-looking face faded into the ground scaring everyone until he emerged again, stark naked. Today should be normal, but my gut is telling me something sinister is lurking, and it doesn't seem right, so I put up my defenses, always on alert. Years of vigilantism taught me to always trust my instincts, and they are telling me to be careful, something wicked this way comes. I facepalm. I quoted Macbeth, DMNU present MIC. So far today's been normal, Aizawa giving me an indescribable look, before announcing that we need a class president and vice president for 1A. This caused a chain reaction where all the class exploded in cheers, everyone wanting the position until Ida asked us to vote for our leader. I voted for Yorozu. Her tactful analysis was on point and has a very leaderish vibe. Much to my surprise and chagrin, I was voted for class president, and for the second time I facepalm and hand the role to Yorozu as president and Ida who'll be vice, both accepting the role as I sat down. 5 votes. What the hell were they thinking? At lunch, the vote was brought up. I asked, how was SI voted for? Stuttering the sentence out, before Ida put it out that I had charisma and the ability to be a leader, I turned and told him that he too had the same qualities but lacks the anxiety I have. We sit in silence for a few minutes as we eat. Kasuden for me, the rest had white rice, However, before I could finish, an alarm sounded, screeching about a level 3 security breach and an intruder on the premise. I find myself pressed against the window, looking to the gates, only to see those vultures from before being fended off by Eraserhead and present MIC, with the barrier being destroyed. Ida floats with the assistance of Uraraka to announce that it is just the media, and that there is nothing to panic about. All the while still doing that odd hand gesture he does. Is that his hero name? Engine Hero, Mr. Roboto. Settling down in class for our last lesson, basic hero training once again, we watch as Aizawa walks in, holding a card whilst announcing, "Get ready. We're going to do rescue training today," he demanded whilst holding up a rescue card, before adding on as he walked out, "By the way, you can wear you suits if you like," then completely left us. Outside, we see Aizawa standing idly next to a bus, tapping his foot rapidly, eyes looking around the area like he was searching for something, or someone perhaps. Once we are all out, Aizawa tells us to get on the bus, Ida trying to regain order of the group whilst getting us in order to fill the bus, but the layout is incorrect for Ida's plan. Aboard the bus, everyone is chatting amicable among one another before Tsuyu speaks up, "Hey Midoriya. Ribbit. I find your quirk interesting, like endeavors or something." Ribbit, I feel my eye twitch at being compared to the monster, replying frustratedly, "Please do refrain from comparing me to that burning trash, if you would kindly." Silence filled the bus from the hateful comment about the number 2 hero. Tsuyu speaks again, "My apologies. I see you harbor resentment for him. Why is that, may I ask?" I shrug. It's not too bad. Once upon a time, I was an 11-year-old boy. I start, people lean in. Walking down the street, I see a rugged man bolt past me, just behind Endeavor. The man had no time to prepare, as that villain called a hero punctured the man's heart with a spear of fire. Aghast faces looked at me. The man murdered was a petty thief stealing to feed his daughter, as both were dirt poor and couldn't afford food. He's no hero, he murders, he's vile. That monster shouldn't be a hero. I will change that. You will see. I looked to the back of the bus. Todoroki looked positively joyous at someone hating Endeavor. Maybe he hates the man too, even though he is his father. The man is vile. Aizawa hid a smile in his capture gear, proud at his soon-to-be son, before he spoke up, "Right? We're here. Look sharp," he announced with a monotone voice. Letting us off the bus, we see a large orange dome, with the words USJ placed above a metal door to go into the facility. My guts are screaming at me now, telling me something is wrong here. As we walk in, no one else seems to notice. Aizawa starts speaking, introducing another hero, 13, he believes, but stopped paying attention as soon as he entered, instead playing in favor to keep alert as 13 gave of their speech about quirks and how to rescue with them. As they finished the speech, a pitch-black void with dark purple outlining it appeared in the center of the USJ. This isn't part of training. Aizawa too notices the void, pulling on his goggles, gripping his capture gear tightly, then turns to us, "Everyone evacuate now," he demanded, 13 jumping into action by herding the rest of the students to the door. I press I button on my wrist, causing my suit to change its color. White turned into black, green turned into red, and the flames on my wrist turned crimson. No longer was I Izuku Midoriya, but the Vigilante Crimson Blaze. I pulled out a mask that had been inside my suit, and put it on, as I see everyone being intercepted by the purple smog. Analyzing the person, I realize his quirk is some form of teleportation or warping, but must have a physical body as an anchor for the warping, as not to randomly warp to another location. Reaching with my telekinesis, I find something solid on its neck, the anchor probably, so I yank it towards me. Yellow eyes widen as the whole body is pulled to me, before crushing the thing to the floor, shouting, "Everyone Geo. Now." With that, everyone left but distracted me enough for the warp villain to get away and back to the other main one. Handface is shouting about cheating and how he will kill All Might, but he's not here. It's made creepier with the way he scratches his scared neck, that's already bleeding from previous scratching probably. Shuddering, I make my way to Eraserhead to help him, forming a crimson blade from fire as I make a path to him. These aren't trained, mere thugs and easy to beat, so I had relative ease in reaching Eraser, his eyes severely bloodshot, breathing heavily from fighting a crowd of villains, as he looked to me, shouting, "Crimson Blaze. Midoriya." Demon he caught on fast, the suit maybe. Oh well, I continue to back up 𝐿𝐴ZR as we both decimate the thugs, until it's just Purple Smog, 𝐴ND_job and Birdman. 𝐴ND_job speaks up, so cool. So cool. Both Crimson Blaze and Eraserhead. But where is All Might? I want to kill him and tear society apart. His BLD red eyes gleaming with malevolently. Childish is the first word that came to mind. A child wishing for something, and tantrums when he cannot have it. No matter. Blaze, Eraser, meet 𝐼𝐺. Genetically modified to kill All Might. Whatever the thing was before, it isn't human now, with its brain on show to the world and dull unfocused eyes. Until they became focused as 𝐴ND_job spoke one word, kill. With inhuman speed it took off towards us, barely dodging its clawed fist. I stab my sword through its abdomen, but it heals quickly. Regeneration, super strength and speed. It has more than one quirk, like me. All regeneration quirks have a weakness, however. Cells cannot regenerate if they are destroyed at over 4,000 degrees Celsius. Using my blade, I heat it up to the temperature that is recorded to be the same as the surface of the sun, and as it did, visible heat radiated off it, and I spoke up, it has regeneration. That means carbonized cells won't be able to regenerate at all. Swinging my blade at the beast's abdomen once again, it slices through like butter, and this time doesn't regenerate. Rage-filled scream-filled USJ as 𝐴ND_job shouted that I shouldn't have been able to kill 𝐼𝐺. As they leave, I can hear them shout at each other using their names, Kurogiri and Tomura Shigaraki, leading the new league of villains. Aizawa comes up to me, Crimson Blaze, or should I say Izuku Midoriya. Caught red-handed. Tapping my wrist once again, my suit transforms back into the original colors. You have a lot of explaining to do, problem child. He sounds like a parent who caught their child with their hand in the cookie jar. What gave me away, Moth? Eraser's face morphed into one of displeasure, the obvious curly green hair. He responds, eyeing me suspiciously, left that little detail out, didn't you, Midoriya? Innocently, I shrug, both of us rounding up the knocked-out thugs around us before we turn our heads to look at the door as it announces, have no fear. Why? Because I am here. All Might projected into the USJ, his blue eyes critically scanning the area for villains, only to see Eraser and I cleaning up the center where the crowd was warped in at the beginning. Not long after rounding up the rest of the thugs, both of us are sent to the infirmary to be checked for wounds or injuries. Recovery Girl might not be happy, especially with the way Eraser is limping yet refusing to be helped. Stubborn till the end. We soon reach the infirmary, Recovery Girl waiting inside with a harsh look. Who knew a woman so small can be that scary? One small forehead kiss later, and my remaining energy sapped, I lay on the uncomfortable bed, waiting for my energy to refill enough for me to walk and get home. Waiting is boring, so I fall asleep to regain energy and ward of tiredness. Whilst waiting for Problem Child to awake, Shouter got to work. This is what Midoriya meant when he was helping. He was literally helping people by becoming a vigilante. This whole fiasco is going to give me so much paperwork, and Shouter can already feel the headache forming at the back of his mind. What he needs is a coffee and a manual about being a parent. God knows he doesn't do children well. The old 2A would agree if they were still here to argue. Midoriya needs to be a child for once. If he was a vigilante at night and at school during the day, when did he have time to live as a normal child? But then a normal child doesn't have to work and pay for food or live with a scar given from hateful parents. Toshinori before the USJ was having a cup of tea with Nezu as the creature gave him a lesson on teacher classes and would have remained there until the end of the day, until young Ida burst through the door, telling Toshinori and Nezu about an attack at the USJ, and how Midoriya was left there to defend his class with Aizawa. Randomly, Nezu pulled out a speaker and told all staff to get to the USJ and that there has been an attack. When young Ida had left, Toshinori transformed into All Might and blitzed to the USJ, in hopes to prevent any injuries to a college and student. But when he arrives, what he saw shook him. Both young Midoriya and Aizawa had beaten and restrained a huge crowd, or a small army by themselves and casually arguing with one another. An odd sight indeed. Police soon arrived with the rest of the staff, arresting the thugs whilst getting a statement from both Aizawa and Midoriya about what had happened. Toshinori and Tsukochi looked at the one casualty of the incident, a beast with multiple quirks, modified to beat All Might specifically. Naomasa sipped at the coffee from his cup, looking at the report on the invasion of the USJ. Details not adding up right and conflicting truths paint an unclear picture for him. Putting it aside for now, he took up his side case. Izuku Midoriya is a mystery. His previous schools were easy to crack, they squealed like pigs once they learned his quirk, admitting to the fact that all the students and some staff had indeed bullied Midoriya, bordering abuse on the poor boy. His home life is a bit messier. Some cameras in the apartment catch the boy leaving at random times in the night and coming back later doing what is anyone's guess. A mystery indeed, as was his parents. They vanished off the face of the earth almost 11 years ago, possibly after abandoning Midoriya, leaving no trace of where they had gone, erased from society. He needed more coffee. I wake up slowly, a hand on my shoulder steadying me, Aizawa's eyes looking at me critically as he asks me, "Midoriya, I wanted to ask you if you would like to be adopted by me." With that sentence, the world fades to black. The last thing I see is my new guardian, with a worried look on his face as I collapse to the ground. I didn't have time to answer him. Shouta watched over his newly adopted son. His son. He never thought ever in his life he would have a son, or even a husband until Hisashi crashed into his life during his second year of UA. But here he is now, a husband and now a son. He watched his son sleep soundly in the infirmary, after being thoroughly scolded by Chiyo for startling the poor boy as soon as he had woken up, with paperwork to complete to put the whole USJ incident behind them in front of him. But Shouta had no energy in completing the sheets, more content in watching over his problem child like an eagle. It shouldn't be too long now until Izuku wakes up. He had only fainted from shock according to Chiyo, and Shouta couldn't wait for it as the boy was now part of the Aizawa family now. He can choose to take the surname or leave his own surname. Izuku Aizawa. That has a nice ring to it, Shouta thinks, stepping into his neon yellow sleeping bag to get a juice pack. Meanwhile, in a dark, run-down bar, a silver-haired man smashed and disintegrated everything he touched in a childish tantrum as he shouted, "That demon NPC. He ruined everything." He snarled, turning another glass to dust, much to the chagrin of the mist man looking after the bar. Who the hell does he think he is? Destroying our Nomu like that? I'll kill him. Turn him to ash. He breathed heavily, as he felt his lips become cracked and dry from overuse of his quirk, feeling BLD start leaking from the cracks. Finished, the man sat down as another spoke up, "Tomura Shigaraki, calm yourself, we will have another chance to crush All Might as you said." A deep, gravelly voice came from the black screen that said audio only as it spoke again. "Your chance will come. You are my successor, you will be the new leader of the league. Come now, tell me of the one who defeated Nomu." The voice from the screen radiated authority and power. Shigaraki replied, "That old vigilante, the one that vanished, Crimson Blaze, he was there with a razor head, both decimated the cannon fodder, then Blaze cut down Nomu with a blade of fire saying something like, 'All regeneration quirks have a weakness, cells that are carbonized don't regenerate,' as he sliced the Nomu down." A hum of interest came from the screen. He knew all the Nomus he made had weaknesses. No matter what he did, there will always be a weakness. As a wise scientist once said, "For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. The universe balances itself. No one can stop that." He just had to keep the balance in his favor, not the heroes or the other villain organizations, only his. Over in Japan, another group of villains gather, the Scarlet Wyverns, led by their leader, Red Vermilion, and his wife Heartbreak. Ruthless and cold-blooded, the clan they lead rule with fear. No one dared go against them lest they lose their hearts or have their skin charred black. Both leaders stand in the war room, all occupants looking expectantly at their leaders, as Vermilion rough voice breaks thorough the silence. "How goes the expansion to Musutafu? Our influence must spread in order to gain control over the underworld. We will be the leading organization of villains, and we will tear Japan apart." Cheers echo the room, the goal clear, but one bold general asks, "What about your heir? Have you gained one?" No one dared respond, clear animosity radiating from Heartbreak, who pulls the general towards her. "You dare? The audacity to ask, we will have an heir to the clan, one of great power." She finishes by pulling the general's heart from his chest still beating and crushes it in cold blood as the general's body collapses onto the table, their blood spilling all over it. Clearing her throat, she tells the rest, "Never speak of an heir, there will be one, I promise you that." Before storming out of the room. Heartbreak goes to her training room from the war room, rage filling her veins at the thought of her son. The abomination had no quirk, he was useless to the clan, too kind and with no powers, she will have no weak heirs to take over the clan. They need a strong leader, not a weak, useless one that will destroy everything that she and her husband had created. Once inside her training room, she grabs 2 daggers, her favored weapon, and starts slashing at the training dolls, throwing them 2 at targets, manipulating their direction with her quirk, making sure to hit the vital areas. She is the best assassin in the clan, many villain leaders fell to her blades, and heroes having their hearts ripped out as trophies. If the payment is good, then she is sent to deal with it and does it with the finesse of a dancer and the deadliness of a viper. Her mind fills with memories of her disgraceful son, his disgusting and vile for being quirkless, her daggers twirling around striking the dummies, white-hot fury fueling her longing to wipe out the disgrace, to clean slate and have a worthy heir, but she cannot without a contract, assassins bound by a code which she cannot break even if she wants to so bad. But the quirk placed upon her brings her great pain if the pact is broken. Red Vermilion is no better. He despises his failure of a son. Those things should not exist anymore, they are a dying breed and must be exterminated. He breathes out through his nose, fire leaking from his nostrils due to his quirk flaring with his whirlwind of emotions. He built the clan from dirt and dust, into an empire with him as the leader, making everyone fear their clan, the family that is his clan, and now needs an heir to lead after he retires, an heir that can bring the clan great fortune and raise it into an empire to rule. Releasing his quirk, flames pour out of his mouth like a river, flooding into his training room, and charring a cleaning servant, as they scream in agony from their skin being burned off with the smell of seared flesh filling the room. Once he ran the course of his quirk, he ordered another to get rid of the body, they aren't important anyway. Vermilion is knocked out of his thoughts by his phone vibrating in his pocket. Who is calling? He wondered as he fished his phone from his pocket, the screen saying no caller ID, maybe one of his sergeants. Answering, he placed the phone next to his ear, speaking, "Hello, you've reached Red Vermilion. What is it you are ringing me for?" His voice distant, businesslike. On the other end, the voice of a woman responds, "I am Violet, leader of the Poison Lilies. I want to tell you to get out of my territory, Musutofu is mine." Before Vermilion can rebut the claim, the connection dies. He had a war to win, to destroy the Poison Lilies then take their territories. It won't take long. The Scarlet Wyverns had more manpower and skilled men than any villain organizations. He had spies in many of the other villain organizations that pose a slight threat to him, the biggest being the League, but he knows they cannot win, no matter of the abominations they have in their ranks. He calls his wife, a new contract for her, a leader to kill, blood to spill. "Hello Heartbreak, I have a contract for you, Violet of the Poison Lilies. Eliminate her." After a few minutes, he hears his door slid open, revealing Heartbreak or his wife. They share a passionate kiss, then Heartbreak asks, "Eliminate her, eh? This will be fun." She says innocently or as innocently a MSTR assassin can be. Leaving the base, or what they call the nest, Heartbreak travels for Poison Lily's main base to assassinate the leader. Her motorbike roars to life, revving up and speeding to the enemy's base. Poison Lily's base is nice, a large warehouse, fortified with guards and barred windows, but nothing compared to the nest. She easily breaks in, the security is a mess, and makes her way to where Violet sleeps. Picklocking the door, it creaks open and reveals a dimly lit room, and Violet sat in front of her desk, on the phone to someone apparently, and the call isn't going well from what she can tell from the frantic shouting Violet is doing. Heartbreak unsheathes her daggers which she had sharpened beforehand, and slowly creeped to the villain leader, who is unsuspecting an assassination on her, knives glinting sadistically in the light. By the end of the call, Violet still hadn't noticed Heartbreak, and it is her undoing as Heartbreak wraps the knife in front of Violet's throat before slashing, dyeing the blade crimson. Simple. Easy. With the assassination over, Heartbreak left, The poison lilies will collapse soon due to the lack of a leader and the oppressing force of the scarlet wyverns crushing them. She returned to the nest with ease and admired it. She can never get over the view of the nest. The nest itself is a compound, the main building a large mansion, with 3 stories. Heavily fortified and guarded, with security rivaling that of Tartarus prison. Barred windows, and the windows themselves bulletproof, a quirk-nullifying field surrounding the compound, only allowing those granted with a card which stops the field from affecting them can use their quirks. Next to the mansion is the barracks where some of the less fortunate of the footmen that the Scarlet Wyverns employ can sleep and train. Across from the barracks is the workshop where most of the equipment the clan uses is made, with equipment that is state-of-the-art. Around the entire compound is a wall made of concrete and reinforced with steel in the middle. Appealing, in Heartbreak's opinion. Impregnable by opposing forces, and sits on a hill, so they had the high ground, meaning any battle is over before it begins. As she approaches the gate, she pulls out her ID to open the gates themselves. She passes through, nodding to the guards as she passed, parking in the mansion's garage. Maybe she can watch the a sports festival, to see if the next generation poses a threat to their organization or a potential heir to lead the Scarlet Wyverns. A fleeting thought enters her mind. What if she forced her son to develop a quirk? Jolting, she holds the idea close to her chest. It is rare, but under extreme amounts of pain and stress, a quirkless person can develop a quirk. If she forces her son to develop one, then maybe he can lead the clan after his parents. A sinister smile rips across her face. He will be more powerful than both her and his father, able to crush any foe under his heel, she thinks, imagining a cruel, sinister Izuku burning the world. If she could sway him to her side. As Heartbreak thinks of the future, Izuku wakes up with a cold chill running down his spine, shivering at the feeling. It is dark, evil, and he didn't like it. He glances to his right, seeing Aizawa sleeping soundly in his sleeping bag, slouching over the papers spread across the desk. Amusingly, he had a small amount of drool coming from the corner of his mouth and dripping onto the paper, staining it. Until Izuku read what the paper is about, adoption forms. Oh God, he was being serious. The moth wants to adopt him. He could feel the blood rushing into his face, his ears roaring, eyes widening, heart pounding out of his chest. He could finally have a family again, feel love again. He misses it so much. Izuku didn't even notice the stray tear that rolled sadly down his cheek, until a rough, sandpaper-like hand wiped it away. His eyes focused on it, only to see a wide-awake Aizawa wiping the tear away with his hand. More fell down his face, looking at Aizawa, who looked at him with panic, until he realized that the tears were happy tears and pulled Izuku into a hug, a warm and kind hug, breaking him down more. Aizawa decided to break the sob-filled silence. Welcome back to the land of the living problem child. He said with a smile gracing his face. Izuku, unable to stop himself, I'm your problem child now, moth. Izuku retorted. Aizawa snorted. Call me Shouter now, or Dad, or whatever you want. Izuku. Shouter told, causing even more tears to spill. Where did he keep them all? A question for the ages. Seconds later, the door burst open, revealing a casually dressed present MIC, shouting, "Aoi. You're awake, little listener." He shouted, until Shouter activated his quirk, getting a giggle out of Izuku, before MIC continued, call me Hisashi or Yamada or Papa if you want. I'm Shouter's loving husband. And the one who told him to adopt you. A small blush found its way onto Shouter's face, being called out so easily, and the wide, surprised eyes of Izuku didn't help, as he asked, you're married? To present MIC. Wow, that's not what I was expecting, to be honest. Izuku shouted, exclaimed at the married pair, then realized, oh God. I'm going to be living with 2 pro heroes. My heart can't take this. Clasping his heart dramatically. Shouter face palmed as Hisashi beamed a smile, another drama queen, and it's going to get worse from here, with this pair. Sighing, Shouter, resigned to his fate, said, right. That's enough, we're going pack up. Blunt, irritated, grumpy Shouter is back, we're going home. Home. Izuku has a home now. A family. Not just a house with only him, but a home with his family. No one saw the happy tears in the corner of his eyes as Izuku hopped into Shouter's car, ready to go home and enjoy this new chapter of his life. And for once, he didn't notice the electric blue eyes watching him with interest, or the other students watching him leave with his new family out of the gates of 𝐻𝐸. Izuku wasn't thinking about what may happen tomorrow. All he could think about is what is going to happen tonight, what is going to do with his family. Grasping his chest, hand over his heart, he felt the fire of love placed in there once again, after being extinguished so long ago. Izuku can remember the exact moment he met 𝐻𝐸. It was at the beginning of his vigilante career. It was a foggy winter night, a young 9-year-old Izuku patrolling a bad neighborhood by himself in his self-made costume. It wasn't the best, mind you. Being 9 years old meant he couldn't actually make a proper costume, so he wore a simple black hoodie with a badly stitched-on red fire that sat in the center of his back, baggy parkour breathes, his roughed-up red shoes, and a crimson mask to cover his face. He had gotten his quirk a year prior, but refused to use his parents' quirks, so he was functionally quirkless, but he had faith in his training, and he wanted to help. But he knew most who suffer from crime in this area have no heroes to give them hope, security and peace, as the heroes hunt in the major cities to boost their popularity and egos with money on the side. They are barely any real heroes now, those who want to help, and the media make it seem that those fakes with licenses are heroes, when really, they are glorified celebrities that are paid to take down villains. And that's how Izuku found himself in front of a dark alley, where he found two men, one with a knife and the other cowering against the wall of the alleyway. Izuku hesitated. He had trained, but doubted he could do what he trained, until he noticed the silver glint of the knife in the dulled-out light of the moon. Without thinking, he ran towards the two men, before roundhouse kicking the one with the knife in the chest. The man with the knife was knocked out instantly. A resounding crack could be heard in the alley. He may have broken some ribs with that blow, but whatever, and turned to the other. The other man was shell-shocked. He was being mugged 1 second, then another. The mugger was sprawled on the floor out cold. Izuku offered his hand to help the man, who graciously took it and thanked him profusely for helping him. He found some sturdy rope in the alley and tied up the criminal with it, proceeding to call the police, then vanishing, leaving a tied-up criminal and a very confused man. Izuku was perched on the roof watching them both for a time just in case the criminal escaped, but he didn't, and the police had arrived to collect both men. Knowing that the man was safe, he left to continue his job, the area well saturated with crime to stop. For the rest of the night Izuku stopped crime. They weren't pretty, definitely not a sight for someone so young, but he soldiers through. Better get used to it now, was what Izuku was thinking. It was about his third mugging when he felt an unknown gaze cast upon him, his hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. This stalker was different from the petty thugs he had beaten during the night. That moment will never leave Izuku. Upon a roof, a man was perched, grey scarf and goggles, looking at him with piercing red eyes. Danger! His body shuddered at the man. He was scary. Izuku could barely see him in the night, but he could see black hair and a very rugged beard, if you can call it that, but what finally made him recognizable was the floating hair. This man is Eraserhead. A rather new underground hero, not much known about him or his quirk, but his eyes and hair gave him away. Suddenly, the scarf the hero was wearing floated up, defying gravity, until it rocketed towards Izuku, who had little time to dodge, but he managed to leap to the left, avoiding the grey scarf, but didn't dodge the light kick to his knee. Pain shot through his right leg. Demon, that's harsh, Eraser. But Izuku stood back up, wincing at his leg, trying to limp away from the hero, and to distract him, Izuku announces, "Look. The villain is getting away." That cost Eraserhead as the man looked back to the spot where the mugger was, only to see them knocked out, and a missing vigilante when he looked back. DMN, that was close, Izuku thinks as he sits on a roof away from the underground hero, NSNG his tender right leg from that kick from Eraser. Interested, Izuku tried to shadow Eraser, but failed sadly. The man had too much experience and knew he was being followed and made it his mission to lose the new addition. It wasn't a week later until Izuku encountered Eraserhead again. This time the hero saved his bacon as he found a situation a little too much for the young vigilante to handle, and probably would have died if not for Eraser. It was a drag deal gone wrong, and Izuku was caught in the middle, shot in the left shoulder, BLD pouring from the wound like a river. He was practically defenseless, but Eraser hopped into the fight, subduing the two gangs, before walking over to the vigilante, who had collapsed to the ground, bleeding onto it. 𝐂𝐻𝐻 quickly patched him up using a small first aid kit he kept on his belt, stopping the blood flow and cleaning the wound. With a clear mind, the Vigilante realized two things: one, that he was in debt to 𝐂𝐻𝐻, and two was that he needed to escape. Using the 𝐂𝐻𝐻 hero's momentary distraction, he bolted, his legs carrying him far enough away from the hero. After those first two encounters, both Vigilante and hero kept tabs on one another. 𝐂𝐻𝐻 gave Izuku Detective Tsukochi's number so that he can text the detective about criminals he captured, whilst Izuku demanded 𝐂𝐻𝐻's number from the detective, who relented after countless texts spamming the detective's phone. Nighttime patrols were better with 𝐂𝐻𝐻 watching his back, as both bantered with each other, mostly one-sided from Izuku, whilst 𝐂𝐻𝐻 tried he wasn't really trying to capture him. After several months, Izuku gained a reputation and the media caught on about a new and powerful vigilante roaming at night. Crimson Blaze is what the media called him, and now had many heroes after him due to his popularity in the media, street cameras capturing his movements for the media to show on the news. Izuku would never admit it, but he saw 𝐂𝐻𝐻 as someone he can trust, and that was a thing no other hero had gained, not even All Might. 𝐂𝐻𝐻 saved him and gave him tips on fighting, not properly training him, but making sure he knew how not to die. Most of all, Izuku respected 𝐂𝐻𝐻, he was Izuku's hero. Shaking his head, he notices that the car had stopped outside of a nice, out-of-the-way apartment. It wasn't the kind of place he expected 𝐿𝐻𝐻 to live in, but he surprised him to say the least. The Yamada residence is on the second floor of the apartment complex, which is an amazing contrast to his former dingy apartment. His old one felt cold, desolate and isolated, whereas this one feels like home. It's warm with nice neighbors and he instantly loved it. All three males step out of the car, walking towards their apartment, his family's apartment, his new home. Izuku is practically skipping to his new home. He couldn't wait but reining in his excitement as he bounced behind his new parents. He is far from calling them dad and papa, but he knows he will. In his new home, they awed at the sight. He couldn't help but whisper, "It's amazing," softly rolling out of his mouth as he studied the living room. In the living room is a fluffy grey and black couch in front of a sleek glass coffee table. A large plasma HD TV sat on the wall, just above a small electric fireplace which held pictures of the couple, one of their marriage and first date among others. In the corner, a large cat tower sat, with one old-looking Norwegian forest cat with 12 kittens of the same breed crowding around it perched on top of said tower. The older cat notices Izuku, her eyes gleaming with interest at the newcomer as she hops down from the tower, casually walking up to Izuku, rubbing her head against his leg, purring contently. 𝐿𝐻𝐻 comes up behind him, giving the cat an ear scratch, telling him, "Her name is 𝐿𝐻𝐻, she doesn't really like Hisashi and I, but likes you apparently." Izuku smugly smirk at him. He got his cat's affection before him. He glares half-heartedly, pointing towards each kitten. "You also got Yumi, Norio, Mochi, Echo, Poppy, Yu, Zoom, Daiki, Rio, Kitten, 𝐿𝐻𝐻, and Pumpkin." Izuku facepalms when 𝐿𝐻𝐻 calls out 𝐿𝐻𝐻's name, giving the man a deadpan stare, and 𝐿𝐻𝐻 answers with an amused smile. The kitchen is nothing too special, filled with food to be cooked and the correct cooking utensils. Izuku can't help but giggle at the Hisashi's forbidden area sign that hangs just as you enter the kitchen. "Hisashi can't cook," is what 𝐿𝐻𝐻 mutters, as Izuku leaves the kitchen and heads towards the bedrooms, his bedroom. A short hallway leads to 4 doors, one being the toilet, the rest being bedrooms. He saw on one of the doors it said, Hisashi's and 𝐿𝐻𝐻's room, so he assumed that this room was his guardian's room, so he had a choice of 2 rooms. He picked the room that is opposite to the bathroom, and looks in. Izuku's room is bare, only containing a bed with a bed stand next to it, with the rest of the room being a dull grey. He couldn't wait to decorate. After looking, he hears a knock at the room as 𝐿𝐻𝐻 pops his head into the room, telling him, "Hey Izuku, if you want, we could go and get some stuff for your room." "If you want, of course," 𝐿𝐻𝐻 lead off, but Izuku didn't mind. He nodded excitedly at the man, who laughed at the giddy boy in front of him. This side of Izuku is a side 𝐿𝐻𝐻 has never seen before, but it is welcome to see. It wasn't long before the family arrived at IKEA to get what Izuku wanted to decorate his room. First, he got a warm, comfortable bed. God knows he needs one. The previous one was old, creaky, and falling to pieces, so a new one is good. Second, He got paint to paint those dreary walls, and hero posters to fill those walls, mostly present MIC and very few Eraserhead posters. 𝐒𝐿 also got a desk with a chair, green fairy lights to hang up, a soft rug, a mirror, and some dresses for the new clothes that he is bound to get if the look in 𝐿𝐼's eye is anything to go by. By now, 𝐒𝐿 had gotten all the decor he needs for his room, so 𝐿𝐼 offers to take them back home. 𝐒𝐿 is about to join him till 𝐿𝐼 grabs him and drags him into a mall, while screaming, "You need new clothes, 𝐒𝐿." Resigned to his fate, 𝐒𝐿 lets himself get dragged by 𝐿𝐼 into the mall for clothes. He tried on some ripped jeans that 𝐿𝐼 tossed at him, telling him that they'll look good on me, buying the ones that looked good and fit nicely on me. That was 4 pairs of jeans. He got some underwear and socks, enough to last for a while. He got some hoodies, joggers, jumpers, t-shirts, shoes, and more, all under 𝐿𝐼's careful eye of fashion. He had multiple bags of clothes at the end of the shopping spree, and 𝐒𝐿 got to learn more about 𝐿𝐼, like he is partially deaf, so wears hearing aids and knows sign language. He's also colorblind, which is why he wears those glasses. Overall, the trip is a success, and at the end, 𝐒𝐿 can't help but feel close to his parents. They may not be related by BLD, but by heart they are family. Once they get home, 𝐒𝐿 heads to his room to decorate and make it his own. 4 hours later, 𝐒𝐿 emerges from his room with splatters of paint all over him and looks tired yet happy. With a small, tired wave, 𝐒𝐿 says, "Come look." In a hushed voice, clearly not used to speaking, but he's getting there. As both 𝐿𝐼 and 𝐿𝐼 enter 𝐒𝐿's room, they are astounded by how amazing it looks. The grey walls are covered in white, then the white has carefully splattered of paint on it in all the colors of the rainbow. The bed had been set up, with a metal frame and a cloud-like mattress, and an emerald green quilt. To the left of the bed, against the wall, was the desk and chair for whatever 𝐒𝐿 does on his laptop, and surrounding the desk on the wall are all the posters he bought. Some of heroes like All Might and present MIC, some of his favorite TV shows like The Witcher and Voltron, childlike yet suits him perfectly. The ceiling holds up the green fairy lights up, crossing it in a zigzag pattern. Astonished, 𝐿𝐼 says, "𝐒𝐿, this is amazing. I'm proud, problem child. You went plus ultra." With little enthusiasm, but his eyes show how proud he is of his son, 𝐿𝐼 just nods distractedly, admiring the room. 𝐒𝐿 squeaks, a red blush spreads across his face at the praise, leaning into 𝐿𝐼's hand, which hand made its way to his head, giving him a head pat. The three then went into the living room bouncing with excitement as they gathered on the couch to watch a movie. They argue but eventually decided on Mulan. Halfway through, 𝐒𝐿 dozed off, leaning on 𝐿𝐼's shoulder. Not long after, 𝐿𝐼 followed and then 𝐿𝐼. The family all curl together with the cats, sleeping peacefully, blissfully unaware of what will happen tomorrow. Soft is the first thought that bounces into 𝐒𝐿's mind as he wakes up. Immediately panicking, the bed at his house is old and rough, like sleeping on a rock, before recognizing his new room and begins to calm his erratic heartbeat. For once in an ungodly amount of time, 𝐒� feels well rested and not tired beyond belief, stretching out much like a kitten after a nap. Removing his fluffy quilt, he quickly changes into his uniform and bounces to the kitchen, only to be met with the sight of 𝐿𝐼 sleeping with his head on the table, the cats crawling all over him. 𝐒� taps 𝐿𝐼's shoulder lightly so that he can wake up to get to school on time. He merely grunts and looks at him with a deadpan glare, and 𝐒� just shrugged innocently at the man, moving around him to get some water and toast. With a slice of toast hanging in his mouth, he rushes out the door and jogs to 𝐿𝐼, taking large bits of his toast as he jogs lightly up the streets leading to 𝐿𝐼, and with one last bit he finishes his toast before he continued jogging, or he would have, if he did not bump into someone. Said someone was no other than 𝐿𝐼. Todoroki hadn't had the best morning. He was rudely awakened from his slumber by the burning trash that is his father, demanding that he gets up for his training today. An hour passed, and 𝐿𝐼 emerged from the training room burnt and bruised from his training, torture limping towards a first aid kit to patch himself up, a vital skill most of the people living in the Todoroki household learn at an early age, wrapping his wounds with bandages and putting burn cream on his, well, burns. After his training fiasco, he leaves his house, not home, that place isn't home, not for 𝐿𝐼 anyway, and begins to make his way to 𝐿𝐼. He can't help but think of the green-haired boy from the bus to the USJ the other day. 𝐿𝐼𝐼's mind focuses on the way the boy spoke of his father, the animosity that oozed from his eyes, his body tense and shaking with anger, and 𝐿𝐼𝐼 can't help but agree, and he made some amazing points about Endeavor being a villain more than a hero. He's snapped out of his musing by the very one he was thinking about. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 straightens his back to look at Todoroki, before offering his hand to shake, then stopping mid-gesture at the look in Todoroki's eyes. They are the same as the ones he had when he developed his quirk. Disgust, hatred and pain all pass through his eyes, a cold glare on an impassive mask to hide the sweltering emotions bubbling below. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 should know, he felt the same, and the way Todoroki carries himself all scream that something is terribly wrong. Plastering on a smile, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 introduces himself, 𝐻LO you must be Todoroki. Politely bowing at the end, then straightening back out observing Todoroki closely. His heterochromia, his chiseled jawline, his toned body. Shaking his head, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 blushes madly at his thoughts. He can't help himself in front of hot boys like Todoroki, all making him feel warm inside. Todoroki replied, yes. I am 𝐿𝐼𝐼 Todoroki. You must be 𝐒𝐿𝐼 Midoriya. A pleasure. 𝐿𝐼𝐼 means it. He subtly looked at Midoriya, gazing at his feature, a godlike body, a scar on his right side, his 6 feet 1 inch height. The boy had caught his eyes when he first entered the classroom, a mystery to be sure, and the scars that litter his body make him even more so. That look in those emerald eyes catch him off guard. It wasn't pity, admiration or respect, it was understanding, like he knew what had happened to 𝐿𝐼𝐼, maybe he too had been abused, that would explain the scar maybe. Then the nagging voice of Endeavor echoes in his mind, you aren't there to make friends, and he tries to block it out, but it gets louder and louder, so he shuts down, making his face impassive and cold to the world. Awkward silence fills the air. Neither boy speaking, one casting the other a cold stare, the other looking away embarrassed with his staring. Todoroki coughs into his fist, telling 𝐒𝐿𝐼, if we don't leave now, we will be late. In a monotone voice, unwavering and bitter, as if he had shut down from the world. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 knew that all too well, happened every time he thought of his 𝐵𝐼𝐼 parents when he was younger. Now he could control it, with time and healing of course, but he bets Todoroki has neither, and he had to deal with this alone, but not anymore if 𝐒𝐿𝐼 can help it. After all, no true hero would leave someone who needs help. As 𝐒𝐿𝐼 walks to you. He feels Todoroki looking at him, not in the Bakugo used to look at me, more like he was checking me out. 𝐿𝐼𝐼 couldn't take his eyes of Midoriya. He was walking in front of him, meaning 𝐿𝐼𝐼 had the best view of his butt, which popped out in those trousers. What a way to start the day at you. Speaking of you. They arrived not long after, walking through the gates with their ids out in silence, and 𝐿𝐼𝐼 was still walking behind Midoriya, just to keep looking at his butt, which bounced as he walked, by the way. Not long after entering, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 finds himself sat in the classroom, waiting for 𝐿𝐼𝐼, or Aizawa in school, to show up, and speak of the devil and he shall appear, as the sayings go. 𝐿𝐼𝐼 strolls into the classroom about 5 minutes late, clearing his throat. He spoke, I have an announcement. The fight is not over from the USJ. In 2 weeks, you will hold the sports festival. Train hard. Before he collapsed into his sleeping bag, probably sleeping, but no one knows. Silence devolved into chaos at the announcement, the sports festival at U.A. is major. It is basically a replacement for the Olympics that happened so long ago. With homeroom over, we head to lessons, the halls buzzing with activity with the sports festival up and coming. At lunch, Ida, Uraraka, and I sit down at a table to discuss the festival, Uraraka becoming more intense as she says she'll win, punching the air with confidence. Lunch ends and lessons continue onwards. Maths, English, science, quirk history, all that jazz, and with the spirits high with anticipation, no one could keep their jitters. As we prepare to leave last PRD to go home, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 and the rest of his class come face to face with some of the other classes in the first year. They all look at Class A with jealousy and envy, then all part like the Red Sea as a boy with gravity-defying hair steps forward. This is the mighty heroics course. Not much really. His eye bags near black with sleep deprivation, his voice filled with bitterness and resentment. I am here to declare war on the heroics department. Then strutted off like a cat, an insomniac-ridden cat. Bakugo was making the entire situation worse by shouting at everyone, calling them weak and worthless, such a Bakugo thing to do. Izuku shakes his head. Unnecessary really, he thinks, the other will be our allies when we go pro. Calling them worthless guarantees that you will be left. The other classes shout after Bakugo's raving and purple hair kid's declaration of war. Well then, go beyond. As Dad so lovingly puts it. Declarations of war aside, Izuku leaves UA to train. He has 2 weeks until the sport festival, and he needs to be in tip-top shape for it. School had been put on hold to give students a time to prepare for the festival. He needs to clear his head and be focused on becoming better. He needs his upgrade himself. Focusing solely on training, he misses the blonde in front of him as he mutters incomprehensible plans as a dark aura surround him, thinking HD on his plans for the 2-week break. He needs to rise to the top, show the world his light, his hope, and the sport festival is the best way to start that. His muttering is halted when he crashes into someone again, this time though it's that lanky blonde skeleton that was watching him when he was cleaning Dagobah Beach. Izuku's eyes widen, the man offers a kind smile, holding out his hand of a handshake, as he introduces himself. Hello there young. He breaks off, and Izuku mutters, Midoriya under his breath and Blondie continues, well then. Hello there young Midoriya. It is nice to finally speak to you. My name is Toshinori Yagi, personal assistant to All Might. He iterated, throwing his arms out to the side of him. Izuku's mouth gapes. This gangly man was All Might's assistant. Had he known that, he would have actually spoken to the man instead of running away. Izuku was always one to believe in the stranger danger rule. Izuku shakes both his head and the man's hand, snapping out of his mind and looking into Yagi's eyes, which seem to glow electric blue, and Izuku swears he knows those eyes from somewhere but he can't place his thought on it. He notices that the man slumps down on his left side, like he's missing his left side, and how he has a little BLD seeping from his mouth. How odd. Toshinori wasn't planning on bumping into young Midoriya, but he had while said boy was muttering a storm, something about the sports festival. There is something about the boy that Toshinori can't place. He feels a sort of pull that no one else has, not attraction, gods no, but a sort of bond that he feels with the boy. He also feels very protective of the boy ever since the chat with Naomisa. He had seen the dark side of the world yet still wants to be a hero, and that's admirable. After the whole USJ incident, Toshinori had decided to make the boy the successor of One for All, and hopefully he accepts the request to carry the torch and finish what all holders of One for All started. One for All also acted weird around young Midoriya. It tugs, pulls, and attracts towards him when he gets close to him. Even now when young Midoriya bumped into him, he felt One for All jump up, almost causing Toshinori to burst into his muscled form. It's like One for All is telling Toshinori to pass it on to young Midoriya. He could feel BLD push up into his throat, the strain of One for All on his body taking its toll like wildfire, uncontrolled and too powerful. Toshinori sees young Midoriya eyeing him critically, so he talks, yes, I am All Might's assistant, and he wanted me to speak to you for a while. When I told him about you cleaning that beach, he took an interest. So he sent me to give you an offer for me to train you in his place. I am certified to train people, just so you know. Izuku is torn in between believing the man and not believing him. A lifetime of trust issues don't disappear in one night after all. However, the man seems genuine and calm, and the man appears familiar in an odd way, like a dream you just can't remember. Electric blue eyes bore into Izuku's with a knowing look, as the giant man said, my boy, you can trust me, if not look at this. As he pulled out his wallet, with it a card saying Toshinori Yagi, All Might's assistant. Izuku puts up one finger as he retrieves his phone from his pocket, texting Shouter about one Mr. Yagi, who responds with how I know him and yes, he is trustworthy. The texts go back and forth with Shouter worrying about him and finds it endearing to finally have someone to dote on him. Eventually, both say their goodbyes, and Izuku returns to the living world to see Yagi stood in front of him with his hands in his pockets, whistling suspiciously, until he and Yagi start to talk about the training that Izuku will do. Izuku had a thick binder detailing his training regime, all from food to eat to his sleep schedule. Now it's time to go plus ultra. And Izuku did just that. Spanning over the next 2 weeks leading up to the sports festival, 𝐒𝐿 trained with gusto to prepare him for the battles ahead. He actually had a gym pass too thanks to 𝐿𝐿, so training was much easier than before with proper equipment instead of scrap metal. Mr. Yagi also helped with training, giving 𝐒𝐿 advice on how to train both his body and his quirk. Yagi would also vanish into thin air sometimes, then return a few minutes later, breathing heavily with blood coming out of his mouth. 𝐒𝐿 had questioned his mentor, but Yagi just waved it off, deflecting the topic elsewhere. In another city, Tomura Shigaraki sat at a bar with Kurogiri discussing upcoming plans until a voice-only screen crackled to life. "Tomura, I believe you should watch the sports festival. It would be in your best interest to scout out your future adversaries and their weaknesses," spoke the cold, commanding voice from the screen before it snapped off again. Tomura grabs the remote from Kurogiri, who had handed it to him, and sways on the TV hanging on the wall. He wished he could crash the festival, however that would be suicidal with the beefed-up security there, so he would watch in the safe of his base. Waiting for the show to begin, he mutters, "I will end this cursed society," then throwing a knife at a torn-up poster of All Might. In a waiting room, most of Class A stood nervous. Today is the sports festival and all had been training hard for it. As 𝐒𝐿 finished getting ready, he heard footsteps from the door, which promptly thudded open, revealing Todoroki in all his cold glory. Without mercy, he gave 𝐒𝐿 an icy glare, telling him, speaking in terms of power, "We are equal. But know this, I will win this." Straight to the point, 𝐒𝐿 thinks, then responds, "That may be so, however you can't win without your fire." Todoroki simply glares at the green-haired boy, then leaving as they were called to the stadium. Even from the tunnel, 𝐒𝐿 could hear the roar of the crowds, the bangs of fireworks and the nervous chants of his classmates as they made their way into the stadium. 𝐒𝐿 grumbled as he heard President MIC announce, "Welcome mass media to the a sports festival. Hope you'll enjoy the show." He blares from the box, "Please welcome our participants, the survivors of the USJ, Class A Heroics, followed by Class B Heroics. Then we have the General Studies classes C, D, and E. Then support classes F, G, and H. And then finally business classes I, J, and K, who have also decided to not participate." As President MIC bursts out the classes involved, they enter the stadium followed by the cheers of the crowd until all the classes gather next to a wooden stage. Our judge in this sports festival will be the 18-plus heroine Midnight. And Midnight walks onto the stage, cracking her WHP towards the students. 𝐒𝐿 can hear mostly males mutter under their breath about something. Once again, Midnight cracks her WHP, gaining everyone's attention, shouting, "And now for our student representative, 𝐒𝐿 Midoriya." 𝐒𝐿 feels the blood drain from his face. From the spectator's booth, he heard two hands face-palm, probably both 𝐿𝐿 and Hisashi, realizing they forgot to tell 𝐒𝐿 about having to do a speech. Precariously, 𝐒𝐿 makes his way onto the stage, Midnight giving him a positive thumbs up, then he looks towards the crowd and feels his throat clog up as he feels a cold sweat start to form on his brow. His ears ring as he feels his breath quicken. How can he speak in a crowd like this? He stands in front of the microphone with his thoughts buzzing around at 1,000,000 miles per hour. He may have been getting better at speaking in general, but this was far too much too fast for the poor anxiety-ridden boy. Clearing his throat, 𝐒𝐿 speaks, "I pledge ye to do my BB best, YUS should do to ye same. PP plus ultra," he shouted at the end. One round of applause came from the booth as 𝐿𝐿 spoke, "Well done 𝐒𝐿. You heard him, plus ultra." Encouraged, everyone else joined in with the chant. Many are confused though as to why 𝐿𝐿 and 𝐒𝐿 are on a first-name basis. 𝐒𝐿 walks off stage and Midnight returns to the microphone with a game wheel with events on. She spins it and it lands on. Midnight wears a sadistic smirk as President MIC announces the first event. Here you have it, little listeners. An obstacle course. A 5-kilometer race from the stadium and back. There will be obstacle to block the forerunners. Continue Midnight. With MIC finishing, our rated heroine cracked her WHP, ordering us to line up whilst muttering something about a BLD bath. As he lined up, he couldn't shake the glares that aimed at him, maybe from Bakugo or someone from another course. 𝐒𝐿 shakes his head, no time to think on it, and refocuses on the countdown, 3, 2, 1, 𝐿𝐴𝐴𝐵. At the front, 𝐿𝐴𝐵 flooded the ground with ice, trapping the unprepared students like those from general education with it. Gracefully, he skated across the ice with practiced ease, present MIC announcing him in first place, and with Bakugo in second and Yorozu in third. His mind filled with the buzz of a fight as MIC blared out the second obstacle, Robo Inferno. And as soon as he did, large robots burst from the ground. They were at least 10 stories high with a 0 painted on the chest plate. Huffing, 𝐿𝐴𝐵 poured his mother's power into the ground, gliding until he released it, causing a massive glacier to strike the robot and freeze the monstrosity in place. As soon as it froze, he saw a green blur speed past him, too fast to catch up and causing him to lose his position as first place. Back in the stadium, Izuku hadn't moved from his position with his eyes closed close to sleeping. Confused murmurs came from the audience, who quietly questioned what the boy was doing. He had to be powerful, right? He did get first place in the exam. Suddenly, his eyes opened, intense and ready to win. He put his arms out before pulling himself forward at immeasurable speeds, looking like a green blur to many. Izuku himself saw the course and pulled harder, surpassing Todoroki instantly, taking first place. Present MIC was losing his mind at the sudden turn of events, shouting that Izuku was now in first place. Smiling, Izuku came upon the third obstacle, the drop, or a massive split in the ground with platforms leading to the other side, and with the same method he used before, he pulled himself to the other side and continued onwards. The final obstacle was the hardest for Izuku, a minefield. He knew it would be dangerous for him if the sign said anything. He wanted to give the other a chance. He isn't cruel, so he cuts his quirk off and goes on feet, stepping carefully in between the mounds hiding the explosives. 𝐿𝐴𝐵 couldn't believe his eyes. He knew his son was fast, but meditating for a good 5 minutes then taking first place with little effort shows how experienced his son is. He led them into a false sense of security, then instantly taking his place when they had gotten complacent. Smart kid. He offers his insight into what happened, and Hisashi looked towards 𝐿𝐴𝐵 with a proud smirk, which he replicated, both proud of their son knowing he'll win now. Most had probably underestimated him from his speech. Getting over selective mutism is HOD on the kid. His anxiety probably made it much worse. 𝐿𝐴𝐵's so proud. But now he has a job to do, tying a gold headband around his head. Izuku, taking his sweet time, made it back to the stadium, jogging into the place with a bright smile on his face. He'd won the first event, now on to the rest. Minutes drag as the rest of the runners enter the stadium, Todoroki giving Izuku an icy glare, probably due to him taking first place. Midnight once again comes back to a stage with the wheel as she pulls a lever to spin it, and our second event will be Hunt. The wheel on the stage had landed on a wolf head snarling. Midnight explained, the aim of the game is to find people that have been hidden in a 6 kilometers area around the stadium. They will have different colored headbands on, which will correspond to the amounts of points: red 15 points, blue 45 points, purple 135 points, pink 405 points, and a single golden headband worth 10,000 points, however, will be the hardest to find. At the end of the 15 minutes, points will be counted and those who have the most points. Have fun. After she finished, everyone noticed the sharp look of amusement in her eyes, and a collective shiver moved down the backs of those participating. Izuku noticed 𝐿𝐴𝐵's lack of commentating in the box, only Hisashi's obnoxiously loud voice and no deadpan tone. Then he realized. A stealth event, with 𝐿𝐴𝐵 missing. Eraserhead, MSTR of stealth missing from the box. He will be the one with the gold band. To his left, he saw Yorozu realize the same thing, as mounting horror made its way onto her face. This'll be a challenge then, thought Izuku. Experience will be the main factor in this event, and both Izuku and 𝐿𝐴𝐵 had that, maybe Todoroki, possibly Yorozu, but no one else will be able to find that gold. If Izuku's vigilante career told him anything, Eraserhead when serious is nothing to scoff at. He's ruthless and determined, and this event plays to all of his strengths. Snipe's gun went off, signaling the massacre that will be this round. If what he thinks is going to happen, only 16 will get through out of right of the bat. The other contestants leave the arena, and then echoes of screams come right back into the stadium. 𝐿𝐴𝐵 was having a blast. The event is Hunt, something that is rarely found in the sports festival rota because of 𝐬𝐻𝐻 or Eraserhead now. The other headband holders were sidekicks to make it a little bit fairer to the contestants. The hunt goes both ways after all. Grinning creepily, he readies his capture gear as some the prey. Oh wait, contestants, come within close to him, getting captured and shriek at the top of their lungs at the unknown attacker or Eraserhead grinning at them with a terrifying grin. He knows the only one that has a chance of getting the band would be Izuku. 𝐬𝐻𝐻 isn't the known as the MSTR of stealth for nothing. In the corner of his eye, he sees a lilac-haired boy, running around with 3 others carrying him like a king of some sort. Said servants had blank faces and washed-out eyes as they carried their purple-haired leader. Distracted, he steps on a twig, but thankfully doesn't garner the attention of the boy, but does another which he didn't want. Izuku. On the top of the stadium walls, Izuku sat with his legs crossed as he used his telekinetic powers to draw sound waves towards him, listening out for 𝐬𝐻𝐻, and he had to admit the man was damn good at this. It took a good 8 minutes until he located his target, as 𝐬𝐻𝐻 stood on a twig as the sound is drawn to Izuku, and without a second thought he catapulted towards his target, which he suspects knows about Izuku's approach by now. A blur of black hops from tree to tree and Izuku knows who it is, swiftly swooping down to claim the headband from the man, who looks in surprise at Izuku, who just hops off before erasure can be activated. Izuku notices Hisashi had been quiet this match as it was a stealth event, so he did little commentating, instead choose to watch with the audience. Izuku dodges the rest of the contestants. Some had gathered enough points to pass for the rest of the game. 7 minutes of hide and seek later, the remaining people returned. Only about 21 returned, half had been lost from them being captured. Hisashi spurs into action, and in first place we have Izuku Midoriya once again. The boy has shown excellent intelligence gathering skills as well as capture skills. In second we have Momo Yorozu with her creative making of a spy kit. Third we have Shouto Todoroki with overwhelming force. Fourth we have Katsuki Bakugo who showed extreme combat abilities. Fifth we have Hitoshi Shinsu with his servants. Izuku only hears the top 5, the rest are shown on a scoreboard, earning a spot in the final event of the festival, a battle. After the second event, the remaining people in the festival go for a break as 𝐶𝐿mentos sets up the stage for the last event. Izuku is about to enter the mess hall, until Todoroki grabs his arm and pulls him to the staff exit of the arena, not talking at all. Both sit in a tense silence, as their eyes roam one another, studying the body language and features of the other. Izuku's attention is returned to Todoroki as he speaks. You are strong, I'll hand you that. But I am stronger. I will beat you with my mother's power, not my father's. That I pledge. Turning away to leave or would've if Izuku didn't speak up. That's your first mistake, to Odora 𝐾𝐼WWLUN notice it. Izuku mumbles at Todoroki before leaving the boy confused. In Tokyo, the heads of the Scarlet Wyverns watch the festival with interest. These trainees will be enemies that will be the clan will be faced with in the future, so better learn how to crush them with ease. Hisashi watched as the classes were announced to the world. They looked interesting, especially the blonde. He looks like he could fit in here. Both froze however, when they heard the student representative get called up, a name they haven't heard in years, Izuku Midoriya. He stutters through his small pledge, but both can't help but look at the similarities. Their son was in 𝐴, a quirkless nobody had made it into 𝐴, and the fact alone shocked them to the core. They watched like vultures as the first event started, and Izuku stood there until he flung off to win the first and second event with a form of telekinesis, shell-shocked that their son had a quirk, an extremely powerful quirk. Hisashi couldn't help but near salivate over his son's raw power. A worthy heir to carry the Scarlet Wyverns is the only thought that he has. 𝐭 is no better. He had her quirk but powered up beyond belief, an upgrade of her basically. If only he had If father's quirk too, then he would be unstoppable. As the festival goes for a break, the door bursts open, showing the generals of the Wyverns breathing like they had run a marathon, as they all exclaimed at once, "You have a son." Hisashi and 𝐭 both look at one another. This wasn't supposed to happen, but they can deal with it. Now they had an heir that they need to acquire and train for his rightful place. His power will bring the Red Wyverns to become the most powerful organization in Japan. Diabolical smirks plaster onto their faces as Hisoshi says, "Yes. We have a son, an heir to carry the Scarlet Wyverns. His power will make the Scarlet Wyverns the most powerful villain organization in the world." He laughs, evil and cold, sending shivers down their spines as they plot to get their son back by any means necessary. Back at the festival, the 16 remaining make their way to a waiting room that has a scoreboard on it, telling them who they will be battling. Izuku feels a chill go down his spine. What was that? He wonders before looking back to the board. The battles are 1. Izuku Midoriya vs Ibara Shiozaki 2, Denki Kaminari vs Hitoshi Shinsu 3, Momoyorozu vs Soto Rikido 4, Ahiro Kirishima vs Tetsutetsu 5, Mina Ashido vs Ida Tenya 6, Shouto Todoroki vs Zero Hunter 7, Koji Kuda vs Fumikage Tokomi 8, Katsuki Bakugu vs Mizo Shoji. Time for the first battle. This is where the fun begins, Izuku thought as he prepared for his first match. His mind wanders to his opponent, Ibara Shiozaki, a fellow greenhead, but the hair itself are vines, unlike Izuku's natural color of forest green. The matchup is in favor of Izuku. His fire can torch the vines that make up his enemy's hair, however he doesn't know her fighting style or how good she actually is at hand-to-hand combat. He himself is a near MSTR at many styles of close combat. He's knocked out of his mind by Hisashi blaring out, "Can Izuku Midoriya and Ibara Shiozaki come to the arena please?" Hisashi's voice bubbly and light as Izuku makes his way to the arena. He enters the arena, covering his eyes from the sudden light, as 4 fires blaze in a style reminiscent to the old Olympics torch. Then he moves to the stage that had been built during the short break between the matches, and climbs up the stairs. As he reaches the top, he sees the vine-haired girl mirror him until both face each other. Said girl was holding a Catholic cross and appeared to be praying. Midnight comes onto a smaller wooden stage with her WHP in one hand and the other being held up over her head as she tells us the rules. Alright. Opponents are allowed to use their quirks. However, no maiming or killing, which will be dealt with the full extent of the law. She cracks her WHP, now. The first to be knocked out of bounds or knocked unconscious will be disqualified and the other will continue. Midnight likes her lips seductively, before pulling a page from Ida's page and chops the air shouting, "Begin." Instantly, both parties charge at each other, Shiozaki moving her arms out, and the vines follow her movement speeding towards Izuku, who skids to a stop. Quickly, the vines encompass Izuku, gaining shocked gasps from the audience, and waits for Midnight to start counting down. 5, 4, 3, TWO, ONIN. And as she reaches 1, Izuku pushes out his fire, verdant flames charring the vines, rendering the poor girl completely bald. Mortified, Shiozaki runs to and tries to punch Izuku but is blocked and he jabs back, knocking her out. Silence rang out in the audience before it burst out in thunderous applause for the boy. Hisashi drinking in the attention announces, and with that intense display of firepower, Izuku Midoriya moves on to the next round of the battle event. Obliviously, the audience missed the pride in the man's voice, and no one could see 2 proud dads in the booth, grinning wide at the victory their son had attained. Said son was red-faced with all the attention on him, and Izuku could practically feel Hisashi's proudness from his spot in the stadium, soon leaving back to the changing room to prepare for the next match. He left his room, making his way to the spectators' booth for 1A. He soon reaches it and pushes the door open. Silently, he enters the booth and sees his classmates which had varying emotions on their faces, or one a void of emotion on their face. He clears his throat, garnering the attention of the class who flinch at him, before charging at him and piling on top of him congratulating him. Izuku blushes bright red, he's not used to so much attention on him. Yes, he is an ex-vigilante. Yes, he is 6'2". Yes, he can lift over 500 kilograms. No, he cannot handle crowds. He nods and rubs the back of his neck, a nervous tic he could never get rid of, before he sits down and readies himself for the next match. Izuku listens to his adoptive dad listen to the next victims. Oh wait, contestants, next we have a match between Denki Kaminari vs Hitoshi Shinsu. Both boys enter the same way Izuku and Shiozaki did. Midnight cut down her speech to get the matches done faster. The audience are vicious and want BLD apparently. As she cracks her WHP, Shinsu starts talking to Kaminari, who responds with an indignant look on his face. Kaminari's face then becomes carefully blank, his eyes glaze over becoming a distant gray. Shinsu says something once again, or more like commands, then Kaminari starts to move out of bounds. It didn't last long, and 𝐿𝐴 speaks up, "This is why the UA entrance exams are unfair. Hitoshi Shinsu's quirk is a mental quirk and cannot affect the robots that UA uses. It is biased towards those with physical quirks." Izuku looks to the booth. 𝐿𝐴 had been noticeably silent during most of the festival, sometimes giving a snide comment or actually commentating on the festival, nothing else. Then it clicks, 𝐿𝐴 wants to take him on as his personal student. Izuku leans back, glancing at his classmates who look both in bewilderment and awe at the boy who defeated a Hero Corps student. They underestimated him, and it serves them right. Once Kaminari returns, the rest of the class just pat him on the back, offering him sympathy, and he returns it with a shaky grin. Izuku moves his eyes back to the field, waiting for the next match. "Can Momo Yorozu and Soto Rikido make their way to stadium, please?" Hisashi asks through the intercom, then announces their match. Izuku can predict who will win this. Although Rikido has a powerful quirk, he has nothing on Yorozu. Her intellect and power are a cut above the rest, so Izuku knows she has this one. As soon as the match starts, Rikido chugs down sugar, buffing him up, but you can see the effect as a bit of drool drips down out of his mouth. Yorozu shouts at him insults, causing him to charge to her, and she swiftly dodges the boy as he flies out of bounds. Midnight calls the match and both contestants leave. Hisashi calls out, "A hero Kirishima and Tetsu enter the arena." Steel vs. Rock, the same quirk in different formats. Endurance is key, Izuku notes as they enter. Kirishima's match begins and it is a slugfest. Both brawlers whack each other around, trading blows, and the audience love it. Until they don't, as it drags for over 10 minutes. At the 10-minute mark, the both of them pass out from quirk exhaustion and are dragged off by Medibots towards Recovery Girl's temporary medic ward. In the end, the match is decided by a game of arm wrestle in which Kirishima wins, advancing him to the next round. The next round was a match of style. Ashido was giddy and excitable as she glided around the stage on her acid, dancing around Amar whilst throwing weak acid towards his naval laser. Amar fired his laser towards Ashido, sparkling blue bolted forward, then it shimmered out as he keeled over, holding his stomach tight. Using this, Ashido threw acid at his belt, causing it to melt, before she tossed him out of bounds over her shoulder. People clapped at Ashido's skills and tactics, as well as her dance moves. After Ashido's match, Todoroki and Zero's match was over before it began. Izuku could see the animosity in his eyes as he entered and the frost covering his right side. As soon as the match had been called, it ended. With a massive glacier that engulfed half of the stadium, and trapping poor Zero with it as it stuck outside of the stadium for the heroes surround the stadium to see. Midnight finished the match shivering wildly due to the layer of frost on her body, Todoroki making his way to his frozen opponent and started to melt the ice with his left side, purposefully looking towards 1A stands, sending them muttering about the intimidation, but Izuku can see the deep sadness in those eyes and the same eyes he once saw in himself. Now it didn't matter to win the festival now, all that mattered is helping Todoroki to overcome his barriers to his power. Hisashi can't help but smirk evilly. His son had both his and 𝐒𝐭𝐴's quirks, and with them he can destroy all that stand in his way and lead the Crimson Wyverns into a ruling force over Japan. He notices the boy has a scar on his right side of his face, a burn in the vague shape of a hand, faded well, meaning it's old. This boy is a powerhouse, trained well with boy quirked and quirkless combat, and his quirk is magnificent, just as powerful as the boy. He is a worthy successor to the Crimson Wyverns. Now it's just a game of patience so that Hisashi can change the boy from the path of a hero to the path of a villain. Rubbing his hands, he starts to plan out an operation to get his son back to him without the heroes being alerted. Behind a screen in a bar, a suited man sat in a chair, his head resting on his chin, watching the festival. His face blended into a mass of flesh, and a mask to help with his breathing, but a smile stretched on his face. Izuku Midoriya, an interesting specimen indeed, the man thinks. He notices the look in the boy's eyes, sending into the past to his frail younger brother who had the exact same look when he faced the masked man for the last time with that DMN quirk that's caused him so many problems. No lightning, so he doesn't carry the quirk, not yet at least, but if the boy does, then his downfall is imminent end. Perhaps this will end that endless CYCL that has gone on for generations, and if he is to be honest, he feels like his time is coming. Now all there is to do is wait. Todoroki's match left the audience reeling, thirsty for more. The next round was another fast one due to the lack of animals for Kuda to control. Izuku watches Tokoyami release Dark Shadow, commanding the creature of darkness to knock Kuda out of bounds. It listens, picking up the poor boy who is quivering in fear, then drops him out of the field's bound. The audience clap, but not very enthusiastic due to the lack of power the last round had. Izuku knows the next match will satisfy the spectators. Bakugo vs Shoji will be interesting, firepower against brute force, fury versus calm. Opposites of one another. Izuku hears Hisashi call the two of them to the stadium, and the midnight begins the match. Bakugo flies at Shoji, who predicts this and grabs the boy with his immense strength, then flings him back like an explosive ragdoll. 𝐒𝐿odo boy stops mid-air using his explosions and snarls like a wild wolf, firing. Of more explosives at the 6 arms boy. They are blocked by 3 of the boy's arms, the other 3 curling up and moving to punch Bakugo, but it misses him when he used his explosions to maneuver in the air to dodge and sends yet another explosion towards Shoji's masked face. He skids back, tittering on the edge before he's knocked with another explosion to his face. Now that Shoji was out, Bakugo is announced as the winner, and moved on to the next round. After the first round of battles, Hisashi calls for a short break to let the ones who advanced get some rest for the rest of the battles to come. As Izuku leaves the stands to get something to eat from the cafeteria, his arm is gripped as he gets dragged in the opposite direction by Todoroki. Neither notices that Bakugo had seen them leave and follows them as they enter an abandoned corridor and look each other in the eyes for a bit. The tension, it's definitely SXL palpable between the scarred boys. Thick silence before Todoroki breaks it. Your power, it reminds me of my father's, he starts. I have a question, are you my father's secret love child or something? He finishes his question, looking directly into Izuku's eyes, somehow convinced that his theory is true. Izuku doesn't know how to respond to that, and blabbers out. And no, not that I believe anyway. Izuku looks away, his parents are still a sore topic to him, he's about to speak up but Todoroki beats him. Anyway, I know All Might has his eyes on you. He states, and Izuku raises his eyebrow, he does. Izuku thinks, Todoroki continues, I have a duty to beat All Might, and you by extension if you are related somehow. Todoroki looks to his hands, before one covers his scar. Midoriya. Do you know what quirk marriages are? Izuku shakes his head yes, they are an old concept brought up when quirks first came about. My father had practically bought my mother from her family to produce a perfect successor with the perfect quirk to beat All Might, which he himself could not do. Pain flashes across his face, it took 3 tries to get the perfect one, me, and train me from my quirk first coming through. His abuse extended throughout my house, to my siblings and mother. He drags his hand from his face. One day, her mind broke from the abuse, then proceeded to pour boiling water onto my face while saying your left side is unsightly, my left side is a burden, it broke my mother, and I swear to never use it. Todoroki stares into the distance, his power brought only pain, so I will use only my mother's power to become the #1 hero. He turns away to leave until Izuku speaks up, no one knows this but Aizawa. I was abandoned when I was 4 years old. Immediately Todoroki spins around to look at him incredulously. I had been misdiagnosed as QQ quirkless, and as I went home with my parents, they burnt my back and told me that I'm worthless, then left. Izuku can barely contain his tears, it was hell. They had thankfully bought the apartment I live in currently, so I had a roof over my head, but nothing else. I had to work at 4 years old to feed myself, I had to suffer abuse at school due to my misdiagnosis, while slowly wasting away from lack of food. Tears started to drip down my face. The day I had gotten this scar, Izuku pulls up his hand to his right side, was when a classmate used his quirk on me, damaging my face beyond repair, leaving me partially blind in my right eye. God, this is hard, Izuku thinks. At 8 years old, I almost died. He could see Todoroki's eyes widen. A man with a transformation quirk hit me with a steel fist, breaking my ribs. One rib pierced my heart. He stops, looks at Todoroki, then moves on. This caused my quirk to awaken, a mutated combination of my parents' quirks, but I never used it for 2 years. Izuku sees the understanding in Todoroki's. I mean, why would I use a quirk that was given to me by those who left me for dead? But one day, I realized that this power, he holds up a golden flame, is my power, not my parents', only mine to wield, mine to command and use. Something which you should realize by now is that left side of yours is not your father's power, or your right side your mother power, but your power. Todoroki. Izuku moves to leave, calling over his shoulder, I hope you figure this out, I wish you the best. 𝐿𝐼 stood shell-shocked. That boy knows what it's like and had suffered so much worse, yet he can smile like the sun when he does. He didn't let his hate cloud his mind like 𝐿𝐼 did, but pushed it aside to help a true hero if he has even seen one. He can't help but think to Midoriya's words, it's your power, his power, not his father's or his mother's, but his. He knows it true, with his left he holds it up and lights a fire on his palm. Mine, 𝐿𝐼 thinks. Another thought that bounces into his mind is, where are his parents? I need to visit them for reason, he thinks as ice crawls down to his fingers. Once the break is over, the remaining contestants go to the stadium to see who they are up against. The matches are Hitoshi Shinsu vs Mina Ashido Katsuki Bakugo vs 𝐒𝐻iro Kirishima 𝐿𝐼 Todoroki vs 𝐵𝐼𝐺 Tokoyami Izuku Midoriya vs Momoruzu. The first match is called by Hisashi. Izuku makes his way into the stands to watch the match. He sees both Mina, as she asked him to call her that, and Shinsu enter the ring. The match begins, Izuku watching in fascination as the boy takes Mina under his control, making her leave the bounds of the field, making him the winner. The second match is a match of stamina, Bakugo using his explosions at Kirishima's weak points to wear away at his stamina, causing him to drop his quirk due to fatigue, then blast him out of the ring. Izuku noted the pang of guilt that entered Bakugo's eyes when he hit Kirishima. It would appear an angry Pomeranian has a crush. After the second match, the third was perhaps the boringest out of the matches. Todoroki simply sent his ice to push the avian-headed boy out of bounds before he could even summon his quirk. Izuku lumbered up. Yaoyorozu is formidable and dangerous, with a quirk that can create anything at her will. He made his way into the stadium, seeing Yaoyorozu emerging from the other side, both bowing politely, then getting into fighting stances as Midnight finishes her countdown, beginning the match. Yaoyorozu starts by producing a bow staff, moving towards Izuku with practiced grace. In return, Izuku forms a katana using his flames to block Yaoyorozu's swing to his head. From an untrained perspective, it looked like two people whacking each other, but to those trained, it was a dance of elegance between two near professionals. In the end, however, Izuku's experience caused Yaoyorozu to fail, getting knocked out of bounds by Izuku. The boy whispered into her ear, "You may not understand this, but you are one of the best hand-to-hand combatants I have faced," before stalking off, leaving a very confused Yaoyorozu behind. Izuku went back to his changing room to get some water, but his endeavor is cut short by Endeavor, the man himself, glaring around with his arms crossed. The flaming garbage hero notices Izuku, arrogantly pointing a finger at him. "Boy, your quirk is nothing but a mere shadow of my hellfire." He states condescendingly, "My 𝐿𝐼 has a duty to surpass myself and All Might. You are nothing but a pebble for that duty." The man failed to notice Izuku slipping into what he dubbed as his Crimson Blaze persona, as he holds out his hand, proceeding to absorb Endeavor's hellfire for his own. Endeavor's beard and hair die out as his eyes widen when he notices Izuku pulling Endeavor's hellfire to him and absorbing it. In anger, Endeavor yells, "Boy, what do you think you're doing?" Izuku merely blinks at the man, and before Endeavor could even comprehend, he felt a blade at his throat and a presence behind him. Izuku held a flaming sword to his throat before he started to speak into the man's ear, the number 2 hero brought to his knees by a first year. How disappointing. No matter. Listen up and listen well. Enji Todoroki, your hellfire will not return until I deem you worthy to possess this power again. Fury etched its way onto Endeavor's face, No way this boy had rendered him powerless, he jolted at the feeling or lack thereof of his quirk. The boy had taken his flames away. Izuku looked down at the flame hero, his cyan eyes extinguished of that fire he had seen before his quirk was absorbed. Emerald glared into blue. Before the boy held out his hand, a bright ball of fire hovered over his palm, hellfire. Coldly, Izuku throws at Endeavor, "This is your core. Not many quirk holders have them, a rare phenomenon so to speak. Your quirk relies on the core to function. Without the core, your hellfire has no fuel to ignite." He told brutally, "Your quirk has not gone, only the fuel for it." Izuku moves into Endeavor's personal space, face to face with the man. "I ripped your fuel out of your body, your quirk useless without it. You're powerless." Then stormed off, leaving a powerless Endeavor behind. Turning the corner, Izuku collapsed into a wall, feeling his breath become shallow with fear as his heartbeat sped up, causing him to begin hyperventilating. He felt lightheaded and his eyes went into tunnel vision, hands callously gripping his hair in panic, memories buzzing about as Endeavor's fire set of Izuku's memory of his father, phantom pain crawling up his back. Suddenly, a pair of hands anchored him back into the real world. There crouched in front of him was the heterochromia boy, Todoroki, his usually stoic face betraying one of concern. Izuku could barely hear the boy as he spoke, "Midoriya. Midoriya, breath with me. Come on, breath in." He breathed in, and out, he breathed out, and again. It took some time, but Izuku finally calmed down, his heartbeat calming back down, his breathing normal again. He nodded to Todoroki in thanks, unable to cough up words. Izuku frisked himself to find a pen and paper to write on, no such luck sadly, so he waved his hand to Todoroki, telling him to follow. Izuku held a hand over his heart, feeling like his heart was ripped in two. He admits to himself he misses Todoroki's hands on his, one being cold the other warm, but quickly shakes the thoughts away. No time, he thinks. They reach changing room 1, where no one was due to them wanting to get a bit to eat before the last rounds of the festival begins. Izuku strides over to his eye-bleeding yellow bag, getting out his notebook, writing to Todoroki, "Thank you. I rarely have a panic attack nowadays. Your dad is a prick, by the way." The shocked, confused look on his face, combined with the slight head tilt, made him look like a kitten. Izuku blushes, "Adorable. Wait, no, hold on." His thought train is derailed when Todoroki looks at him, telling him to continue writing. "Yeah, he told me my quirk is a mere shadow of his hellfire." Izuku quotes it using his fingers, "So I took it." Pure awe is what Izuku would say looking into the boy's eyes who yelled, "You took his fire." Shrugging, Izuku played innocent. It wasn't every day you hear the number 2 hero is lacking his signature flames, so he held up Hell Flame's core. "He doesn't deserve his power," is what Izuku wrote to Todoroki. Before either could talk again, the intercom buzzed to life as the screen lit up, showing the next matchings. Izuku Midoriya vs. Sshoto Todoroki Hitoshi Shinsu vs. Katsuki Bakugo. Izuku smiled at Todoroki, bright and pearly white teeth glimmered, and Todoroki covered his eyes, muttering under his breath about something being too bright. Izuku shrugged. He had a match to get to, so he looked at Todoroki and prepared to fight the boy in a heated duel of fate, one vying to denounce his father, the other to show that he is here and that he has what it takes to be a hero. Izuku threw a casual wave over his shoulder to the other. The next time they see each other, they will be enemies. Sshoto can't wait for this match. He rubbed his hands in preparation. It is bound to be good, but he has money riding on this match. No one knows Sshoto's darkest secret, but he is a filthy shipper, and the SXL tension between those boys is noticeable from a mile away. Sshoto had bet that by the end of week after the sports festival, those two would be a couple. The stakes are high, and Sshoto feels the giddiness of the match riling him up. His son found someone. First, he had to beat up the poor boy to win, however, brutal love showing. He grinned sadistically. Poor Hisashi had a near heart attack at his husband's face. Popcorn in hand, this match will be a bloodbath. Oblivious to the whole thing, Izuku makes his way out to the stadium. The other side had Todoroki doing the same. Izuku's his popcorn being eaten over the mic in the announcer's box. Sshoto's eating popcorn. Izuku deadpans. Midnight WHPs her head to both boys. pulling up a walkie-talkie from nowhere and mutters something about intense SXL tension between the two of them. 3, 2, and 1. Go! Instantly, Todoroki releases a glacier at Izuku, who looks at the thing passively, as it approaches at alarming speeds. He holds up his hand, releasing crimson fire. This gets gasps of surprise from the audience, some recognizing the flames and connected the dots fast. Izuku grins nervously at the box, hearing a deep, tired sigh emanating from it. Problem child, Shouter mutters, always causing a mess. Yes, Izuku Midoriya is the former Vigilante Crimson Blaze, which was supposed to be kept quiet. Aizu Midoriya. Shouter announced, letting anger seep into the mic and it drips into the stadium, causing Izuku to wince. The match still hadn't ended, so Todoroki sent waves of ice to Izuku, who casually shrugged them off, watching as frost slowly creeped up Todoroki's right side, slowing the boy down, his breath visible from the sheer coldness around him. Izuku runs up to him at breakneck speeds and whispers into his ear, "Your power, not his." Simple and to the point, but it gets the reaction he wants. Tears glide down Todoroki's face, then steam comes off his right side, not before a glacier the size of a cargo ship flies towards Izuku, who summons his hottest flames and releases them. Ice and fire collide, rapidly cooling then heating up the air, resulting in an implosion, subdued slightly thanks to Cementos' quirk softening the blow. Slightly. Izuku stood up as he absorbed the explosion, whilst Todoroki is flung out of bounds due to the sheer force of the explosion at hand. Izuku dusts himself off, totally unharmed, passively looking to Todoroki, who passed out from exhaustion as the crowd goes wild at the monumental power of Izuku Midoriya. Carefully, Izuku picks up Todoroki and carries him bridal style to Recovery Girl's office, said lady scolding him for doing this and drawing out the match for too long. Yawning, Izuku returns to the 1A stands, waiting for the next match. He's not noticed yet, so he perches himself in a dark corner to watch the match. Once again, Hisashi calls the contestants to the field, then Midnight tells them the rules before counting down. 3, 2, 1. And go! Shinsu looks passively at the explosive boy, shouting at him that he'll never be number one with that attitude and that he'd be a better villain. In typical Bakugo fashion, he blows up yelling at the purple-haired boy, then falls slack, eyes dull and washed out. Shinsu waves the boy off, and he complies like a wooden doll, walking out of bounds over the white lines, and Midnight announces Shinsu as the winner. Shinsu releases the explosive boy, who looks at his hands in shock, probably due to him being defeated so easily. The other bows politely and walks off, a smug grin on his face, eerily similar to Shouter's Izuku thinks. Now it's time for the very last match of the entire festival. One general education underdog versus an ex-vigilante and hero corps student. An interesting matchup, Izuku hums to himself. They enter the stadium, the purple-haired one relaxed with a slouch in his shoulder and his hands in his pocket. Izuku stands tall at his max height of 6 feet 2 inches, which towers over Shinsu, who only stood at 5 feet 9 inches, his shoulders squared and tight, his muscles relaxed and tense up in preparation. Midnight starts counting, the finale in 3, 2, 1. And go. Chopping her hand down, Izuku broke into a sprint, getting closer to Shinsu, who started speaking to him. "You have a very heroic quirk, I'm jealous really." He begins, wanting a rise. "Your classmates were weak, too prideful. The entrance exam is biased to quirks that are physical, and those with mental quirks are left in the dust, unlike you who has had everything spoon-fed to you for your quirk." That sets off Izuku. "He worked hard for everything he gained. You have no idea what I did." He was cut off as Shinsu's quirk took effect, leaving a fog covering his mind, and the inability to control his body in any way other than subconsciously. Mentally, he screamed to get out but stopped when he heard a voice cut through the fog. "I have to win this, so you have to lose for me." Walk out of bound Izuku Midoriya, obeying. Izuku slowly walks to the edge of the field and would have stepped out of bounds if not for the golden light bathed his mind, fighting the fog in his mind. 7 or 8 voices, one eerily similar to the number 1 hero's voice, shouted for him to gain control. Distracted, he calls on his quirk, releasing a massive supernova of multicolored fire, knocking Izuku out of Shinsu's control. Shinsu took a step back in shock, No one had forcefully removed the effects of his quirk before. Izuku tenses and turns around to look at the scope of damage. The immediate area around him scorched, blackened as if a bomb had gone off. The concrete had cracked from the intense heat of Izuku's supernova. Summoning a blazing katana, Izuku ran towards the brainwasher, who now looked panicked at Izuku's advance. Sloppily, ♯ threw a fist at Izuku, who dodged the fist, and struck with his own, causing the wind to leave ♯'s lungs. ♯ collapsed to the floor, holding his stomach, and then lifted up by Izuku using telekinesis, soon throwing him over the boundary line. Confetti erupted around the stadium, Hisashi shouting, "And the winner of this year's sports festival is none other than Izuku Midoriya." The crowd was buzzing with the victory, an ultimate show of power with that final explosion of fire Izuku did. Izuku went over to ♯, offering the boy his hand, doing crude sign gestures to try and tell ♯ he did well, and in response ♯ shook Izuku's hand and told him that, "Your power is well deserved." His lips quirking up in the corners, not a full smile but one nonetheless. Half an hour passed since the finale, and the podiums built tall, with the center being the tallest, the one on the left being the second tallest, and the one on the right the smallest and closest to the ground. All the first years gathered in the arena, looking to the podium where 3 boys stood tall. Midnight grabbed a mic from thin air and spoke into it, "And now for our special guest. All Might, / I am here." Both teachers look at each other apologetically as they cut one another off, but Midnight waved him off to announce the rest. Coughing, All Might continued onwards, and in third place we have Sh Todoroki. Boldly told, placing a bronze medal around his neck, giving him an awkward hug, whispering into his ear, "I believe something has changed in you, young Todoroki," then stood tall once again as Todoroki replied, "Yes. My match with Midoriya was eye-opening for me." Nodding his head left to signal at Izuku, who may or may not have overheard. All Might moves on to the next person. In second place, we have Hitoshi ♯. Once again, he gave ♯ a silver medal, then he hugged the boy, who didn't even respond until All Might whispered into his ear, "Well done, young ♯. You must be proud of your accomplishment." No one commented on the slight cracking of All Might's back as he stood back up. His eyes moved to the last person, and in first place we have Izuku Midoriya, winner of the festival. A golden medal snaked its way around Izuku's neck, as warm hands encircled him, feeling All Might towering over him as he whispered to Izuku, "Well done, my boy. Before you leave, I want to discuss something with you. Come to the roof at UA." Then he stood tall, raising his fist and shouted, "Now say it with me, everyone. Plus Ultra, / thank you for all your hard work." Everyone glared at the number 1 hero, shouting, "It's meant to be Plus Ultra All Might." All Might responded to the crowd guiltily, "I thought everyone worked hard in the festival." Izuku shook his head at the man's antics, wondering about what the man wanted to speak to Izuku about. The serious tone had suggested it is something that All Might holds close to his heart. What it is, Izuku can only guess. Hisashi was having a field day with the sports festival, running around the nest announcing that the first place winner was his son. The followers of the Crimson Wyverns leaped with joy at the boss's successor. A powerhouse to be sure. If winner the sports festival is anything to go by, everyone in the compound could feel the ominous aura coming from Hisashi's office when he had finally calmed down and left. He has plans to get his son back into his grasp and properly groom him into the next leader of the Crimson Wyverns. His phone suddenly rang, jolting Hisashi from his musings as he lifted up the receiver, then spoke, Red Vermilion speaking. He told the unknown person on the other end, who spoke up in a cold, calculating voice, "Hello, Red Vermilion. It has been a while since we have spoken." Hisashi could practically feel the smile on the other man's face over the phone. "No matter. I am here to talk about a proposal." "Here." Hisashi thinks, then shivers, feeling the warm air plummet as a black inky portal burst into his office, taking all the heat with it. Out of the portal came a tall man in a black suit, face obscured with a sleek black mask in the vague shape of a skull, with 6 breathing tubes connecting to a respirator for breathing. Hisashi bowed, "Sensei, welcome." Hisashi could tell the man was smiling beneath the mask as he lifted his hand up to signal for Hisashi to stand. Sensei spoke up, "Your organization is well manned. Congratulations. I have a request for you, and it involves your son, Izuku Midoriya. Hisoshi perked up, his son is involved after all. Sensei continues, I propose an alliance between the League of Villains and the Crimson Wyverns. My successor is leading the group. As a token of appreciation for joining, we get your son for you. Sensei holds out his hand, and Hisoshi takes the deal. This guarantees that his son will back in Hisoshi's possession with the backing of Sensei. Sensei, or more commonly known as All for One, his original loss to time itself, looks at his former pupil. He will be a great asset in tearing down society, All for One thinks, and a good teacher for Shigaraki if I am taken down by All Might or his successor. All for One speaks up to his pupil, send some of your vanguard, as you put them, to the League and we will see if they are a good fit. He watches with curiosity as Hisoshi pulls a phone out and places it to his ear. Quickly he mutters into the device, then hangs up telling All for One, they will arrive soon Sensei. Not long after, 5 people walk in. 4 women and 1 man. The first woman steps forward, Sir, Vanguard Leader, Umbra at your command. The first one spoke up. She had long black hair, eyes like the void itself. The tips of her fingers were black too, a mutation of her quirk perhaps, All for One muses. Another speaks up, Sir, Vanguard Medic, Kronos. She had short, purple hair tied up in a ponytail. Greek god of time interesting. The male steps up, greetings, Vanguard Weapons Specialist, 𝐒𝐽𝐫. Bowing politely, his silver hair tied up in a similar fashion to Kronos before him. The third woman comes forward, hi. Vanguard Barrier, Fortress. An energetic lady says, bouncing up and down with brown hair. The last one steps up calmly, Vanguard Assassin, Phantom. Then steps back in line with the rest. Hisoshi comes forward handing All for One their files, Umbra, Quirk, Umbrakinesis, Manipulation and Generation of Darkness. Powerful quirk if used right. Kronos, Quirk, Chronokinesis, Manipulation of Time in small increments. 𝐒𝐽𝐫, Quirk, Weapon Creation, the ability to produce weapons at will. Fortress, Quirk, Force Field Generation, the ability to produce shields made of energy. Phantom, Quirk, not applicable. Blinking, All for One looked at the last member, their assassin. She was quirkless. How oh so lucky All for One is, it's rare to find a fully quirkless person in Japan in this age, they have a near infinite quirk factor, they are the best for quirk stockpiles for him. He looks into his own stockpile for the best quirks an assassin can have, are there, Plain Sight, Cloak, Hidden Blade, Steel Claws, Void Fingers. All for One merge the 5 quirks, and turns to Phantom asking, you're quirkless, are you not? She flinches slightly at the mention, you have been scorned by this corrupt society for something you do not control. I can make you into the best assassin there is, if you accept. He offers his hand, black and red flames engulfing his hand. With this deal, you will no longer be powerless, you will be better than other, accept this gift and become what you were born to do. Her eyes fill with animosity, hatred and anger, her hands slowly reaching to All for One's, both meeting in the middle, the merged quirks bonding to her. Your quirk, your very own power, give it a name. All for One commands, Phantom gasps out in staggered breath, Wraith. Phantom, quirk, not applicable Wraith. Hisoshi grins, the Vanguard Squadron is more powerful than ever, and his son will be in his grasp soon. Soon, Izuku, soon you will be with me again. Back at Musutafu, Izuku feels dread crawl down his back again, that bad feeling that something is going to happen soon, something really bad. He searches high and low for All Might, and finds the man at the rooftop in fact, his face looking morose and lacking his usual confident smile. All Might must have heard the door open, as he looks to Izuku when he moves towards the symbol of peace. However, before Izuku could reach the man and talk to him, he poofs into a cloud of smoke and is replaced by a skeleton-looking man about half the height of All Might or well All Might's muscle form. Izuku hears a gasp from somewhere, then realizes it is his own. This is that Toshinori Yagi guy from a while back, All Might's secretary. Izuku moves to speak but All Might beats him to it, hello young Midoriya. Yes, This frail body of mine is my true form. A bit disappointing, is it not? All Might pulls up his now sagging shirt, showing a brutal-looking scar, all purple and red skin around. This is an injury I got 5 years ago, limiting my quirk usage, gradually declining from 9 to 7 to 5 then to 3 hours a day. His electric blue eyes bore into emerald. Young Midoriya, tell me why you wish to be a hero. All Might coughs BLD into his hand, waving off Izuku's concerned gaze, gesturing for him to continue. WWLIIW wanted TT to be a H-hero for as long as I could remember. I was misdiagnosed as QQ quirkless at 4 years old, then my LO life went to hell. Sho Aizawa has the entire story if you want to ask him. Anyway, I now want to be a hero to inspire hope in those in dark places, a guiding beacon so to speak, to be the hero that I had lacked when I was young. If that makes any sense. Izuku finishes him impromptu speech whilst All Might looks at him with something akin to awe or pride. Suddenly, All Might bursts up in an uproar of smoke, his muscle form bulging as he tensed his muscles, shouting, "Young Midoriya! Such conviction, my boy! It seems my choice is correct after all," he declares, garnering a confused look from Izuku. My quirk is called One for All. All Might then hold out his hand, palm facing the sky as a ball of multicolored light condensed into it. It is a unique quirk, a crystalline network of power that can be transferred from one user to the next. One user adds to the stockpile, then passes it one to the next, and I want you, Izuku Midoriya, to become the 9th wielder of One for All. All Might all but shouts out. Izuku looks at All Might with bewilderment written all over his face, a transferable quirk without being born with it. Izuku can't believe it. Izuku stands in tense silence for 10 minutes, deciding about the role, the responsibility. All Might, I'll do it. Izuku decided, beaming a smile he hasn't had since his Beartage parents had left. Izuku could also hear All Might mutter something about being too pure for this world. Then his smile becoming proud, as he proclaimed, "Now young Midoriya, lift up your shirt." A red blush sported Izuku's face as he hesitantly lifted his shirt to show All Might. Underneath his shirt was the body of a Greek god, a toned 8-pack, lean muscles all around, and what some would consider muscles on top of muscles. However, his skin looked bad, littered with scars, cuts and large gashes healed with time to burns. The biggest scar was the one hidden on his back. A pink burn crawled up his back, some skin charred too. Quickly, he placed his shirt back on, obviously self-conscious about the scars. Izuku looked away, waiting for All Might's judgment. He listened to the man come closer, placing a large hand on his shoulder to comfort him. "My boy, there is no reason to hide your scars. None. They show that you survived. You are a survivor, a fighter. Feel proud in them. Them let remind you why you fight." All Might told Izuku in a calm, soothing voice, then belted out, "Now then. You definitely have the body to receive One for All. All that is left for you to eat this." Whilst holding out a long piece of blonde hair he just plucked from his bangs. On the roof, the temperature decreased, Izuku's face becoming carefully blank, looking at All Might with wide eyes, saying only one word, "A." All Might laughed at the reaction, then started to explain, "One for All can only be passed along from ingesting the DNA of the holder. Now eat. Eat it." All Might commanded, shoving the hair into Izuku's hand, watching critically with his electric blue eyes as Izuku ate the strand of hair, gagging on it a few times, trying to force it down with nothing to drink. Oddly, Izuku realizes the hair tastes slightly sour as it goes down his gullet. Looking to All Might, the man looks back at Izuku, waiting for a bit until Izuku nods to himself when he finally manages to finish off the strand, and All Might's smile widens as balls out. "It will take some time until One for All is digested by your body. In the meantime, let us go to UA." Before he burst into a cloud of steam, leaving the emaciated blonde and a cough up of BLD from his mouth as he held his right side, and Izuku rummaged in his bag to find tissues for the blonde man, then handed the pack to the tall man, who in return thanked Izuku before both left to UA. After a small checkup from Recovery Girl, Izuku left for home. A short train ride later, Izuku walked up to his home, with Deshuter inside. Pa Hisashi had gone to his other job at his radio station, and pushed open the door, revealing a mess of raven hair led on the couch in an eye bleeding yellow with cats sat all around him. Smiling, Izuku left as not to wake up Shouter, going to his room to sleep himself on his bed, changing into his sleepwear a pair of boxers and a worn All Might shirt doing his nightly routine, then fell into bed, exhausted from the festival and the revelation of One for All to Izuku, passing out as soon as his head hit the pillow. Seemingly, Izuku opened his eyes to a pitch-black void, which rolled around like the waves of the sea with no color at all. Without warning, the void started to unravel itself, then remold into a kind of cityscape, Paris, as it would appear. Izuku found himself on top of the Eiffel Tower, sat on the edge, and next to him sat a familiar face, his mentor before he started his vigilante career, Nana Shimura, who turned to him sporting a wide smile. "Good to see you again, Sport," she said, shocking Izuku. It was like she was here. "I am here, Sport. Up here," she told, pointing to his forehead. Izuku felt his mind stop. "What? How? We're connect. Guess what by?" Still as energetic as ever. Connected. Izuku wonders. When Izuku had first saved Nana, she seemed worried about something, often waking from nightmares shouting a name out. Toshi. A nickname perhaps. Suddenly it clicked. Toshi, short for Toshinori, or All Might. Who had given him One for All only hours earlier. Clapping, Nana began, "You figured it out. Still haven't lost that analytic mind since we last saw each other, I see. Anyway, yes, we are now connected through One for All, you are the 9th. Once upon a time, I was the 7th. This is the first time since the origin that past holders could communicate with the current holder. You, Izuku Midoriya, have completed One for All." She paused for just a minute. She gazed over the city skyline, lost in memories until she snapped back and carried on. "You see, the first theorized that One for All was incomplete when he gained it. He thought it needed more power to finish the stockpile, raw power, emotional power, quirk power. Everything is stored." Nana's eyes gleamed as she looked back to Izuku. "However, the most important power that is stored is the defining trait that each holder had. You were last needed to complete that stockpile, hope." She finished, glowing a bright violet light. She explained further. "The other holders all sensed your vast ocean of hope when you first met Toshi during the sludge villain incident. We all knew that you had to be 9th, so we nudged Toshi to you, guiding him to you. Actually, 1st and 4th formed a bond between you and Toshi. When Toshi lost more of his grip on One for All, it risked the torch being extinguished. The bond was the remnants of One for All flowing to you, to start the spark, which is no longer needed." She finished with a bright smile. Izuku had no words. As soon as she had finished, the city below started to twist back into the black, inky void it was before. Nana turned from him to peer into the city, then back to him. "You're waking up, Sport. Good luck, 9th. Shooting up, Izuku wiped his brow, cold sweat beading on his forehead. His hands moved about in the dark, trying to grasp at anything to anchor him to the real world and to make sure he is back in reality. He grasped for his quirk and ignited his palm to start a fire to light up his room. Golden light bathed the room from his hand, bring him back to the real world as his eyes scanned his room for his clock. 5:09 a.m., Izuku read. No longer able to sleep, he stretched out his limbs and they cracked all over. Underneath his skin, Izuku could feel energy buzzing all around like static inside his skin. Groaning, he made his way out for a quick morning jog now that his mornings are freer for 2 days thanks to the sports festival, and it wasn't long until he finished his usual route. Izuku still felt that energy, that deep spring of power inside of him, waiting patiently for him to call upon it. Sensibly, Izuku decided that he would use the power under All Might's watchful eye. Better safe than sorry, Izuku thought. The time came when Izuku went to meet All Might at Dagobah Beach. As he approached, Izuku couldn't help but awe at the sight of the sun rising slowly over the horizon, reflecting off the water's surface perfectly. On the edge of the water, All Might, or Toshinori in his weakened form, stood patiently waiting for Izuku to arrive. Jogging down, Izuku came to a stop by All Might. Izuku still felt that brewing energy beneath his skin, threatening to break through and unleash hell on the world. More than likely hearing the sand shift behind him, All Might turned slowly to face Izuku, and All Might grinned at his newfound successor. All Might spoke up, "Now that One for All has been introduced into your body, we can begin training." With that, All Might spun around and started to jog up the beach. Silence enveloped the duo as they jogged. All Might had a drop of blood leaking from his mouth, which was swiftly swiped away as they moved. They soon stopped at a desolate area of the beach, an area that Izuku had cleaned in the run-up to the entrance exams for UA, but no one had the energy to go that far up the beach. All Might buffed up and boldly walked up to a rusty refrigerator that was hidden in the tree bank, picked it up, then placed it on the edge of the sea. All Might's hand gestured to Izuku to come to him, and Izuku obeyed, coming closer to the buff man. As Izuku got close, he asked All Might, "What now?" All Might smiled broadly as he responded, "Young Midoriya, I want you to call upon One for All and punch this." All Might waved to the refrigerator next to him, as he began to steam up and decrease in size. All Might moved away, giving Izuku the space to use One for All. Izuku closed his eyes and looked into himself to find One for All. Not long after he found it and called it to him, and it listened as his arm glowed as white veins crawled up it before they vanished into his skin. Izuku pulled back his fist and shouts, "𝐴𝐵𝐴𝐵!" The reaction was immediate. The refrigerator was blown away, a large gust of wind emanated from Izuku and his arm was an ugly purple and his bones felt like wet noodles. Izuku collapsed to his knees, grasping his arm in pain, and looked to All Might. Gentle hands made their way onto Izuku's back as he was picked up by All Might, who started to move Izuku to UA for Recovery Girl's assistance. They both made their way into UA or blitzed into UA as All Might smashed through poor Recovery Girl's window with Izuku on his back. All Might shouted into the infirmary, "Chio, we need your help." In front of the duo, Recovery Girl pulled back a curtain with a look promising fury until her eyes fell upon Izuku. Her face shifted into one of concern, telling All Might, "Oh, the poor dear. Toshinori, get the boy onto the bed please." With the click of her cane, Recovery Girl turned around to delve into her cupboards to find something. Izuku, meanwhile, felt himself be placed on a soft bed with his broken arm placed gently on a cushion, All Might in his skinny from supporting Izuku both physically and emotionally. Not long after, Recovery Girl came to the pair with a clipboard in hand. Recovery Girl looks up from the clipboard, speaking to Izuku, "Midoriya, the bones in your arm were broken in many places, a simple fix," as told Izuku as she kissed his arm. Recovery Girl's quirk kicked in, his arm glowing green fixing itself. Recovery Girl nodded, then continued, "Everything else looks good, just leave this splint on for a day or two, and that's that you can rest here for a bit, Midoriya." A sudden menacing aura came from Recovery Girl as she spoke lowly, "Toshinori'll be having words with you," pointing her cane threateningly at the man, who shook in his boots. Pained cries came from All Might as he was dragged out of the infirmary by Recovery Girl, who pulled him out by his ear. Now Izuku sat in silence. He delved into his mind for answers. Prior to One for All, he knew he'd struggle to control the new quirk. It's like adding a whole new part to someone, but to break his bones is a pretty bad drawback, a liability in the field. Izuku recalled his quirk. He had to control the power output as not to destroy everything around him. Maybe I can apply the same idea here, Izuku thought. Slowly, he called out the core to his quirk, and in his right palm a golden nebula lit up. Following up, he summoned One for All to the left palm, and it looked magnificent, a rainbow of fire, with a white core at its very center. Izuku's mind wandered to his conversation with Nana when she said that One for All stockpiles quirk power. Does that include the quirk itself? Izuku's eyes roamed over both palms, inching them closer together. As both cores got nearer, both began to merge, sparking wildly with a massive amount of power waving off. His powers awakening, sending uncontrolled flames out as objects around the room began to float. As the quirks got closer to merging, small tremors came of the boy, shaking the very building and alerting all occupants. Time appeared to stop as One for All and Adstrom merged into one quirk. In Izuku's palm, a rainbow flame sat in the center of a void of darkness that surrounded it, and golden stars scattered inside as they gleamed brightly. The quirk looked like a galaxy in his palm. Across the city, all of One felt it. After a century, his brother's quirk had been completed, and the power it held felt tantalizing. In UA, the heroes looked around manically. They all felt tremors inside of the building and fearing the worst began to search for a villain. 𝐿𝐴 was in the staff room doing some paper marking of the 2B heroic essays when he felt the tremors. 𝐿𝐴 looked pained as he saw his coffee fall of the table due to the diamond shaking. Righteous fury consumed 𝐿𝐴, an evil aura taking over as he glared at anything. Ectoplasm was coming into the staff room when he saw 𝐿𝐴, then immediately left. No one commented on the broken window opposite the staff room or the vague outline of ectoplasm running to UA's gates. Many of the heroes soon found themselves outside of the infirmary, 𝐿𝐴 standing at the door with capture gear in hand, glare hard set on the door as he kicked it down only to see Izuku holding a tiny galaxy in his hand. Due to the loud bang of the door hitting the floor caused Izuku to flare his quirk up and everything that wasn't nailed to the ground began to float in the air with no strain on Izuku at all. 𝐿𝐴 would never admit that he felt happy at seeing his problem child so happy and full of hope. Izuku was ecstatic. With both One for All and Adstrom merged as one, he now possesses the power to save people, inspire them, give them hope which he had lacked for so long. He can save those who need help, the desperate and broken, be the one that he once needed to others like him. Izuku heard the door get knocked down and his quirk flared. He saw his dad in the front of a gathering of staff, All Might next to him bearing a proud smile and Papa smiling wide at him. Unexpectedly, 𝐿𝐴 lurches forward, engulfing Izuku in a warm hug, surprising everyone in the room, then Papa joins and Izuku feels loved. 𝐿𝐴 whispers into Izuku's ear, "I'm proud of you, son." With a small glint in the corner of 𝐿𝐴's eye, Izuku sees and replies, "I love you, Dad." As tears stream gently down Izuku's face, hidden in 𝐿𝐴's shoulder. The others see the family's moment and leaves them alone. Minutes passed as the small family shared laughs, tears and smiles as they stood alone in the infirmary before Izuku yawns and falls asleep in the arms of his parents, who bore proud dad smiles. 𝐿𝐴 and Hisashi with Izuku in their arms, left for home. Waking up Izuku when they got home, they shared a night of home-cooked katsudon, some got burnt, 𝐿𝐴 somehow set water on fire and Hisashi danced to Just Dance on a Wii X. In the morning, all three people in the house woke up on the couch. 𝐿𝐴 and Hisashi sat at each side of their son who had slept the best sleep Izuku's had in years. Izuku stretched out. Sleeping on a couch upright did a number on his back, and it could be heard from the multiple cracks that came from his spine. He pulled out his phone and looked at the time displayed. 6:45, still early, Izuku thinks, getting up to cook for his dad and Papa. A simple meal consisting of bacon and toast, which is all Dad and Papa had in their cupboards. In Izuku's mind, he made a note to go shopping later for groceries. His right arm tensed, still sore from when he practically shattered the bones in his arm. He needs to get control over his quirk. Carefully, Izuku pulled his phone from his pocket, the main headline boldly presenting, "Number 2 hero, Endeavor with no quirk." Ah, Izuku thinks casually, they noticed. Clicking the article, Izuku began to read. The number 2 hero, Endeavor has been spotted lately without his quirk active, especially before 𝐿𝐴 Todoroki's match. Even in his hero costume, which begs the question, why? It is no secret Endeavor always had his quirk active, whether it be his costume design to his very facial hair, but now as we see here, a picture of Endeavor in his hero suit without his iconic flames, a furious snarl on his face, he lacks said fire which is often associated with his quirk, Hellfire. Some speculate that he is simply choosing not to use his flames, but here at Hero Theories believe that he lost his ability to use his quirk. A small video of the sports festival shows up, his match against Shinsu actually, zooming in on Endeavor with a deep glare cast his hands. Here we see Endeavor looking at his hands, but trying to do something, his hands are tense and keep flexing. We believe he has lost the ability to use his quirk or lost his quirk entirely. The rest of the article went on a tangent on why he may have lost his flames, so really outlandish theories. Alien stealing his quirk was the best one by far in Izuku's opinion. Distracted, he didn't notice the toast beginning to burn. As Izuku put his phone away, his eyes locked onto the smoke emanating from the toaster before it suddenly burst into flame. 𝐒𝐿 absorbed the flames and picked out the toast from the toaster, both items charred black. Behind him, both his dad and Papa woke up from the smell of burning and looked into the kitchen to see their son holding 6 pieces of charred toast next to the toast which was also burnt. 𝐒𝐿 turned to his parents, suggesting, "Cereal then," as he held up a carton of milk. A peaceful morning in 𝐒𝐿's opinion. After the whole breakfast debacle, 𝐒𝐿 asks his dad, "Hey dad." The raven-haired man looked over to 𝐒𝐿. "Can I rent out any training halls at you?" His dad pulled out a random piece of paper out of thin air and slid it over the table to 𝐒𝐿 like a drug dealer with a case of money. The paper read out training hall rent sheet. Giddily, 𝐒𝐿 filled in the form and handed it to his dad, who took it and told 𝐒𝐿, "Go ahead. Use it." Then waved the boy off. 𝐒𝐿 ran to U.A. and used his student ID to get inside. Inside, he looked for his booked hall, Hall F. It didn't take long. Striding in, he went to the center and got into the lotus position. He had to think about how to use his quirk safely without breaking his bones. Funnily enough, he found his answer when he thought back to his middle school days, physics lessons to be exact. Surface area, the experiment of the balloon and drawing pins. One pin caused the balloon to pop, but spreading a large surface of pins caused the balloon to sit without popping. He had to increase the surface area of his quirk to alleviate the pressure that his quirk puts onto his body. And that's what he did. He called upon his quirk, letting it spread all over his body, up his arms, legs, chest, head, everywhere. As he did this, white veins glowed all over his body, then they vanished into his skin, as wind comes from his body, as well as green and golden lightning that flicker of his skin and into the area around him. 𝐒𝐿 stopped after about 5 minutes to take a break. Then he thought that he needed to rename his quirk to fit with the new powers now and spent 15 minutes deciding and came up with the name, Ethereal Flame. Over the next hour of training, 𝐒𝐿 realized some things. Number 1 is that his original quirk, 𝐴DSTROM, was boosted significantly. His flames became more controllable and manipulatable, with their firepower increasing drastically too, with the higher temperatures being more sustainable now. Number 2 is that his telekinesis had also been boosted, now being able to lift a small town with ease compared to his measly 3 tons before One for All. Number 3 is that One for All had increased in strength from when All Might had it, making him theoretically stronger than All Might. Number 4 is that One for All can enhance any aspect of 𝐒𝐿, including his senses, brain, and what he now likes to call his mind-eye. Basically, he uses his telekinesis to set up a field around him. If the field is disrupted, it alerts to 𝐒𝐿 that something is in his vicinity. School restarts tomorrow and 𝐒𝐿 is ready to blow away his classmates as well as whoever he picks as a mentor for his internship, which he isn't supposed to know about until tomorrow, but oh well. With the hype of the sports festival over, school restarts and 𝐒𝐿 finds himself walking into U.A., his hair soaking wet from the downpour overhead. Behind him, 𝐒𝐿 hears the rapid footsteps coming towards him, so he spins around to see 𝐒𝐿 coming towards him in a poncho while doing his whole robot hand-chopping motion, commanding 𝐒𝐿, "Midoriya. All you. Students must be at least 10 minutes early come one." 𝐒𝐿 launched off using his quirk to speed away from 𝐒𝐿, who tried to catch up to the speedster, trying to find the right words. Last night, after returning home, he saw the news that Ingenium had been attacked by hero killer Stain. He sustained injuries, but none that could threaten his hero career. 𝐒𝐿 could see that burning longing of revenge in 𝐒𝐿's eyes. He knew it well from his days of himself wanting annihilate Bakugo back in middle school. Hesitantly, 𝐒𝐿 speaks to 𝐒𝐿. "𝐒𝐿, I know your brother was attacked." He pauses, looking to 𝐒𝐿 with meaningful eyes, "but he survived with minor injuries. Be glad that he did, as he is one of the few survivors that met Stain and lived." 𝐒𝐿 looked to 𝐒�, his pain clear. "Celebrate the fact, embrace it, but do not let that anger, that hatred overtake you. Come now." 𝐒� waves his hand. "Let's go to lesson, we will talk about this after." 𝐒𝐿 follows silently, conflict clear on his face, but resigns and sighs. 𝐒� thinks in his mind, when was I so smooth? What happened? Why am I so wise now? As he moves into the classroom, and his dad comes in just after, from the vents in the roof, freaking everyone out. Dad holds out his hand. "Calm down." It was simple but got everyone's attention. Now that I have your attention, let us move on to homeroom. Dad's eyes scanned the room as he continued. With the end of the sports festival, you can now begin first-year internships. It is mandatory for you all to do this. Most of you received offers from agencies from your performance at the festival. Izuku's dad, or Aizawa in school, pulled a remote from his pocket and pressed a button which brought a projector to life as it projected the internship offers to 1A Izuku Midoriya 5149 Shoto Todoroki 4561 Hitoshi Shinsu 4063 Katsuki Baku 3710. The rest of the class had only under 200 offers each. As Izuku's dad spoke up, "Yeah, the top 4 really took the spotlight, by the way. It's usually more spread." His dad flopped onto the table. Izuku looked to Bakugo, who was fuming over the fact that his last opponent got more offers than him when said boy wasn't even in the heroics course. Curiosity echoed in the class, and that's when everyone noticed a certain grapist was missing. Izuku realized what was going on and decided not to spoil his dad's thunder. Said man jolted up, scaring everyone, then terrifying them with that near demonic smirk he had as he lowly told the class, "1. Meet your newest classmate," twitching his head to the door, where a new purple-haired teen came in, his eye bags as bad as his dad's. "This is Hitoshi Shinsu." After finishing, Dad flopped onto the floor, tiredly telling the class, "Now you'll all be picking code names. Enjoy. These usually last for life." Snores came from the bag. As midnight burst through the door, Izuku knew the real reason why his dad didn't do the code names with us. He's not really that good with coming up with code names. Eraserhead was his worst mistake, Dad once told Izuku. Midnight sauntered up to the podium, subtly kicking the sleeping bag next to her, and began talking. "Be careful when choosing a code name. These usually last for the rest of your career." Liking her lips seductively, maybe, Izuku can't tell really, he finds men are a lot more to his liking, especially the Ice King in his class. She hands out whiteboards to the class, then tells them, "Write your code names on here, then come up and announce them." Happily telling the class their instructions. It began with Ieima, who came up with, "Can't stop twinkling," or originally, "I cannot stop twinkling," an entire sentence. Then Ashido with Alien Queen from Ridley Scott's Alien franchise, but changed it when Midnight denied Alien Queen, so Ashido changed it to Pinky. Zu chose Froppy as her code name, bring normalcy back. Then came Ojiro with Tailman. After him Soto with Sugarman. Kaminari combined a lightning bolt and Charge into Charge Bolt. Kirishima paid homage to Crimson Riot with his code name of Red Riot. Koda's code name was simple. Anima Tokuyami used the God of the Night. Tsukuyomi Shoji's code name was simply Tentacle. Zero's code name is a play on words. Cellophane Jiru's code name relates to her quirk, Earphone Jack. Hagakure goes with something simple. Invisible Girl. Uraraka code name was cute and combination of her quirk and name. Uravitirozu goes with Creati, going well with her quirk. Bakugo's original name was King Explosion Murder and was instantly vetoed, then another Lord Explosion Murder and again was vetoed. Finally, he went with Ground Zero. Todoroki's chose Frozen Flame. Ida struggled with his codename, but went with Velocity. Last but not least, Izuku came up his codename written on his board. He spun it around to show the class. Blazing Nova. Izuku wanted to pay homage to his vigilante past, Crimson Blaze, but also wanting to inspire people, so Nova. Scientifically, a nova is when a star glows at its brightest, and Izuku wants to be the brightest for those who have been cast into the shadows and be their beacon, hence Blazing Nova. Now that the codenames are out of the way, the class now had to decide on where to intern at. Izuku noticed he had an internship offer from Endeavor, as did Todoroki. Perhaps he should join Todoroki, who also picked Endeavor, probably to train with his fireside. In the back of Izuku's mind, he thinks it can be a good time to assess whether Endeavor had learned his lesson, or will he remain without his quirk to use properly. After school finished, Izuku all but dragged Ida to Training Hall F by Ida's collar. In the hall, Izuku had set up 2 tasks for Ida to complete. One was a 10 kilometers jog around you, and the other was to punch the punch bag in the corner at least 100 times. Both boys entered, and Izuku told Ida, "Now, what you're going to do first is run around you." To reach 10 kilometers, Ida was gaping at Izuku like he was a madman, but sighed anyway and started to jog. Whilst the speedster was jogging, Izuku decorated the punching bag with a red mask, some loose-fitting clothes and 2 blunted swords on its back to vaguely resemble the hero killer. About 12 minutes later, 𝐸𝐸 came back into the hall, drenched in sweat, his glasses barely hanging onto his nose. Izuku called him over with a wave. 𝐸𝐸's face contorted into anger at the punching bag and asked Izuku, "What is this supposed to be, Midoriya?" His tone hard, but Izuku didn't care as he explained what 𝐸𝐸 was going to do next. "𝐸𝐸, now you're going to punch Staney here," pointing to the bag, "with all you might." A dark look crossed 𝐸𝐸's face, his fist balled up and he struck the bag true, and it made grunting noise with a cracking bone effect. 𝐸𝐸 did it again and again and again, venting all his anger and hatred into the bag until he broke down. 𝐸𝐸 sobbed for some time until he finished and turned to Izuku. "Thank you for that, Midoriya, I needed that." Izuku could tell that 𝐸𝐸 had let go of his foolish idea of hunting the hero killer. His anger had clouded his judgment, and letting him release that anger let him regain focus and realize that his plan would get him killed. Izuku called to 𝐸𝐸, "𝐸𝐸, feel free to call me Izuku." Smiling at the brunette, who smiled back and responded to Izuku, "Okay then Izuku, call me Tenya." However, Tenya was too late to withdraw his internship with Manuel, so he stuck to it. Izuku had chosen Endeavor along with Todoroki, but his reason to go was to examine if Endeavor deserved his core returning to him. The day after choosing codenames, Izuku and his class found themselves in the train station. Izuku stood by Todoroki as they spoke about the latest conspiracy theory circling in 1A, the greatest one being that the newcomer, Shinsu, was Shouta's secret love child. That got a laugh from Izuku. Izuku heard his dad behind him say, "Right? You all have your costumes. Don't wear them without the consent of your mentors. Good luck." Then turned tailed and left the group to board the trains to leave to their internships. Izuku shook Tenya's hand then left with Todoroki. He bumped into Todoroki and started to apologize. Todoroki." Izuku was cut off by Todoroki, who told Izuku, "Midoriya, please call me Shouto." His steel gray and sapphire blue eyes gleamed brightly, and Izuku couldn't help but blush a little at this boy who was looking at Izuku with those magnificent eyes. Catching himself, Izuku responded with, "Okay Todd Shouto, but please feel free to call me Izuku." Their train left and both boys sat talking to one another, preparing for their internship with the number 2 hero. Izuku was having a crisis. It started when both Izuku and Shouto entered the train. The carriage was jam-packed, so they sat next to each other and began talking about what may happen on their internship. From behind, a man rushing hit Izuku on the back of the head with his briefcase and left without even apologizing to the boy. Izuku, on the other hand, felt the unexpected blow and tumbled into Shouto, who fell with Izuku. It wasn't until Izuku noticed the position he and Shouto were in that he began to have his crisis. Izuku found himself near draped on Shouto, faces close to touching and legs entwined, then immediately shut down, red-faced and a stuttering mess. That brings us to now, where Izuku couldn't even look Shouto in the eyes as they left the carriage, both socially awkward and had no idea what to do now. Izuku, deciding to break the thick ice between them, started talking. Shouto. Let's play a game together, so that we can learn more about one another." Izuku squeaked, closing his eyes shyly. Shouto responded with, "All right Izuku. Let us do that." And that's how Izuku learned that Shouto's favorite food was cold soba, his favorite color was green, and he loved cats. The journey to Endeavor's agency was too short for Izuku's taste, wanting to learn more about Shouto, but alas, duty calls. Izuku watched as Shouto pushed open Endeavor's agency doors with a bang, garnering everyone's attention as he strolled in like royalty. Technically, in here he was Prince Shouto. It suited him really. Izuku was lost within the deep recesses of his mind. He was imagining Shouto and didn't notice the main elevator opening or the loud resounding footsteps towards him until he felt someone big behind him. There in all his burnt-out glory stood Endeavor. His cold crystal eyes glared at Izuku, who glared right back at the man. Endeavor huffed and looked away whilst gesturing to the boys to follow him. All 3 element wielders enter the elevator that Endeavor used to come into the lobby. Izuku looks to Endeavor with calculating emerald eyes, watching the hero like a hawk before Izuku spoke up. "So, Endeavor," Izuku starts conversationally, "what's it been like since the loss of your flames?" The bold question clearly irked Endeavor. if the clear spite that filled his eyes were any indication. Surprisingly, the man reined in his emotions and coughed into his hands. Endeavor side-eyed Izuku before speaking deeply to the boy. It has been swell, boy. Izuku couldn't stop the sheer satisfaction lurking in his guts at seeing the once prideful man like this, looking so small to Izuku even though the man was taller. Seeing Xiaoto's eyes light up with amusement gave Izuku more satisfaction. As many say, revenge is best served cold. Dinging, the steel doors of the elevator opened to a training room. It was clearly Endeavor's personal training room, mainly due to the hundreds of scorch marks that marred the once clean cream walls. Stomping over, Endeavor stopped in the center of the room, looking extremely odd without the flames to go with his costume. Ever scowling, Endeavor looked over to the teens and shouted, "Come on. We'll be doing sparring." Without another warning, Endeavor thundered towards the boys, Xiaoto's calm facade cracking slightly with fear that leaked into his eyes. Even lacking flames, Endeavor was intimidating. Quickly, Izuku shot forward to meet Endeavor's advance. The man, obviously wanted to beat Izuku to a pulp to prove his strength, locked onto Izuku and raised his fist. In response, Izuku raised his fist too, and what happened next shocked both Todorikis. When both fists met, they expected Izuku to get thrown back. What really happened was that Izuku used his telekinesis to put more force into his punch, and the result was spectacular. The crimson-haired man became a ragdoll and flew into the wall opposite to Izuku, leaving an Endeavor-shaped hole. Furiously, Endeavor came out from the hole. Anger written all over his face, turquoise eyes burrowing into Izuku before hollering at Izuku, "Give me my quirk and I'll give you a fight." Shaking a balled-up hand at Izuku like old men do when they are angry. Meanwhile, Xiaoto had sat on the sidelines watching Izuku and Endeavor fight and had somehow gotten cold sober, slurping on it whilst they sparred. Izuku shrugged and asked, "Going all out then?" As Izuku held up Hellfire's core, then let it drift back to Endeavor, who smirked and nodded in confirmation. What was once a spar was now a fight. Endeavor ignited his flames, letting them fall over his costume. Back at full power, Endeavor smirked arrogantly at Izuku, believing that he could now put the boy in his place. Across the field, Izuku tutted, "Maybe this man is beyond redemption now," Izuku thought grimly. Crossing his arms, Izuku waited for the hero to move first, wanting to study Endeavor's fighting style more closely. Izuku's wish was granted as Endeavor charged with a flaming fist aimed at Izuku's face, who countered it with a block using telekinesis to fling it harmlessly to the side. Aggressive, untactful, no rhythm. That was Endeavor's fighting style, Izuku mused, brute force and nothing more. The man was trained well but not using that training at all. As the fight progressed, Endeavor became more and more vexed at Izuku, who had simply danced around Endeavor, jabbing him with small punches. Fueled by his fury, Endeavor burst out his hottest flames, hostilely announcing, "You pest! I'll incinerate you to ash." Cobalt flames jetted from Endeavor right towards Izuku. His willing to kill. Even students, Izuku thought, letting his calm facade drop to show his unbridled fury to Endeavor. Summoning ethereal flame fully, gold and green lightning came from Izuku as his hands lit on fire and Izuku's eyes glowed emerald. Izuku stretched out his hand, dragging the cobalt flames to him and absorbed them before his other hand reached to Endeavor and ripped Hellfire's core from him. Instantly, Endeavor, no, he's not a hero, 𝐿's fire died out and falls to his knees. Izuku walks over to the man and whispers into his ear, "Karma always comes to those who deserve it." Then WHPs around and calls Detective Tsukochi, saying, "Detective, I need your help." "Yes." "Izuku. 𝐼𝐳𝐿. Crimson Blaze. Okay. Right. Goodbye." Neither Todoriki knew who Izuku had called, only hearing snippets of the conversation, but they knew Izuku's former identity. Around half an hour later, 2 police cars arrived. One new detective and Detective Tsukochi stepped out the first vehicle and entered Endeavor's agency to find Izuku on the bottom floor. Izuku saw that the detectives arrived and called them over, asking Tsukochi, "You brought the file?" "Yes," which was answered by a curt nod from the detective. They entered the lift, discussing what had happened and why the detective had been called, which Izuku told them truthfully. Once again, 𝐒𝐿 entered the training room with 2 detectives on his heels, and what a sight it was to behold. Endeavor knocked out cold, with quirk restraints on his arms and legs. Stolen from the agency Starcrime. 𝐒𝐿 walked up to 𝐿𝐿, "Before you. I had been trying to get Endeavor's hero license revoked." 𝐿𝐿 looked at 𝐒𝐿 questioningly. "I saw him murder so many people during my vigilante career, 𝐿𝐿. It was horrific. But alas, who could trust my word against the number 2 hero?" Wistfully, 𝐒𝐿 gazed around the room, looking at 𝐿𝐿, then continued, "So, I gathered evidence. Then you told me what had happened to you and your family." Guiltily, 𝐒𝐿 looked away. "So I told 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲 your story, and he too started to make a file." 𝐒𝐿 pointed to the thick folder the detective was holding, "and gathered evidence to put the man away for good. He'll need a DMN good lawyer, but even then, the evidence is too substantial, the court would have to remove him from power. Public opinions are strong." 2 arms wrapped around 𝐒𝐿, one was hot, the other was cold. 𝐒𝐿 didn't comment on the wet patch on his shoulder and just comforted the two-toned boy as he let go of his pain and suffering as he was free from his father. It took 2 hours for the police to leave. They had questioned 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐿𝐿 about the matter they originally came for, then proceeded to question 𝐿𝐿 about his home life. 𝐒𝐿 watched as his favorite detective's face contorted in anger at the story. Obviously he was telling the truth. The detective's quirk made sure of that. After jotting all the information down, 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲 looked up with a hollow smile, and a voice a little too sweet said, "Right. 𝐁 Todoroki is charged with first-degree murder charges, child abuse, spouse abuse, emotional manipulation, manslaughter, and so on." 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲 jovially exclaimed. He then bowed to both boys and dragged the still unconscious Endeavor to the awaiting police van outside. Still inside, 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐿𝐿 now had no mentor to complete their internship, so they left to walk town. As they did, 𝐒𝐿 gave his dad a basic rundown of what had happened at the agency, 𝐒𝐿 telling his dad about what they were doing now. 𝐒𝐿 hung up with a cherry-red blush on his face. His dad had said to enjoy his date, and 𝐒𝐿 denied that it was a date but secretly wanted it badly to be one. Both boys enjoyed their day out together, 𝐒𝐿 wishing they had more time, but they had a new internship. They had to travel back to Musutafu from Hof, where Endeavor's agency was located, passing Hosu on the way. On the train, 𝐒𝐿 read a book he had brought with him. When he heard the train buzzers come to life, "Passengers, please remain calm. We have to make an Emma dash." The announcement was cut short as a hero with a wolf mutation quirk crashed through the carriage 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐿𝐿 were in. Immediately after the hero entered, a 𝐿𝐵 crawled into the hole, grabbing the hero by the face, its claws starting to pierce the skin. Not hesitating, 𝐒𝐿 shot forward using his telekinesis to launch himself out of the train and grabbed the 𝐿𝐵 to pull it with him as he left. 𝐒𝐿 floated to the ground, but the 𝐿𝐵 smashed into the ground beside him. Somehow it got up and went on a rampage targeting the innocent people around him. The 𝐿𝐵 went to attack a mother and daughter but was stopped by a wall of fire. 𝐒� formed a sword with his fire and cut the mutated beast down, letting the pair escape from the battle. As he let go of his fire, an explosion from a few blocks away lit the sky with a dangerous orange glow and huge cloud of smoke. Using his quirk, he formed wings of fire and used them to speed over to the area that the explosion emanated from, but when he got there, he saw another 𝐿𝐵, this one more bulky and able to take more punishment. From the side, he saw an apartment block that had been set ablaze, with the hero Manuel trying to subdue it with water from a fire hydrant that had been destroyed. Manuel was barking orders to what seemed to be a white blur, or as 𝐒𝐿 knew, Tenya, who was evacuating civilians from the dangerous area using his speed to get them away faster. The 𝐿𝐵 had no issue in destroying more buildings, and 𝐒� hopped in with a piece of metal from the train wrapped around his knuckles to protect them as he didn't have his hero suit with him. His metal punch struck the 𝐿𝐵, blowing him back several feet, however regenerated quickly. Hyper-regeneration again, 𝐒� thinks. It's practically the same quirk from the defeated 𝐿𝐵 from the USJ. 𝐒� summons a fireball and launches it at the brain of the 𝐿𝐵, burning away the cells before they could regenerate. A firm hand grasped 𝐒�'s shoulder, who turned to see who grabbed him only to see Manuel. "You're 𝐒� Midoriya, winner of the a sports festival," he proclaimed. "Thank you for helping. But help Tenya evacuated the civilians from around here, please." Nodding, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 left to find those who need help. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 turned the corner and saw a woman limping, so he went to help her by picking her using his telekinesis, much to her thanks. After a while, he went to try and find Tenya to help him. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 walked down the street and heard a pained groan from an alleyway just up ahead and jumped into action, pulling himself with his telekinesis to the small alleyway. That's when he saw the hero native slumped on the alley's wall, Tenya next to him, shaking but not moving fully, and 𝐿𝐼, who looked like he had just gotten their fire of a blast of ice at someone 𝐒𝐿𝐼 couldn't see properly. The figure stepped into the light to reveal hero killer, Stain. Activating ethereal flame, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 darted inside, blocking Stain's blade with one of his own made of fire. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 heard the man mutter, one distraction after another. Charging 𝐒𝐿𝐼 with a chipped blade drawn. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 summoned a layer of flames all over his body to cover his skin, then blocked Stain's jab with his sword. Those watching compared it to a dance as the two treaded carefully and struck with precision, calculated blocks with forceful jabs and parries. Stain made a mistake, however, a large mistake. He shouted to 𝐒𝐿𝐼, "You! I know who you are, Nova Blaze or 𝐒𝐿𝐼 Midoriya. You are no better than your parents." As soon as Stain said that, the entire alleyway went silent. 𝐿𝐼 and Tenya knew that 𝐒𝐿𝐼's parents were a very sore spot for the boy. After all, 𝐿𝐼 knew what 𝐒𝐿𝐼 had been through, and Tenya had heard of the boy's past through his brother, snippets here and there. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 stood, positively rigid, his fingers twitching, speaking to Stain in cold, powerful voice, "You know of my parents?" Garnering a confused look from Stain, who told 𝐒𝐼, "Yes, I know of your parents, Hisoshi and Inko Midoriya. Do you not?" With a shake of the head from 𝐒𝐼, Stain hums, moves to Tenya, before continuing, "Him. You may be different after all. It remains to be seen." Raising his sword again to strike Tenya, but is stopped when he felt his entire body lock up. Stain looks to 𝐒𝐼, who had his arm outstretched holding Stain in place. 𝐒𝐼 looks Stain in the eyes and commands him, "Tell me what you know of my parents." The command was cold, bitter. Stain decides he is defeated, so tells 𝐒𝐼 what he wants to know. "Your parents are villains that sends ice cubes down their backs. Their names are Red Vermilion and Heartbreak." 𝐒𝐼 punches Stain, knocking the killer out and tying the man up. 𝐒𝐼 lacks the energy to speak. He was just told that his parents are villains, the most notorious in Japan right now, and leaders to the largest criminal organization, the Crimson Wyverns. 𝐒𝐼 feels 𝐿𝐼 pat his shoulder, telling 𝐒𝐼, "No one cares about your parents. You aren't them. You are 𝐒𝐼, the kindest, most caring person in the world, and with more guts than anyone to stand up to endeavor like you did." 𝐿𝐼 gives 𝐒𝐼 a rare full smile, and 𝐒𝐼 becomes a blushing mess, stuttering out a thank you. 𝐒𝐼 then stops. His dad is not going to happy with this. His eyes move down to a captured Stain wrapped in some rope which had been dumped in a bin just next to Native, who throws away good rope. His mind wanders to his fight with Stain, thinking, how did he know my hero name and how did he get it wrong? Nova Blaze. I kinda like the ring of that. 𝐒𝐼 is snapped out of his thinking as he heard rapid footsteps coming. A group of sidekicks come around the corner and started doing their thing. No one notices a third Nomu in the sky, flying with wings as it swoops down and grabs 𝐒𝐼, gripping his claws into his side. He flares ethereal flame and lights up in golden flames, charring the Nomu which had grabbed him, crashing to the ground with it. Suddenly it gets up and tackles 𝐒𝐼 to the ground, going to bite his neck where an artery is as its teeth get closer and closer until Stain appears out of nowhere and stabs the brain of the Nomu, killing it. None of the heroes could move as Stain flared his killing intent, shouting, "Come on you fakes. The only hero that can kill me is All Might." His knife pointing to the crowd. Then it all stops. Stain literally froze, not moving at all, then falls to the ground knocked out. 𝐒𝐼, 𝐿𝐼, and Tenya are all carted off to Hosu General Hospital as soon as the hero killer is knocked out and put into police custody to be treated, and on the way 𝐒𝐼 falls asleep next to 𝐿𝐼 on his left side. 𝐒𝐼's last thought being, how did Stain know of my parents and hero name? Waking up, 𝐒𝐼 heard the steady tune of the heart monitor. BA damp. BA dump. BA dump. Slow and steady. His eyes cracked open to reveal the white room of the hospital, and inside were none other than 𝐿𝐼 and Tenya. Both looked like they were waiting. Groaning, Izuku woke up fully. Even though both 𝐿𝐼 and Izuku weren't injured, they were kept in the hospital for some reason. That reason soon became clear when the chief of police in Hosu came through the door with Manuel and Izuku's dad, whose expression was filled with anger. The chief cleared his throat. Ahem. As you know, I am the chief of police here in Hosu. My name is Kenji Tsuragami. The chief told, adjusting his tie, as he woofed. Woofed, like a dog. Quirk regulations are tight nowadays, and to use a quirk, a person must have a hero license, which none of you three do. We once were going to give Endeavor the credit, only to my surprise to find that he has been arrested. He stated, again woofing, we are now in a tight spot, 3 Hero Corps students taking down a highly dangerous killer. Izuku holds up his hand, then give credit to Crimson Blaze. All eyes in the room focused on him. It may not be the result they wanted, but was the best one to avoid unnecessary punishment. The chief nodded. That could work, the burns support it, and the skill too. Thank you, young pup, for the suggestion. Then walks out, his tail wagging happily. He had a story to fabricate. Manuel chopped Tenya on the head, and Izuku was scolded harshly by his dad, but hugged nonetheless. The trio are discharged from hospital after the visit and start to leave for their internships once more. Izuku was interning with Eraserhead and 𝐿𝐼 with a lesser no-flame hero called Apollo. Before Izuku could leave, he feels a hand grab his wrist. He spins around to see 𝐿𝐼 holding it, looking away with a small blush on his face, then clears his throat and asks Izuku, hey, Izuku, I wanted to ask if, he looked to his hands trying to calm down, I wanted to ask if you like to go out sometime alone. Izuku shuts down. He can faintly hear his dad cackling with the rapid tapping of a phone screen. Shaking his head, Izuku snaps out of his funk and replies a bit too quickly, yes. Yes. Oh, I mean. Yes, I would like that very much, 𝐿𝐼. Then booked it, running to his dad's side, blushing like a tomato. He feels his phone buzz, a message from 𝐿𝐼, I didn't have chance to tell you when. Izuku groaned and blushed more, and his dad peeked over his shoulder to see the text and laughed more at his son's misfortune. How fun it is to be a dad, 𝐿𝐼 thinks. Once again, Izuku feels his phone buzz, let's say that fair that's happening in Ender Park. We can meet at 5 p.m. Izuku texts back without thinking it's a date from across the city. 𝐿𝐼 bursts into flames. In a warehouse in an unknown location, a black goo portal opened and with it stepped out 2 men known as Red Vermilion and All for One. In their hands held a hard drive with all the known information about one Izuku Midoriya gathered from their intelligence gathering inside of you. Nova Blaze, once Blazing Nova, changed by Eraserhead, such a fitting name. All for One rubs his hands together. Time to extinguish a star. Izuku was hopping over a building when he felt his phone buzz. The displeased look from his dad caused Izuku to land on the other building and whipped out his phone to shut it off. It unlocked with a swipe and the buzz was a message from Uraraka who asked, Hey Deku. Have you seen the news? Directly after the message was a link to a news website with the title, Endeavor, the number 2 hero, arrested. Izuku has no words. This wasn't supposed to be out yet to save the full weight of the press all but collapsing onto the Todoroki family. Maybe the article has too little detail for it to be believable. Hopeful, Izuku scrolls and starts to read carefully, completely forgetting about the patrol he was on. Yesterday, many people stood witness to an unconscious number 2 hero being carted into a waiting police vehicle. Sidekicks watched as their boss was taken into police custody and civilians on the street saw their second-best defender rolled off. This sparked many to question, why? To the right of the paragraph was a slightly blurry photo of Endeavor being placed into a police van. Now, what we believe is that the man in the picture is a fake. Yes. An imposter, a fake, being caught, and may explain why the Endeavor at the sports festival could not use his quirk, because they were an imposter to spy on the festival. Silently, Izuku wipes his brow from the sweat that had formed up there. Relief flooded into Izuku. They don't have the real reason, so the Todoroki family is safe from the press for now. His relief vanished when he felt the intimidating aura of his mentor behind him. his eyes glowing a vibrate red with his quirk active. Would you care to explain what is so important on your phone that we had to pause openly on a roof? Izuku shuddered at that voice. That monotone voice yet filled with irritation. His mentor turned and leaped away without getting his answer and left Izuku to scramble after him. As Izuku pocketed his phone, the article below caught his eye. Stain, right or wrong? That left Izuku reeling. His mind flickered back to the alleyway where Stain implied he was a villain. Was he right or wrong? The old saying is the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. By the same logic, Izuku is destined to a life of villainy, but he doesn't want to be a villain. Or was he already one? He had broken several laws: breaking and entering, illegal quirk usage, theft, grievous bodily harm, maiming, vigilantism, and so on. Was this Izuku's legacy? To become a villain? Without realizing it, Izuku started to slip into a panic attack. His breathing increased as his heart rate skyrocketed, his knees felt weak, then collapsed to the ground with his vision becoming narrow tunnels. Two rough hands were planted onto Izuku's shoulders, demanding his attention as he sees his dad's face through his vision and watched as his dad breathed in and then out. Izuku found himself copying the action until he had calmed down enough to notice what had happened. His dad was out of his mentor impression and into dad mode, holding Izuku down with hands on his shoulder and asked, "Izuku, please tell me what's happening in that mind of yours." Gentle fingers tapped on his forehead, and that's when Izuku's walls fell. Fat, ugly tears rolled down Izuku's freckled cheeks as he sobbed into his dad's shoulder, letting out his pain and sorrow with each wail. It took some time before Izuku found his voice. "Este new my bb's parents." He choked out, letting some more tears leak out. "He said no bb better than my parents." Izuku felt his hands being taken into a larger pair as his dad questioned, "Izuku, do you know who your parents are?" It was a simple question, but Izuku found it so hard to answer, but eventually did. Ionko and Ichichisoshi Midoriya, the villains Red Vermilion and Heartbreak. Izuku looked away from his dad, unable to look into his eyes, but comfortingly pulled his face so that his faced his dad, who shook his head as he told Izuku, "No, they aren't your parents, kid. Me and Hisashi are. You are an Izayamoda, maybe not by BLD but by..." His dad pointed to Izuku's chest, "Heart and soul you are, which is thicker than BLD. Come on." His dad opened his arms, inviting Izuku in for a hug, and to which Izuku happily obliged, ramming into his dad's chest with more tears in his eyes. 2 more days later, the internships end and Class 1A gather in their classroom to discuss what had happened during their internships. Izuku walked into the room and it was a sight to behold. Bakugo with his hair down into a 2:8 ratio, with both Kirishima and Zero laughing at the boy who looked as if he was about to blow up, and which he did, causing his hair to also explode with him. The green-haired boy was about to sit down when he saw Uraraka wave him over, and he happily walked over and asked, "Hey Uraraka. How was your internship with Gunhead?" He watched as the gravity girl began to punch thin air as a dark aura enveloped her, her head snapping to Izuku as she answered with one word, "enlightening." Izuku backed away from the girl. She clearly had a good time, so Izuku left to ask his other classmates about their experiences. Most had a good time with their mentors, some had a less than stellar time like Yorozu, who had been used as a model for advertising. Izuku couldn't help but blush as he walked past Xiaoto, and it wasn't unnoticed by Uraraka as she looked at the boys with a calculating gaze. Maths went by easily from Izuku's point of, with ectoplasm, who explained it robotically and with little charisma, so those who were less academically inclined were unable to grasp the subject. Then came English literature with Cementos. The pro was slow and methodical, explaining it calmly to everyone, but it was too slow, like time had been stopped. Lunch reared around and Izuku sat with his group, what the rest called the Deku squad for whatever reason, which consisted of Tenya, Uraraka, Tsuyu, and Xiaoto. The group had gotten their chosen meals from Lunch Rush and sat at their table and began to talk for some time. Uraraka looked to Izuku and Xiaoto, then asked, "So, you both told each other then?" Her excitement leaking from her entire being, her brown eyes practically glowing. Izuku stuttered with a bright blush covering his face. She noticed. Izuku thinks indignantly. Shyly he nods, telling her, "Why are we going on a date this Saturday?" He blushed even more after he told Uraraka, and he looked like a fresh tomato. Xiaotou had also blushed, not really engaging with the conversations but listening, nevertheless. Conversation flowed easily after, bouncing from topic to topic until the bell rang to signal the beginning of the last few PLS. Heroics with all might was one of them. After the Hosu fiasco, Izuku realized that he could do with physical weapons as not to rely on his quirk too heavily, so he asked 𝐺𝐺 to give him a pair of brass knuckles to use for his costume. The brass knuckles themselves were made of a special blend of titanium and tungsten to get a hard metal to strike with without it breaking, and a metal that can withstand the high temperatures of his quirk. The flames on his suit had been changed too, from a forest green to golden and blue to go with the whole Nova theme. Izuku also wanted a sword of some kind, but he required a special license to use one, and a student can only get the license in their second year, so no physical sword for him yet. All Might led the class to the industrial zone, announcing in his bold voice, "Welcome back, class. I hope you all had a good time on your internships." His blue eyes stopping on to boys in particular. "Now, in today's lesson we will be doing a mobility test." Once again, All Might pulls a script out of nowhere and calls out the teams, Izuku being on the first time, which was made up of 4 people, Izuku, Zero, Tenya, and Masharao. All Might jumps to a platform and shouts into the microphone he had, "Now the first team will look for 𝐿, the first to find me wins." Immediately cutting the feed as the first team lines up to race. Without warning, a loud horn sounds and Izuku cannons off. Using his telekinesis, Izuku pulls himself ahead of the group, his suit flowing majestically as he breezed through the wind. Not far behind was Zero and Masharao using their quirks to swing around the area, with Tenya running on the ground dodging all the structures in front of him. The race ended with Izuku in first place, followed by Zero, then Masharao, and finally Tenya, who had almost beaten Masharao but failed to catch up in the last leg of the race. When Izuku had reached All Might, the buff man gave Izuku a thumbs up and told Izuku, "After this lesson, meet me at the teacher's lounge." His voice held a tinge of pain within it. What this is about, Izuku has no idea. So, when the lesson ended, Izuku went to find All Might, in his deflated form, was indeed waiting at the teacher's lounge but looked tense and rigid. Both went inside and sat down in a separate room to the side, All Might and a cup of tea. The atmosphere was oppressive, suffocating even, until All Might broke it saying, "We haven't had much time to talk, young Midoriya. I hope you are well after the whole Hosu situation." All Might wiped the BLD that started to seep from his mouth. "I wanted to discuss One for All. As you know, the Hero Killer's quirk was a paralysis quirk using BLD. A bone-deep sigh came from Izuku's mentor. "Do you remember what I told you when I gave you One for All? Eat this." Izuku exclaimed, his face morphing into a horrifyingly similar visage of All Might. The man waved that off. "No, not that. The part on how One for All is gotten, though DNA." Realization dawned onto Izuku's face. Stain never got any of my BLD, so he can't have One for All, right? All Might shakes his head. "No. One for All is a special quirk in that it can be passed along with or without consent of the one taking it, but can never stolen without the consent of the holder." All Might looked to Izuku with a deep sorrow in his eyes. "It is time I told you of the history of One for All, my boy. The story begins at the very start of quirks themselves, the BH of the quirked era. There were once 2 brothers whose names were lost to time itself. One was born with the power to give and take quirks, all for one, and quickly descended into the lust of the power that quirks gave him. He abused his power to rule the criminal underground as king. Fear is what he was known for. He ruled with an iron fist. The other was seemingly born without a power, ill with an uncommon disease causing him to become frail and weak. However, even though he was physically weak, he possessed a heroic spirit and a pure determination to help others. He was a symbol of justice, unlike his counterpart. All for One saw his brother as weak, with no power of his own, so decided that he will give him that power, a quirk of his own. It is unknown if All for One gave his brother a quirk to help him or to control him. Unbeknownst to either, All for One's brother held a quirk, one which can be passed along. All for One forced a stockpiling quirk onto his brother. Both quirks fused into one quirk named One for All. All for One created his greatest threat to his own power, unable to take the quirk and the only quirk with the capability to combat him. Every holder of One for All has a duty to defeat All for One, and each holder had failed in that quest until me, that is. I thought I had slain that monster, but with the uprising of these Nomis, I fear he may live. All Might looks Izuku dead in the eyes. With my time limiting as All Might, it may fall onto your shoulders to beat All for One, with or without me. Unable to comprehend what he had been told, Izuku sat staring blankly at All Might. Is that his roundabout way of telling me he might die soon? Izuku thinks morbidly. Soon, Izuku finds his voice. I may have to fight a 2-century-year-old man with a vast array of quirks he had stolen from people. It was a simple question and it garnered a simple answer in the form of a head nod with nothing else. Izuku decides to venture into his dream when One for All was added into his body. All Might, did you have dreams of One for All? Like the past holders or something? Questioningly, All Might looks at Izuku before replying, no, I don't believe I've had dreams, but back in my youth, I did see shadows of the former holders once I had gotten a good enough grip on One for All. Why do you ask? Izuku waves off All Might's concern saying, no reason, All Might, just curious. Then Izuku's face lights up, wanting to dispel the tense atmosphere, announces, let's test my power. All Might chuckles as he's dragged out of the room and all the way to the nearest training room. Not long after, both reach the training room and All Might buffs up, shouting, let me see your power, young Midoriya. With that, Izuku powers up One for All at the maximum he can handle currently, which felt like a handful compared to the ocean of power inside him gained by One for All. He pulls back his fist yelling, 𝐒𝐸𝐵. His fist crashing into All Might's waiting hand, a small shockwave coming from the collision. All Might's signature laugh comes from the small dust cloud that had been kicked up from the collision, then exclaimed, young Midoriya. Wow, that feels like a 20% punch to me. How much did it feel like to you? 20%. Izuku responds with, to me it feels like maybe 5 to 9%. That garners All Might's attention as the hero thinks, only 5 to 9%. This kid's a powerhouse. From his bag, Izuku pulls out his notebook writing down all the moves he can try to use. I could use All Might's move, but I would be a copycat then, and I'm not really All Might, I'm Nova Blaze. Perhaps try to keep to the whole galaxy theme. Or combination moves with my flames and telekinesis. So many options. Izuku didn't realize he was mumbling until he was thwacked on the head by a depowered All Might as he said, don't think too much on it right now, young Midoriya, you will have time for that later. Giving Izuku a kind thumbs, All Might left to do some paperwork. Izuku now stood alone in the hall thinking about the past hour. He is destined to defeat an ancient crime overlord. Izuku also has more power than All Might when he uses 20%, and that maybe he can come up with new moves to change from All Might. He pulls his phone out to look at the time, then notices the day he's on, Thursday. Fridays are for homeroom, and it also means he's closer to his date with Xiaotou. Placing a hand on his chin, Izuku rubs gently as he thinks, what am I going to wear? Casual. Papa may be able to help me. The day ended and Izuku went home to his parents. He read a book he got from a library he visited recently, and the book itself wasn't too bad. He saw the time and quickly went to bed, getting ready for tomorrow. It feels like something may happen. Loudly, the bell rang telling the students to go to homeroom, and with it Izuku went too. The walk to the classroom was a short one and Izuku arrived at the room before most, walking to his desk to sit down to relax before his dad pulls some rational deception on Izuku. Once everyone had entered, his dad rocked inside and decked in that god-awful yellow sleeping bag. Standing up, the sleeping bag resembled a cocoon, and maybe a appealing butterfly will come out. Never mind, it's only a homeless-looking man that Izuku calls his dad for some reason. Said man slithered up the podium and started homeroom. Now, as you all know, the final exam is nearing closer. His eyes begin glowing red. Better get revising now or you'll fail in the exams. A dull statement but very true. Luckily, Izuku was second overall in terms of grades, surpassing Xiaotou, but couldn't match the meticulous Yorozu with her outstanding genius. Then, Ashido and Kaminari burst into tears yelling out, "No, we're going to fail," clinging to one another as they sadly drooped to the floor. Bakugo pulled himself up shouting at the pair, "Idiots. Maybe if you actually listened and revised you wouldn't fail. And with his permanent scowl, Bakugo sat back down to silently fume that he's in 5th place, behind Tenya, Xiaotou, Izuku and Yorozu. The pink-skinned girl and the yellow-haired boy turned to Izuku and Yorozu and started to clamber over the tables before begging the pair, "Please, please, please help us," putting their hands together like they're praying. Izuku looked then nodded, telling them, "Okay, but my place is a little small to study, and when?" That's when Yorozu spoke up, "We can have this meet up at my house. And we can do it on either Saturday or Sunday, whichever you want." Decisively, Izuku replied, "Okay, I can't make it Saturday, but I can make it Sunday." Tears burst once again from the two asking for help, thanking both Izuku and Yorozu many times. Izuku watches them with amusement before leaving. He had to find his papa for some fashion advice. His dad would make him look homeless, but his papa had some style over than his obnoxious hairdo. Rounding the corner, Izuku spotted his unsuspecting target in the form of Present Mic walking down the corridor with Cementos. Izuku grabs the leather jacket of his papa, then drags him to the staff room for some consultation. Once inside, Izuku turns and asks, "Papa, I need your advice. Please, can you help me with clothes?" Izuku pulled out his best puppy dog impression, and it was effective as he saw his papa's eyes melt as he yelled, "Okay. Well, what's the occasions, little listener?" Poking his two pointer fingers together, blushing, Izuku answered shyly, "I have a birthday date." And that set the cockatoo off. A loud, ear-piercing screech echoed the halls of UA and startled everyone who didn't know Present Mic and his overly hyper personality. Once Izuku calmed down his papa, the man started listing everything Izuku could wear and asking all about his date. He rambled on for 2 hours. Exhausted, Izuku left to look for clothes by himself, which could be either really good or really bad. It depends, honestly. Coruscant Mall was what Izuku was recommended to go to and shop at by his papa. The place was massive. It had 5 floors with shops on all of them, packing them to the brim with high-end shops that many couldn't afford normally and some for the lower-income people. He had gotten his Crimson Blaze debit card. He often robbed the larger organizations he brought down, taking all their things worth money, including all their actual money. He was saving it for important things, and Izuku considers this important and to separate both his civilian and vigilante identity. After all, why would a 15-year-old have millions of yen on a debit card? Time ticked by as Izuku walked about the mall looking for the right outfit. He went through shops like a nomad until he found something. A nice-looking shop with some great clothes inside. Izuku went inside the shop and found what he could wear. He came out of the shop with 3 bags of clothes that look good on him. Now all that's left is deciding on which to wear. Now Izuku wandered around for a bit since he had nothing better to do currently, so he went around the mall to look around. After his shopping spree and a nice stroll around the mall, Izuku left. He walked to the bus stop to catch the bus because he felt too lethargic to walk all the way back home. A bus soon pulled up and Izuku hopped on after paying his fee. The ride itself was quiet, not that many people on the bus, only an elderly couple and a trio of men at the back. Seemingly, the universe saw Izuku actually happy and said, "Wait. I don't like that," and then set 3 robbers onto the same bus as him. The trio at the back of the bus rose up, the main shouting, "You 3 hands up," holding up a gun towards Izuku and the couple. The other 2 went to the bus driver holding her hostage too. Luckily Izuku wasn't in his a uniform at the time. He changed at home before going to the mall, so they didn't focus on his due to his age. Sneakily, Izuku used his telekinesis to text his dad about what was going on but couldn't see the response. Suddenly, one of the men who went to the front came back and told the other, "We've got control of the bus. Now can we rob that bank?" He seemed excited about the prospect and Izuku had to act. Why steal a bus of all things to rob a bank? Thinking quickly, Izuku bolted towards the men, who hadn't noticed the boy, and attacked them. Izuku delivered a knockout high kick to one man and used his telekinesis to trap the other before giving him a swift jab. The poor elderly couple looked terrified, but Izuku gave them a kind smile and offered his hand. "Please, let me see you off." The couple gave him a look before accepting. Izuku got them off as fast as possibly, then moved to take out the last one. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 saw the man holding the bus driver down with a gun pointed to her head, as the man turned to see 𝐒𝐭𝐴 thundering towards him. The robber had no time to react as 𝐒𝐭o𝐴 headbutted the man, causing him to collapse into a heap on the floor with blood pouring from his slightly broken nose. The bus driver thanked him profusely as they went to leave the bus to meet up with the elderly couple. Sirens came from outside, probably the couple calling the police. Outside, 3 police cruisers parked with 6 officers and 𝐒𝐭o𝐴's favorite detective pointing their guns at the bus door as 𝐒𝐭o𝐴 stepped out with his hands up. 𝐒𝐭o𝐚𝐲 yelled and all guns were holstered at the detective's call, who sounded beyond exasperated at this point. 𝐒𝐭o𝐚𝐲 called to 𝐒𝐿, Midoriya. What the hell? Again. You demon villain magnet. 𝐒𝐿 simply shrugged, innocently telling the detective, the 3 are in there when you're ready. The other officers went inside to restrain the villains as 𝐒𝐿, the elderly couple and bus driver were questioned about what happened. It wasn't a long affair and 𝐒𝐿 collected his guilty treasures before going home. Tomorrow is a big day for 𝐒𝐿 after all. Waking up, 𝐒𝐿 wiped his brow. He was already sweating buckets from the sweltering heat in his room that he himself was making from his nervousness. He's nervous because today wasn't 𝐒𝐿's Saturday. Teachy Saturday. His date with 𝐿𝐴. 𝐒𝐿 was frantically pacing in his room, his mind spiraling. This is his first date in his short lifespan after all. Logically, 𝐒𝐿 knew that the date would be fine, but his emotions however cause him to doubt. His anxiety came in full force like a tornado. 𝐒𝐿 could feel the panic ebb into him, a small voice whispering his doubts and they echoed in his head, stubbornly staying there. A knock at the door makes his anxiety calm slightly as a head of raven hair pops into the room followed by another head with yellow hair. A hand gently stroked his hair, grabbing 𝐒�l's attention from his brewing anxiety and he looked to his dad who was smiling down to 𝐒𝐿. With 𝐒�l's undivided attention, his dad spoke up, "Problem child, come on. Everyone can see that you both like each other, it's very clear." 𝐒𝐿 hadn't noticed his dad mutter under his breath and that demon SXL tension between you two is suffocating. Morning bled into day and 𝐒𝐿 was mostly ready for his date. In his own opinion, 𝐒𝐿 looked amazing. He wore a white shirt, ripped light gray jeans with a chain connecting from waistband into his pocket. Over his shirt, he wore a black leather biking jacket which was unzipped. His shoes remained those red abominations, the exact same as his old ones but newer and fresher. Out of the corner of his eye, 𝐒𝐿 saw his dad smiling as his papa took pictures of 𝐒𝐿, who was blushing wildly. Now all he had to do is wait for 𝐿𝐴 to pick him up, which he insisted on doing for some reason. 5 minutes later, a knock at the door echoed in the 𝐒𝐿 household. 𝐒𝐿 opened the door to reveal 𝐿𝐴 and 𝐒𝐿 blue screened at the sight. 𝐿𝐴 was wearing a grey turtleneck jumper with long sleeves, black skinny jeans and a hoodie wrapped around his waist. He had a pair of white sneakers on too. 𝐒� thought. And he looks hot awkwardly. 𝐿𝐴 cleared his throat and offered his hand asking 𝐒�, "Shall we go?" And 𝐒� nodded to the boy as he took 𝐿𝐴's unreasonably soft hand and left the house. The couple went around the city for a while before settling in a small, comfortable cat cafe before they went to the fair. Inside held many cats of all shapes and sizes, all of which came up to 𝐒� and 𝐿𝐴 and purred at them whilst rubbing themselves on the boys' legs, more than likely due to their quirks and the heat they emit. 𝐒� sat at a table and 𝐿𝐴 soon followed, talking about anything that came to their mind, finding they had a lot in common, such as they both enjoyed an old anime called Yuri on Ice. 𝐿𝐴 gave away that he tried to copy some of the moves when he froze a large lake with his quirk when he was younger. 𝐒� ordered a coffee and 𝐿𝐴 ordered cold soba to eat, talking all the while. Smiling, 𝐒� listened to 𝐿𝐴 rant about how ♯is Aizawa's secret love child and that 𝐒� is still somehow related to All Might. As they finished their respective food and drink, they began to clean before paying and heading out to the fair that is in Ender Park. Once again, the couple found themselves walking on the streets towards the fair, where the date would officially begin. Soon they reached the park as well as the fair, and it was massive in size with lots of people there playing on the rides or with family having a blast. 𝐿𝐴 paid both his own and 𝐒�'s fare to get into the fair and entered the fairground to explore together. 𝐒� dragged 𝐿𝐴 over to a pick the duck up game and told him to play because he had never played one before. So 𝐿𝐼 picked up the rod and started to try and hook the toy ducks in the small pool and failed to get a prize, most of which were All Might plushes. Next they went into a house of horror, which really wasn't scary for either of the boys, who had seen worse than these tricks. Internally, Izuku reveled at the screams of fear the other passengers gave off on the ride. The tricks were extremely cheesy, yet they still got scared. Izuku and 𝐿𝐼 got off with deadpan looks on their face. It was a bad ride and a waste of fare tokens. After that, they went to play other games, Izuku getting more tokens than 𝐿𝐼, and Izuku secretly bought 𝐿𝐼 an alien-shaped keychain. As they played shoot the target, Izuku saw a familiar brown bob cut and a short green-haired girl, rib-biting occasionally, in the crowd going towards the tunnel of love. Seems like I'm not the only one in class on a date, thought Izuku, turning back to the game and shooting more targets and winning once again. All the while during their date, Izuku and 𝐿𝐼 talked about things like family and what their favorite music is, Izuku liking songs such as Hold My Girl by George Ezra, an old artist from way back before Quirks, and This Is Me from The Greatest Showman, another old song from a pre-Quirk movie. 𝐿𝐼 hasn't really listened to music, and Izuku promised the boy to show him entire playlists to see what he likes the best. Nighttime was drawing fast, the moon starting to rise as the sun began to set. Izuku looked to 𝐿𝐼, let's go on the Ferris, we'll then call it a night, okay? Telling 𝐿𝐼 lightly as Izuku pulled the half-and-half boy to the wheel. The line was short due to the time, and they had gotten on fast. Once inside the carriage, they were carried to the peak, and it held in place, framing the moon between them. So very romantic, Izuku's mind supplied, and it niggled for him to do something. He stared into 𝐿𝐼's heterochrome eyes, pulling in closer to the boy and giving him a kiss on the cheek. Ha! You thought, eh? 𝐿𝐼 looks at Izuku, telling him, you missed. Or not. This time, 𝐿𝐼 leaned in and gave Izuku a quick peck on the lips as the wheel moved down back to the ground, and Izuku started to giggle, then belted out a full-on laugh, asking 𝐿𝐼, what is this, a cheesy romance movie? Then continued to laugh as 𝐿𝐼 joined in, the ride operator looking at the boys as if they were insane, and they possibly were, who knows. By now, most people had left the park. A couple of stragglers left wondering, including both Izuku and 𝐿𝐼, who were holding hands and smiling wide. Izuku looked at his phone, only 8:30, so they still had more time on their date. Suddenly, a loud noise came from Izuku, who blushed red, then looked scandalized at his stomach which had rumbled, and 𝐿𝐼 had the audacity to chuckle at Izuku. Leaving, Izuku took 𝐿𝐼 to a nice family diner to eat, announcing to 𝐿𝐼, this place has the best katsudon in Musutafu. Happily skipping to the diner with 𝐿𝐼 in tow. The diner itself was small, made of wood tinted in red, with a sign on top saying Fredbear's Family Diner, with a cartoon bear next to the name. Izuku came inside and waved at the person on the counter. Their tag read Freddy, and he seemed to have a bear mutation. The bear smiled at the green-haired boy and shouted, Izuku, welcome back. The same as usual. Which garnered a nod from Izuku. Then the bear reared his head to 𝐿𝐼 asking, and what would you like, cub? 𝐿𝐼 answered the bear, I would like soba please, cold if you will. Freddy nods and takes a ticket, slapping in onto the counter and shouts in the kitchen, katsudon and cold soba, followed by the familiar clang of cooking utensils and ignition of a stove. Izuku leads 𝐿𝐼 over to a booth, asking 𝐿𝐼, why don't you like hot soba? And 𝐿𝐼 tensed up. It wasn't that he didn't like hot soba, but the meal reminded him too much of his mother. 𝐿𝐼 responded, I do like hot soba, but it reminds me of my mother, that's all. His voice not betraying the swirling memories inside his head. Both sat in silence, until Izuku spoke again. I'm sorry 𝐿𝐼, I didn't mean to drag up unpleasant memories for you. Izuku offered his hand for support, which 𝐿𝐼 took. Izuku smiled warmly at the boy, not saying anything that would disturb the other. Food came not long after, Freddy giving them their respective meals with drinks to go with them, uttering to them, enjoy the meal, then left back to his place at the counter. Izuku and 𝐿𝐼 ate in a comfortable silence until 𝐿𝐼 asked Izuku, can your quirk do anything else? It seems incredibly versatile. Izuku nodded and told 𝐿𝐼, my flames can heal people. Izuku states, I got that aspect from my great-grandmother from my mother's side, she had a healing quirk. My healing is different from hers, using flames to heal. 𝐒𝐿 holds out his left palm, igniting it, commanding the flames to heal. The flames he was holding turned black in color. The black flames I hold represent healing. Then crush the flame in his hand. There are limits to this, however, a reason why I can't heal everyone. 𝐒𝐿 pauses, they are limited. 𝐒𝐿 looks to 𝐿𝐿, who looks dumbfounded at the discovery. 𝐒𝐿 continues narrating the black flames. My body builds and stores black flames slowly over time, a very long time. The reason is that, the flames being built use my life force. 𝐿𝐿 looked to 𝐒𝐿 sharply, demanding, they use your life force to be built. 𝐒𝐿 bits his katsuden, then swallows before going on, my life force yes. That's why they take so long to be built, so that they give my body time to heal my life force. 𝐒𝐿 pauses again, letting 𝐿𝐿 absorb the information dump. That's why I can't heal everyone. I have to save them for those on the literal brink of death, or it would deplete my stockpile and it takes years to build a stockpile of black flames. 𝐿𝐿 chugs down his strawberry smoothie, asking another question, have you used your black flames before? 𝐒𝐿 answers, I have once upon a time. It was when I started my vigilante career as Crimson Blaze. I happened to come upon an utterly obliterated battlefield, and at the center a lady knocking on death's door. 𝐒𝐿 sighs sadly, her state was bad, but I used most of my stockpile to heal her and it worked. Her name was Nana Shimera, and she mentored me for 6 months before disappearing into thin air. I haven't seen her since. Plunged into silence, both sat contemplating what to do next, 𝐒� beating 𝐿𝐿 to it, asking 𝐿𝐿 about his mother and siblings. Smiling, 𝐿𝐿 went on a trip down memory lane, telling 𝐒𝐿 all about his siblings and mother and the good times they had. By the time 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐿𝐿 had finished their meals, they had to go home. 𝐿𝐿 chaperoned 𝐒𝐿 home, to meet the face of his English and homeroom teacher, Hisashi bouncing excitedly and 𝐿𝐿 looking bored as they wait for 𝐒𝐿. 𝐒𝐿 waved to 𝐿𝐿 as he went into his house, but not before. Giving the dual elemental user a quick peck on the lips before bolting off into the house. As 𝐒� fell on his bed, he pulled out his phone and opened his photo gallery to look at the memories he had. His best photo by far was of 𝐒� taking a selfie with 𝐿𝐿 as 𝐒𝐿 laid his head onto 𝐿𝐿's shoulder, both boys smiling widely at the camera with 𝐒� holding a peace sign in front of him. 𝐒� set it as his lock screen. It wasn't until the next day that something had to happen to 𝐒�. Soon after unlocking his phone, smiling at his lock screen, he saw the news notification on his pull-down menu. 𝐒� always had news notifications on, and this is why. Hero course 𝐒� Midoriya, hero or villain? 𝐒� thought, why do they think I'm a villain? He opened the article and the sentence threw him through a loop. They know. Openly panicking, 𝐒� paced, mumbling rapidly, how? How did they find out my BRTH parents? A leak maybe? A spy? Ultimately, 𝐒� stopped reading the article further, unable to read on what they said. The thing that made it hurt was that the information was true. However, minutes after the upload, the article was taken down by someone, an agency. All Might's Hero Agency. It was also threatening a lawsuit, and the force of All Might's agency all but collapsing onto the publisher ruined their reputation. It may not longer be credible, but what had been leaked hurt 𝐒� more than any villain ever could. The article raved on about how he's a villain because of his parents. 𝐒� tried to block out his dark thoughts, the self-hating ones, but it didn't work as an inner voice whizzed curses and hatred at 𝐒� and his actions. His phone buzzed once again. This time though, it was a message from 𝐿𝐿, telling 𝐒� that, you are not your parents. They are not you. You are 𝐒� Midoriya and maybe my boyfriend. Red seeped onto 𝐒�'s face. Did 𝐿𝐿 just ask me out over phone? He did, but 𝐒� still found himself smiling as well as replying to the boy. 𝐿𝐿 followed up with, I will ask you out properly when we meet up again. Make more official. Fondly, 𝐒� shakes his head. 𝐿𝐿 is such a dork when he's not being an antisocial ice queen. Hold on. 𝐒� has a boyfriend now. 𝐒� was eternally grateful for his dad and papa not commenting on the girl-like scream from 𝐒�'s room. This entire morning has been a roller coaster of emotions. Sunday was spent by Izuku chilling in his house, texting 𝐿𝐴𝐷. It wasn't until his dad pointed out that Izuku was acting like a literal schoolgirl with a crush. Izuku tried to keep his mind of the article he read earlier by doing things like reading, listening to music and texting 𝐿𝐴𝐷 old memes he didn't understand. Monday soon rolled around, and that meant a new day at U. For Izuku. It also meant seeing 𝐿𝐴𝐷, his official boyfriend, and that got Izuku practically bouncing off the walls in anticipation. Leaving home with a brisk pace, Izuku made his way to the repaired U. A barrier, and with his key card in hand, Izuku scanned the card and the barrier clanged down to let Izuku inside. Once inside the building, Izuku went to 1A and opened the door, only to see Bakugo with an angry snarl on his face, which turned in fury when he saw Izuku, and Bakugo growled out, "I don't understand why they let a villain spawn and villain himself into the hero course, so why are you still here? To hand yourself over to the next number 1 hero." Here. Freezing, Izuku turned his focus to Bakugo, who hadn't spoken to Izuku directly since middle school, and replied to the scowling boy, "I earned my place here. Can you say the same, Pomeranian?" Sparks flickered to life on Bakugo's palms at the insinuation, and without warning, Bakugo launched forward, exploding his nitroglycerine like sweat for a high-powered explosion directly at Izuku. From there, Izuku rolled his shoulders. The explosion itself didn't hurt, but the force behind it caused him to stumble. Swiftly, Izuku got into a fighting stance, Bakugo following Izuku's action. Izuku decided against quirk usage, instead going into martial arts. Bakugo didn't, if the glowing of his palms showed anything. Rashly, Bakugo charged forward with his palm readied for his explosion. But it never came. And if the dark, oppressive aura that enveloped the room, then Izuku knew who had stopped the fight from progressing. Red eyes glowed behind Izuku's shoulder, promising pain to whoever had attacked first, and they narrowed onto Bakugo. Gray bandages shot from above Izuku's head, wrapping tightly around Bakugo, who was trying to scream and curse but came out muffled, but was quickly silenced by the cold, monotone voice of Eraserhead, Katsuki Bakugo. Not only attacking a student unprovoked, but illegal quirk usage and the aim to harm another student. This does not look good for you. Eraserhead turned to Izuku. "Leave, the rest of the class are on training ground Gamma." Izuku put his hands up placatingly, leaving the two behind. "What will I do with you, Bakugo?" Timidly, Izuku makes his to the training ground, still able to feel that cold fury from Eraserhead. In that room, Eraserhead had replaced his dad, his warm aura replaced with that frigid killing intent. Shuddering, Izuku got into his outfit, running a gloved finger over his brass knuckles as he made his way to the rest of the class. He doesn't want to know what'll happen to Bakugo. After leaving the changing room, Izuku strolls over to the training ground, only to be blinded by a flash of red and orange as he enters. Inside, 𝐿𝐴𝐷 was using his fire to blast target dummies. Tenya was lapping the grounds, becoming a near blur to others. Tsuyu and Uraraka were doing basic hand-to-hand combat. Kirishima was taking hits from Shoji and Dark Shadow, which Tokoyami was using whilst doing the same Tsuyu and Uraraka but with Koda instead. Ashido was producing acid and throwing it onto Zero's tape, trying to stop it from touching her, and Zero was trying to increase his overall ability to produce more tape. Yorozu was in the corner producing Russian dolls as AMR shot out. Laser at cement targets, holding his stomach, as Hakukyou was trying to sneak on Jiru, who had her earphone jacks in the ground. Kaminari released his electricity into a small battery to charge it up. Both Soto and Ojiro were sparring together. All Might and Cementos were teaching this lesson apparently, if the blonde hulking man telling everyone to go beyond was something to watch. Coming up behind 𝐿𝐴𝐷, Izuku whispered into his ear, "Boo." That resulted in a nasty right hook swinging into Izuku's face, covered in ice. Luckily, Izuku knew something like this might have happened, so he managed to dodge the punch that might have broken his nose. Laughing, Izuku held his stomach as 𝐿𝐴𝐷 shouted, "Then it Izuku. You scared me." With a hand over his heart. Finally, Izuku stopped laughing and came up to 𝐿𝐴𝐷, telling him, "Well then, I came over to give you some advice on using your fire." Izuku willed some fire onto his palm. Fire is, in a way, entwined to our emotions. Fire users' fire are often powered from the emotions of the user. Hatred is a strong, all-consuming emotion which increases the fire's power. The same can be said of love. Polar opposites yet yield the same results. Izuku turned to 𝐿𝐴𝐽, do not let your negative emotions consume you, focus on the positive ones instead. Think on what you love and then make your flames into a sphere. Izuku stepped back to watch 𝐿𝐴𝐽. Holding out his left hand, 𝐿𝐴𝐽 summoned his flames, brows creased in concentration as he tried to manipulate them into the sphere. Instead, all that came out was a jet of fire. Thinking, Izuku rubbed his chin. Perhaps when both his mother's and father's quirks combined into his quirk, they lost the ability to be manipulated after being sent out. Every quirk has a drawback. Breaking his thought train, Izuku called to 𝐿𝐴𝐽, "Hey 𝐿𝐴𝐽. Come here." Waving at the boy with his hand. 𝐿𝐴𝐽 soon came up to Izuku as he asked, "𝐿𝐴𝐽, what was your mother's quirk again?" 𝐿𝐴𝐽 looked at Izuku with confusion before telling him it was called permafrost. The generation and manipulation of ice. Cryokinesis really. Nodding, Izuku pulled out a small notebook, saying to 𝐿𝐴𝐽, "Then I believe that when both your mother's permafrost and your father's hellfire combined into your half-hot and half-cold, they lost the ability to be manipulated after they are generated." Izuku grinned, "Or the ability has yet to be unlocked, and your quirk is to evolve like mine did." With that, Izuku turned on his heels, going to speak to All Might, but not before 𝐿𝐴𝐽 says to him, "Let's meet up somewhere after we finish school, yeah?" Izuku couldn't help but blush brightly. His boyfriend, friend, best friend, was hot. There is no denying the fact that it is. Especially considering the left side of his shirt has been burnt off. Izuku was too busy before to notice that tiny detail. Stalking up to All Might, Izuku tapped on the man's arm and the giant man turned to face his protege, and Izuku asks, "Hey All Might. What do you want me to do?" Giving the man a bright smile. All Might returned the smile in full and told Izuku, "Young Midoriya, you will be doing physical training with me to try and up your limit of ethereal flames." Everyone's gaze turned to the duo as they saw All Might reel back his fist yelling, "Texas Smash." Izuku was hit right the jaw by All Might. Pressurized wind blew some off their feet and Izuku flew back, crashing into solid cement, saliva spurting from his mouth when he collided. Shakily, Izuku stood up, and everyone looked at him with awe and a tinge of fear. He did just take a direct hit from All Might and stood up afterwards, still with the ability to fight back. Regaining his bearings, Izuku let ethereal flame flood throughout his body, green and golden lightning crackling off his skin as flames swirled around him as he powered up. He soon reached his upper limit of about 10% and ran to All Might shouting at him, "Asteroid Smash." Izuku socked him in his non-wounded side, the power behind it sending All Might careening backwards. All Might grinned. It's been a while since he fought something that can match his strength. Izuku took the initiative, charging All Might with his fists blazing with fire. All Might met Izuku's advance and both powerhouses' fist collides. A visible shockwave emanates from the point of contact between the two, followed by a blast of pressurized wind. Jumping back, All Might says, "Young Midoriya, I am impressed by your strength. Show me more." Going in for another Texas Smash. Izuku sees the move coming and dodges it, and counters it with his own fist set ablaze with fire. Most of the class watched the duel in pure awe. The raw power their classmate has, to go toe-to-toe with the symbol of peace and stay of fair ground, puts them in a trance. No one, not even the number 2, could do the thing that Izuku is doing now, matching All Might in strength. It was near unheard of. Izuku charges at All Might again, sweeping the man's feet and punching him with both fists charged sent the man flying back. However, some noticed that Izuku was slowing. It wasn't noticeable at first, but now, it was. The boy was also sweating buckets and seemed to hold his wrists in a way which told that his wrists were beginning to hurt. All Might raised his palm, signaling for the spar to halt, before he announced, "Well done, class. You have all done excellent today. Now begin to head to your next lessons, please." Before bolting out of the door in a trail of smoke. As the boys entered the changing room, Kirishima burst out, "Man Midobro. Your fight with All Might was super manly." Many of the other boys nodded. 𝐿𝐴𝐽 blushed a bit, but Kirishima looked around and asked, Hey, anyone seen Bakugo today? Izuku stops getting changed for a second, before responding, I have Kirishima. He was with Aizawa last time I saw him. Izuku politely left out that Bakugo had tried to attack him with the intent to harm, but that neither here nor there. Out of the corner of his eye, Izuku spots Kirishima fist bump the air and shout to Izuku, thanks man. I'll ask Aizawa later. Conversation moved swiftly on as the boys got changed back into their school uniforms, Izuku not tying his tie correctly somehow. The group left to go back to the classroom, meeting up with the girls as they too made their way to class. The entire class correlated in the corridor, getting to class faster than before, and as they did, they noticed Aizawa standing tiredly at the podium. Izuku sees his dad near slumping on the podium and thinks that he had done something like expulsion or suspension. Paperwork is painful after all. Chatter died as Aizawa raised his hand, speaking to the class with boredom. Alright, settle down. Some of you may have noticed, but Bakugo is not here. For now, he has been suspended and forced to take mandatory anger management whilst he is investigated. Depending on the result of the investigation, it could lead to expulsion or him being moved down to general education. That's all. Goodbye. And then he flops. A muted thud is heard in the silent classroom as the other inhabitants soak in the news that they receive. The rest of the day passes and Izuku walks out with 𝐿 to go to the cat cafe they had gone to at the beginning of their first date. Once inside, the boys ordered some food. As 𝐿 speaks up, Izuku, I wanted to ask if you would like to be my boyfriend. Officially. Before Izuku could respond, 𝐿 rants, I would have asked when we to your house, but I think your dad doesn't like me. He glared at me with demonic red eyes. I got out of there as fast as I could. DMN, that was scary. Your old man is scary, Izuku. 𝐿 was just about to start again when Izuku interrupts as he blushes wildly. I would love to be your boyfriend, 𝐿. And yes, I know my dad's scary. This time, it was 𝐿's turn to blush, small sparks flickering on his left side before he pats them out. From there, conversation moves like a river, going from one subject to another, and neither boy noticing that they move closer to each other, their hands entwined. They both notice this, but make no attempt to move away. Instead they smile at one another, enjoying the warmth that both give out. Warmly, Izuku smiles as he moves forward, 𝐿 doing the same until they are close to kissing. Or they would have if not for Izuku's phone buzzing in his pocket. Frowning, Izuku removes his phone from his pocket to see who was calling him. Unknown number. Izuku looks to 𝐿, who shrugs at him, making Izuku choose whether to take the call or decline it. Within his mind, he argues with himself, his vigilante half saying it's a trap, the more civil half saying it's someone with the wrong number. Ultimately, Izuku takes the chance. Like an idiot, his mind whispers and answers the call, but all he hears is harsh breathing, causing the hairs on the back of his neck to stand. On guard, Izuku asks the person on the other end, hello. To who am I speaking to? The question was sharp and to the point, with an undertone of threat beneath it. On the other side, a raspy voice speaks back, Izuku Midoriya. Thoroughly freaked out, Izuku responds with, I do not know an Izuku Midoriya, you must have the wrong number, friend. He states calmly, no. I know this is Izuku Midoriya. Please answer me a question. If you would be so kind. Clearing his throat, Izuku asks back, and what would that be? The question has more bite to it than Izuku meant to put in, but all he hears is a dry chuckle. Are you aware of your legacy? Suddenly, it was like hell froze over. Whoever was on the end of this call knew of his parents, knew what he was supposed to be. The voice speaks more clearly, you will fulfill your legacy soon, we will meet again. Izuku Midoriya. Static buzzed through the phone. The call had been cut off. The person on the other side must have been a professional then to have been able to track down my phone, Izuku thinks as he looks to 𝐿, who just looks like a lost puppy. Izuku pats 𝐿's head similar to how one would pat a puppy, and he leans into the hand. Izuku's heart melts as he mutters, adorable. Then he remembers the phone call. 𝐿 is that eye-catching he forgot about a dangerous phone call. Quickly, Izuku scrolls through his contact list till he sees his dad's contact, then rings it. It buzzes 3 times, then his dad accepts the call, asking as soon as he answered, problem child, what do you need? Blunt as always. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 silently sighs before answering his dad. Hey dad, I just had an interesting phone call from someone telling me that they want to kidnap me. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 states just as bluntly as his dad, who is coughing up his lungs from 𝐒𝐭𝐴's response. Then the line goes silent before his dad speaks up. Anyone who wants you will have to go through me, and it'll rain down hellfire on anyone who touches a single curled hair on your head. Sinister darkness seeps from the phone, causing others around 𝐒𝐭𝐴 to shudder at the evil aura. Eraserhead's angry. God help us all. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 thinks sadly. Putting the phone down, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 collapses to the left, leaning his head on 𝐿𝐿𝐴's lap as he lets out a groan. He groans out, "No, he's never going to let me out of his sight now." It was now that 𝐒𝐭𝐴 realized he messed. His face lit up red, his face squished onto 𝐿𝐿𝐴's lap, and close to his. White tape wrapped around 𝐒𝐭𝐴's body as he was yanked away from his boyfriend and tied to the ceiling. His dad had caught him at a very bad time. Gleaming red eyes glared directly into both 𝐒𝐭𝐴's and 𝐿𝐿𝐴's souls as parental protectiveness burned within those red orbs. Striding to 𝐒𝐭𝐴, the tape was gripped as his dad spoke up. "𝐒𝐭𝐴, what was you doing with this boy right now?" With no good excuse, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 shrugged and smiled as innocently as possible. Obviously his speech skill was too low as it didn't work. The glare sent his way told him to shut up, and he did. Twisting his head, 𝐒𝐴 watched in slight fear as his dad told 𝐿𝐿𝐴, "Stay away from my son, Incubus." Long steps dragged 𝐒𝐴 away with his dad, and with no real way to get out, he waved 𝐿𝐿𝐴 goodbye and mouthed that he'll text him later. Or not, since his dad just plucked his phone straight out of his hands. Before he could fire a text to 𝐿𝐿𝐴. Smiling, 𝐒𝐴 looked to his dad, asking, "Dad, why did you take my phone?" He grins creepily. "Why would I let you talk to someone who is destroying your innocence?" 𝐒𝐭𝐴 raises an eyebrow. "What innocence?" Flatly, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 looks to his dad, who looked back just as flatly before his phone was tossed back to him. "Tuche." And he left. Phone in hand, 𝐒𝐴 starts to text 𝐿𝐿𝐴 again, educating the poor boy on old memes and subtly sending the boy kisses, not that he minded if he noticed. Just before he sent another meme, his phone buzzed, screen blaring that an unknown number was phoning him. It was the same as before. Stupidly, 𝐒𝐴 answers it, demanding, "What do you want now?" A raspy voice responds, "To tell you that your room looks nice, and would be a real shame if it was messed up." Without a warning, his room exploded from the center of the room. Even though his quirk absorbed the heat passively, he couldn't activate it fully in time to stop the shrapnel from hitting him. He looked down to his left leg to see a chunk of wood no larger than a kitchen knife has been through into it. Another piece cut his cheek as well as his arm, leaving blood dripping down his face, arm and leg, causing him to fall to the ground. Dizzy, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 looked up from the ground to see his dad rush in with phone in hand, probably calling emergency services. 𝐒𝐴's last thought before passing into the realm of unconsciousness was, "I wonder what 𝐿𝐿𝐴's doing right now." Beep. 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 That sound is what 𝐒𝐴 first notices when he finally comes into consciousness. His eyes crack open slowly and looks around the room he finds himself in, a hospital room. His mind supplies as he scans the room further. He first notices how dark it is, then moonlight which bled through the window inside his room, and finally a bright yellow cocoon sat in the corner unmoving. On his bedstand was the 𝐒𝐴𝐴, too far out of his reach with his hand, so he called it to him with his telekinesis. It floated over easily enough, and 𝐒𝐴 pressed it and waited for someone to come check on him. With it being nighttime, there weren't so many nurses stationed on his ward, but one still came to look inside, and spotted a fully alert 𝐒𝐴 sat up on his bed. The nurse, a male, 𝐒𝐴 presumed, left to call whoever they needed, probably a doctor of some sorts, and returning to 𝐒𝐴 with a jug of water along with a cup to go with it. The nurse introduced himself. "Hey there. My name is 𝐒𝐴. Nice to meet you." The man seemed bright despite his large stature of 5 feet and 11 inches and completely black eyes like a black hole. "I'm here to make sure that you don't get another infection." "Another?" 𝐒𝐴 tried speaking, but his throat felt like sandpaper, so he took the cup from the nurse and drank as said nurse continued, "Yeah. A piece of shrapnel that hit you was laced with some sort of man-made virus that attacked your body. I was called in to help with my quirk." It's called antiviral and does what it says on the tin in that it produces very potent antibodies to fight of any viruses. The man bowed to Izuku before leaving. Now that the nurse left, Izuku was near enough alone with his thoughts. His dad was too asleep to notice Izuku, and began his thinking. That was clearly a targeted attack. Professionals with lots of money, if that literal man-made virus has anything to tell me. They also know of my heritage, the apparent heir to the Crimson Wyverns, so maybe enemies of theirs wanting to eliminate me due to my link to the leaders. Izuku had begun muttering, which he thought he had gotten rid of that habit, his ideas bouncing inside the near-empty room. Hours drifted by for Izuku, who sat contemplating his attack within his own home, and wasn't until the bustling sound of nurses noticed the time. By now, Izuku had gotten his breakfast, which wasn't too bad at least, some orange juice, cornflakes, and 2 pieces of toast. Izuku's last piece of toast hangs out of his mouth as his dad begins to wake up from his heavy slumber. Black eyes meet green ones, and then followed by a blur of black thundering towards Izuku, arms wrapped tight around Izuku as his dad cursed to all the gods that might have been listening to him before speaking to Izuku. Problem child. I'm glad to see you're okay. Izuku didn't say anything about those small tears in the corner of his eyes. Izuku responded, I missed you too, Dad. As he reciprocated the hug. They sat like that for a few minutes in silence before his dad spoke up. You'll have to prepare extra hard now for the exams coming up, you know. Hissing, Izuku looks to his dad, telling him, I haven't had time to prepare and it's going to be tight. DMN. Hey! None of that language, problem child. His dad chided. Snorting, Izuku falls silent, trying to think of plans to train for the exams. They weren't too far away now, and he has no idea what his dad will throw at him and his class. A doctor came in not long after Izuku started thinking to discharge him. Physically he was healed, he only had the virus in him that kept him there, and now that was gone, he could leave. His leg was healed, but the doctor insisted he take some support to hold him up, and that's how Izuku left hospital with a cane for some reason and not a crutch. Snazzy, Izuku thinks, as he twirls the cane around before clicking it to the ground. He had luckily gotten a fresh pair of clothes courtesy of his dad, so he didn't look too bad leaving the hospital, cane in hand. Izuku looked to the cane and then imagined his hero suit with a cane with a hidden blade within it. He'd look downright amazing in his personal opinion, and has the added benefit of looking less frightening to civilians than a sword in broad daylight. Traveling was hard. Izuku now realized why the doctor gave him a cane. His leg ached like a butt cheek on a stick and was leaning on it heavily. Beside him, his dad hovered around to support Izuku just in case he fell. It wasn't likely, but his dad was overprotective of him now. Such a dad. Due to the incident, Class A's exams were pushed back so that Izuku could have time to recover. A isn't cruel. And that's how Izuku found himself walking into U. 4 days later with his cane clicking at the ground with each step he took. He didn't need the cane per se, he just liked the style of it, and it was a nice blunt weapon to use for a knockout in case he couldn't use his quirk. The class's exams were today, and Izuku was prepared for anything. He had time to revise the content for the exams, but he couldn't help with the tutoring like he had promised Yorozu. Hopefully she could do it without him. Exams, or the written ones, took 2.5 hours, covering the spectrum they had learned during their time at U. So far. Confident, Izuku sat with his classmates as lunch, discussing the exam and what they had thought of it. Suddenly, with incredible reflexes, Izuku caught an elbow heading towards his head, belonging to one Nito Monoma of 1B. Condescendingly, the blonde said, 1B is clearly superior to 1A, after all. A person has been expelled, another moved to Gen Ed, and one is the spawn of a villa, Ak. A big hand whacked the back of the boy's neck, making him fall unconscious. A ginger stepped out and apologized for his behavior, before she dragged the boy out of the cafeteria with his foot. All the while Izuku watched with bewilderment. Did everyone know that his SPM donors are villains? With nothing better to do, Izuku prepared for the physical exams. Apparently, they were supposed to fight against the robots from the entrance exam, but Izuku highly doubted that, and by the looks of it, Yorozu too. By the time they reached the meeting place in their suits, the class was met with the face of Aizawa, waiting with his arms crossed, and behind him the rest of the teaching staff at U. Kaminari looked at the teachers with a laid-back smirk and asked, "So where are the robots?" His face visible paled when Aizawa smirked back, as Nezu, the Chimera himself, hopped out of the capture gear wore by Aizawa and said, "Nowhere." "Why you ask?" "Because you will be battling against us. The staff." The rodent smiled creepily. "We will obviously be handicapped, and the teams are in duos that have been predetermined. Be prepared, little students." After his frankly terrifying speech, Nezu hops down to the ground as Aizawa steps forwards to announce the teams: Kirishima and Soto vs Cementos, Asui and Tokoyami vs Ectoplasm, Ida and Ojiro vs Powerloader, Yorozu and Midoriya vs Me, Ema and Uraraka vs. 13, Ashido and Kaminari vs Nezu, Gyro and Koda vs Present Mic, Shoji and Hagekyu vs Snipe, Zero and Todoroki vs Snatch. Zero and Shoto both look to Aizawa confused, before Shoto asks, "Who's Snatch?" From behind the gathered group, a female steps forwards, and Aizawa introduces her. This is the underground hero Snatch. Her quirk is able to take away quirks away for about 15 minutes. The female, who has a mask on, waves to the duo. Aizawa begins the first match by calling the teams forwards and sending the rest of the class to the observation room where Recovery Girl sits at the control desk and watches the stream. Kirishima and Soto vs Cementos was the first match. It begins with the boys discussing plans with one another before a siren sounds of the beginning of the match. The battle was within a city center, lots of cement, all three meet in a standoff fashion. Cementos acts first, slamming his hands on the ground and manipulated walls of cement towards the heroes in training. Kirishima hardens his skin and Soto chug some sugar and start to smash their way through the walls, trying to reach Cementos. However, due to the time limits on both boys' quirks, they drop the quirks in exhaustion and are captured by Cementos within a cement dome. With that, the match is called, and they lost the match. Asui and Tokoyami vs Ectoplasm was the second match. The match was set within a tight building with little space and cramped corridors. They are soon met with the exit gate and in front stood Ectoplasm. Sparing them no time, Ectoplasm starts to spew out clones, surround Tokoyami, and Asui is forced to grab the raven-headed boy and launch them both to the higher levels. Dark Shadow starts to defend Tokoyami, but Ectoplasm sends more clones to overwhelm the boy with a pincer movement. Dark Shadow defeats the clones in front where Asui defeats the ones behind him, before the Frog Girl comes up with an idea. Ectoplasm then clones a massive version of himself and traps both students within the behemoth. Tokoyami uses Dark Shadow to carry an item that Asui had hidden to Ectoplasm, who kicks the shadow. It was too late as Dark Shadow had actually put on HNDCFFS to the hero and captured him. Asui and Tokoyami secured a victory. Next was Tenya and Ojiro vs Powerloader. Their battlefield was dirt field that had pitfalls in it, a hindrance to their mobility. When the exam begins, Powerloader starts to dig beneath the dirt and causing it to collapse under the boy's feet. Tenya asks for Ojiro to climb onto his back so that they could escape better and activates his Recipro Burst to overrun the traps placed until the dirt just ahead of his path collapsed into a cavern. No other options available, Tenya does a move he had learned from Izuku. Tenya asks for Ojiro to use his tail to launch both boys into the air, which he does with great effort, and Tenya uses Velocity Overdrive, which is when Tenya forces his engines to the max, blue flames pouring from them and at a speed that few could comprehend. The duo flew over the battlefield, a shockwave following them. Powerloader couldn't intercept them in time, and both Tenya and Ojiro escaped. They had won. Now was Izuku and Yorozu's battle. The arena was a suburban neighborhood with lots of houses and many backstreets, making stealth the best option, and what arrays ahead is a MSTR at. The horns sound off and both Izuku and Yorozu head inwards to get to the exit gate. Halfway towards the gate, the partners encounter Eraserhead and feel their quirks get erased. With practiced grace, Eraserhead swoops in to engage in close combat, readying himself to go hand-to-hand with both combatants. Noticing Izuku's hesitation to fight, Eraserhead uses that to launch his capture gear to ensnare Izuku and tie him up. It works, and Izuku finds himself tied up on a telephone wire, dangling precariously, and he shouts to Yorozu to escape for now. She manages to escape from Eraserhead and draws up a simple plan to release Izuku from his confinement. Using her quirk, she creates flashbangs and a knife to cut the gear and makes her move towards the captured Izuku and a patrolling Eraserhead. When she comes to the location that Izuku was captured, she sees him dangling like fish bait and spies out Eraserhead perched watching the boy with piercing red eyes. Throwing a flashbang, she covers her eyes as it goes off, leaving Eraserhead to stumble back in shock and pain, his hand covering his eyes, and using that distraction, Yorozu frees Izuku and gets them both away before Eraserhead could come back. Knowing that Yorozu was smart, Izuku asks her for a plan, and to which she stutters, saying that he should come up with one. Izuku refuses and tells Yorozu that she is the smartest person he knows, and he knows that she can be an amazing hero. With confidence, Yorozu comes up with a plan to capture Eraserhead. The plan was simple: Izuku goes and fights Eraserhead, but Yorozu stays back to set a trap which Izuku will lead Eraserhead into. Izuku knew he could fight Eraserhead, but didn't want to fight his dad, but realizes this is a test, not real life, and he should listen to Yorozu. Both father and son fight a dance of grace as Izuku leads Eraserhead into the carefully set trap. Izuku hears the signal and ducks down as a piece of capture gear not dissimilar to Eraserhead's own wraps tightly around the man. Conceding defeat, Eraserhead calls the exam. Izuku and Yorozu were victorious. Following Izuku's exam, Uraraka and 𝐴𝐼𝐺 vs 13 was next. It begins with the both walking towards the exit with 13 hidden from their view. They walk out of the building and into a garden of sort and sees both 13 and the exit gate. 13 notices the teens come through the door and uses their quirk Black Hole and starts to draw the both Uraraka and 𝐴𝐼𝐺 into them. Thinking quickly, the teen grabs a hold of a fence, feeling the Black Hole SCK them in. 𝐴𝐼𝐺 tries to fire his naval laser, but that fails as it breaks down due to the Black Hole not only his laser but his visor too. He looks to Uraraka and asks her a question, and she lets go of the railing, floating towards 13, who deactivates their quirk as not to injure Uraraka. Uraraka notices her close proximity to 13 and her gunhead combat training kicks in. She tackles 13 to the ground, who tries to raise her hand in alarm but is stopped by another naval laser from 𝐴𝐼𝐺. HNDCFFS are slapped onto 13's wrists and the battle is called off. Uraraka and 𝐴𝐼𝐺 taking the victory. After Uraraka's and 𝐴𝐼𝐺's match was Ashido's and Kaminari's match with Nezu. They happened to be in an industrial area with lots of buildings and machinery. Little did the student know that Nezu's plan was commencing as soon as they had entered. The Chimera started by sadistically talking through the speakers in the area, lowering the student's morale as he started to riot. Explosives went off, sending chunks of the area flying as building collapsed around the pair, making them go into a frenzy of electricity and acid. All the while Nezu cackled in a crane as he sipped his tea and moved the crane about, smashing buildings with the wrecking ball attached onto it, causing both Ashido and Kaminari to be captured by the debris caused by Nezu's chaotic energy. They had failed the physical exam. Coming after Ashido's and Kaminari's match was the match between Gyro and Koda vs present MIC. It started within a forested area of the campus as Gyro and Koda planned on how to overcome the exam. Getting impatient, present MIC uses his quirk to send extremely powerful sound waves towards the plotting duo. Due to Gyro's sensitive hearing, she had heard in a much more intense way than Koda and caused her ears to start bleeding. Gyro used her jacks to send out her heartbeat to counter MIC's quirk, and it worked for a bit, but leaving present MIC disappointed in them. Gyro recalled that MIC has a fear of bugs, and asked Koda to send bugs to present MIC to distract him, but Koda too was afraid of bugs and started to shake like a leaf in a gale. Just as Gyro was about to ask again, another powerful sound wave ripped through the area they were in, causing Gyro to fall to her knees in pain and a nice fear of losing her hearing from the exam. Seeing his partner in pain, Koda called upon his resolve to be a hero, and found a hive of bugs within the ground and summoned them to him and commanded them to go to present MIC. With that command, the bugs went to MIC and started to climb up his legs, accompanied with what could be compared to a shriek before he promptly collapsed, frothing at the mouth. They had won and finished their match. The second to last exam was between Hagekure and Shoji vs Snipe. It took place within a dull corridor that had pillars lining up towards the exit where Snipe was stood waiting. As soon as they entered, a volley of bullets rocketed towards them and forcing the duo to hide behind a pillar for safety. Shoji asks Hagekure to sneak up on Snipe, who had thrown a smoke bomb in the corridor and blocking their sight. 𝐒𝐲𝐵 was about to ask 𝐔𝐸𝐽 something but noticed she had gone, so decided to go on a full assault to snipe but failed when bullets pierced his legs and stopped him from moving any further. Condescendingly, Snipe asked 𝐒𝐲𝐵 if he had given up, but before he could get any further, Snipe was cuffed with his hands secured behind his back. They had passed the exam. Finally, 𝐵𝐷𝐻𝐿 and 𝐒𝐿 versus Snatch, the last match of the day. Neither of the boys know a thing about Snatch, only her quirk and suit. They have no idea what they are facing. The area they were in was a city at night. It was dark and shadowy with the silence making it far creepier. As they walked down the streets, they looked all over as they tried to find the exit, but to no avail. Without warning, a figure on the roof jumped down next to the boys and drew their quirks out, leaving them quirkless for 15 minutes. 𝐵𝐷𝐻𝐿 took the lead and started to go hand-to-hand with the figure, Snatch, but did severely underestimate her from her looks. Snatch was shorter than him at just about 5'3" tall, but that clearly didn't matter as she expertly struck 𝐵𝐷𝐻𝐿 with quick jabs, forcing him onto the defensive. They knew now that they were underpowered without their quirks. 𝐒𝐿 could barely throw a punch, which was sloppy in and of itself, so decided to retreat in order to make up a plan. As they got further away from Snatch, they could feel their quirks slowly trickle back into them, 𝐵𝐷𝐻𝐿 making the connection that the power of Snatch's quirk depends on the range at which she activates it, losing power as they move away from that source. 𝐒𝐿 suggested that 𝐵𝐷𝐻𝐿 act as bait, and when she comes out, he uses his tape to trap her. The plan wasn't half bad, so 𝐵𝐷𝐻𝐿 agreed. Alone, he walks down the empty street looking to his left and right to try and spot Snatch, but her mastery at the art of stealth made that a very hard game to play. As he moves down an alleyway, he feels his quirk being taken away as the Snatch hops down off the roof and once again engages 𝐵𝐷𝐻𝐿 in hand-to-hand combat. Once again, he was no match. However, he managed to get off his signal, and tape flew to Snatch as it wrapped around her figure, capturing her. With her capture, the exam finished, and they had won. At last, all exams had finished for 1A, so they were sent home so that the teachers could mark up their individual performances. Izuku was chilling on his sofa when he got a text from 𝐵𝐷𝐻𝐿. "My sister told me to send you this picture for some reason," and below that was 𝐵𝐷𝐻𝐿, half naked, his shirt discarded and sweating slightly as it dripped off his skin. It was hot. Izuku texted back, "I know why." Leaving it at that, Izuku saved the picture. After all, he had to do some training. After his intense 𝐻𝐸 training, Izuku went to sleep and began to dream a dream. Instantly, his eyes shot open at the feeling of a finger poking his side and came face to face with a man he didn't know. Izuku, being the paranoid being he is, hadn't realized it was a dream and kicked himself into a fight-or-flight response. He chose fight and swung wide at the man in front of him. The punch missed its mark. Instead, it threw Izuku of kilter, which caused him to fall over his own feet, and much to his eternal dismay the man chuckled at Izuku, telling him, "You're ninth. You have 2 left feet, good lord." The man continued to chuckle at Izuku's misfortune until Izuku asked the man, "Who the heck are you? Where am I?" The man stopped his laughing and sobered up, saying to Izuku, "In here, my name doesn't matter, instead call me Fifth." It was now that Izuku pieced what this was, a one-for-all dream. Now Izuku could look at Fifth properly, and he wasn't what Izuku was expecting. The man looked like an average office worker. He was wearing a blue suit with a cyan tie, black leather shoes and a grey trench coat over the suit. He even had a briefcase for some reason. How did he get that in here? Then, Fifth shot forward with extreme speed, punching Izuku in his stomach as he said, "You're here for a reason. First said that now one for all has been completed. The stored quirks within are now accessible to you. Mine's the simplest one, I call in 𝐭𝐴. It allows me to conceal weapons within an object like my briefcase." With a press of a button, the briefcase that Fifth was holding burst open, transforming into a large matte black sword with a long handle and a glowing red circle in the center. Fifth continues, "Second wanted to wait for you to have a good grasp with the base form of one for all before we give you the quirks inside. First agreed, and you have for the most part. So we decided I'll give you 𝐭𝐴 and teach you to use it." A glowing red finger poked at Izuku's forehead and he felt something merge with his quirk, the 𝐭𝐴 quirk. From the stress alone, Izuku fell on his behind, breathing from the new addition. Fifth looked proud and said, It seems 𝐒𝐭𝐴 merged nicely. Fifth rubbed his chin and spoke. We are in your mind, you have the control, so I want you to focus on a weapon and summon it. By now, Izuku looked to Fifth with an incredulous face, telling him, now calm down. Let me gain my bearings for now. Izuku ran a hand down his face, shuddering slightly. This is moving too fast, Izuku thinks and says aloud, please Fifth, give me a moment, this is a tad overwhelming right now. Softening, Fifth sits next to Izuku and decides to distract the boy for a bit. When I was alive, I used to be an underground hero, after all who suspects an office worker with a briefcase to be a hero. The man sighs happily, I was feared within the underground until my death. I was known as Chika no Shinigami or Grim Reaper of the Underground. He looks to Izuku, one for all was forced upon me by Fourth, who was dying when I found them and wouldn't survive. I took on the mantle to keep the torch alive, knowing it would get me killed. Fifth looks away, my mentor told me once, when you're in front of the enemy, even if your hands are trembling, fight. That is what it means to be a pro. Those words are what made me a hero. Izuku looked to Fifth with admiration and Fifth finishes his story, so when I found a good successor, I faced down all for one to protect them. I failed however to finish him. Izuku didn't comment on the lone tear on rolling down Fifth's face, choosing to stand and close his eyes. A bright light exploded from his palm and Izuku molded it into his chosen weapon. At first, he wanted a sword, but he went to something he always wanted to use instead, a spear. His spear was mainly red, orange and yellow like a fire. The handle was BLD red about 6 feet long with a sharp pommel on the bottom made of glowing amber stone held in burgundy-colored metal and on the top was the main spearhead which was sharp-tipped with a yellow ribbon tied around the neck that connects the spearhead to the handle. It looks like this. I do not own this, I found it on Pint Rest. Clapping, Fifth says, well done. Now you need an object to conceal your weapon within. This time, Izuku knows what he wants and summons a walking cane, with a cream-white body and the handle in the shape of a phoenix head. Fifth flips his weapon back into the briefcase that it was once and walks up to Izuku and tells him, now call upon your quirk. When I used it, it felt like both objects were magnets that had the same pole. They repelled on another basically. It should be the same now. Inside his soul, Izuku pictured the 𝐭𝐴 quirk, a magnet of sorts and drew it to him. That power pooled into his hands, and he started to push the two items together. Like Fifth said, they had repelled one another, so Izuku tried again, and again, and again. It took him a full 15 turns until he finally managed to mix the two into one object. Fifth congratulated him with a firm pat on the back and said to Izuku, now you will wake up soon. Remember, for this quirk to work, you have to have a weapon and object for them to combine into. Good luck, Ninth. With that, Izuku started to fade out of his dream and back into the real world just in time for his all-might alarm to announce that the morning is here. Tiredly, Izuku rubbed his eyes to get rid of the sleep as he got ready for the rest of the day and silently thanked whatever gods were out there for the week off from school to rest after the exams. His mind felt fuzzy and muffled like he was underwater, but it soon vanished when he all but collapsed onto the chair that was in front of his desk. Opening his notebook, Izuku went to a blank page and drew out his spear as well as his cane. Perhaps 𝐿 can make it for him. Or not, as he remembered that he was a first year and they weren't allowed to use lethal weapons and 𝐿 wouldn't make him a spear to use. Cracking his knuckles, Izuku leaves to make some tea. The entire house was desolate as both his dad and Papa were at marking the exams that they had just done. Boiling the kettle, Izuku listens to the whine of scalding water as he pours it into a cup. As he takes a sip, he has a eureka moment and exclaims into the silence, yes. Who says that I have to get the spear from 𝐻𝐻𝐿? I could get someone outside to make it. Laughing manically, Izuku carries his tea. Dear God. Another Nezu. Back to his room and rapidly searches for places that could make his spear until he finds someone, Eva Greymane. She runs a blacksmithing shop called Skyforge which was passed down from generation to generation, making the best weapons and armor known to man. Not only that, her quirk Soul Forge allows her to imbue weapons with a tiny piece of the user's soul to give them properties of the user, hence the name. As 𝐒𝐿 browses the website, he comes upon the price of forging weapons and his eyes bulge out of their sockets at the ridiculous price for forging one weapon, or it's free if you make your own with lessons from Eva herself if you can impress her. 𝐒𝐿 knows that his parents could afford the price, hell it wouldn't dent their bank account at all and 𝐒𝐿's own account could pay too, but he also wants to learn how to forge weapons, so he comes up with a compromise. He gets the money, tries to make it for free but will pay for it if he cannot forge it himself. His journey to the 𝐻𝐻 district was a long one. For those who don't know, 𝐻𝐻 is where the Empire from Star Wars build their Star Destroyers. Fun fact. The train ride was over an hour long, 𝐒𝐿 texting his dad about where he was going but not why for obvious reasons, and he would be there for the rest of the week at most. When he finished messaging his dad, he did the same for 𝐿𝐿, telling him where he had gone to and for how long, as well as promising the boy another date when he got back. The announcer overhead buzzed to life to tell the passengers that they had arrived in the 𝐻𝐻 district and the doors opened when they had finished. Hiking his backpack onto his shoulder, 𝐒𝐿 left the station and followed the map he had pulled up on his phone to find the blacksmith. When he was walking around, 𝐒𝐿 inspected the 𝐻𝐻 district itself and the structures in it. The district was very industrial, factories and factory workers walking around on the streets and lorries driving by occasionally, stocked with whatever they had been producing. His phone dinged, and a robotic voice said, "Now please turn right in 20 meters. A red blinking dot where the blacksmith was blinked on the phone screen. He was close. Turning the corner, 𝐒𝐿 came upon the shop, which looked homely and approachable. Just outside the entrance, a statue of an eagle stood proudly. Over the head was a wooden balcony that connected to the second floor. Black smoke bellowed out of the chimney that was strutting out of the shop. Someone was in there. 𝐒𝐿 pressed the doorbell and a loud bell sounded from within the shop, which was followed by the smoke from the chimney dying down. Soon the door burst open to reveal a woman with snow-white hair which reached her shoulders, grey eyes and soot covering her face. Her eyes locked onto 𝐒𝐿 and she says, "Who are you, boy?" 𝐒𝐿 stepped forwards, offering his hand and said, "My name is 𝐒𝐿 Midoriya, pleasure to meet you." She looked at his hand and shook it with a firm grip, replying to 𝐒𝐿, "My name is Eva Greymane. Call me either. Now what do you need?" 𝐒𝐿 says back, "I need to have a weapon forged. I came here to ask if you could teach me to forge it or forge it yourself, please." Politely handing her the drawing of his spear with the cane next to it. Calmly, she takes the drawing and studies it for a minute, looking at the details before she said, "I could make it. I doubt you could make this even if I taught you." Yes, very well, I will make this. Now for the payment." Sighing, 𝐒𝐿 hands the lady how much it says for a weapon to be made. Nodding, she leaves, telling 𝐒𝐿 to follow her into the forging area. With large strides, Eva moves into the room with the forge with 𝐒𝐿 hot on her heels until he stops to look in or at the forge she uses. Eva smirks and tells 𝐒𝐿, "This forge dates back centuries. It has been within the Greymane family just as long. A sacred art passed down, only a Greymane knows how to use this forge." With a hard press on the bellows, the flames in the forge jump to life again as she pulls out a chunk of metal. She walks to 𝐒� and says, "This metal is very rare but is one of the strongest on Earth and the ability to withstand extremely high temperatures. It can only be made with a special quirk that my father has." She places the metal into the forge. "Only our forge can smith it. It shouldn't take too long to make." Sparks start smoldering into the air as she picks up a hammer. As 𝐒� leaves, his footsteps are shadowed by the loud clangs of metal hitting metal. An entire week passes before 𝐒� goes back to the shop. During said week, 𝐒� went sightseeing around the 𝐻𝐻 district. Although there wasn't much, it was a beauty in its own right. He also spent time training with a mock spear to make sure he could use his weapon when he gets it. His training involved a long stick and an old training doll which has limbs that move when hit. He had bruises for weeks after being hit by that monstrosity. When he returned, he rang the bell once again, and Eva answered whilst wiping her hands of the remaining dust and said, Midoriya. Welcome back to Skyforge. Your spear is ready as well as your cane." 𝐒� raised his eyebrow. He never asked for the cane to be made. Eva shrugged and answered the unasked question, "You never asked, but I made it anyway. I hope you like your products." She went into a side room and came back out with a large case in hand. placing it on the table. Izuku unclipped the locks and opened it to reveal the spear and cane. They were magnificent, like the ones in his dreamscape but more real to the touch. Suddenly Eva asked, "Can you hold your hand out like this?" She had her palm facing the roof. Izuku followed the gesture and Eva put down her hand. She then started glowing slightly before a glowing light came from Izuku and entered the spear. Izuku tilted his head questioningly and asked, "What just happened?" Eva shrugged and replied, "I used my quirk to infuse your spear." By now, the spear head had burst into flame, similar to Izuku's flames. Wrapping his hand around the handle, Izuku could feel the spear. It was bonded to his soul. Izuku teared up and thanked Eva for her help. She said, "You're welcome," and left back to the forge, leaving Izuku in the main room. Spear and cane in hand, Izuku activated 𝐾𝐽, forcing the two objects to mold into one after a few attempts. Snazzy Izuku thinks happily. Now that his request was completed, Izuku left Skyforge to go back to his home, each step followed by the click of his cane. Maybe I could test my new 𝐾𝐽 at home, Izuku thought aloud. Then he remembered his former mentor's words, "When you have your own weapon, give it a name. Show the world its power." Divine Spear, Amaterasu smiling, Izuku boarded the bullet train and it shot off when he had sat down. His cane laid across his lap as he looked out of the window looking over the city as he left, and he enjoyed the peaceful ride back to Musutafu and his home.